A boy raised among goblins ventures deeper into the wizarding world, wielding wisdom, strategy, and an unmatched sense of justice. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks, where the magic of storytelling takes flight. Today, we continue with Part 2, Chapters 11 to 20 of Harry Crow, a Harry Potter fanfiction by the brilliant RobST. In these chapters, the plot thickens as Harry further explores his dual identity, navigates friendships, and takes on challenges with a goblin's pragmatic outlook and a wizard's heart. Disclaimer: this audiobook is a transformative work inspired by J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. All original characters, settings, and trademarks belong to their respective owners. This reading is created purely for entertainment purposes, with no copyright infringement intended. After being raised by goblins, Harry's perspective on magic, power, and loyalty is refreshingly unique. In these chapters, his sharp mind and strong moral compass lead him to stand out, forge unexpected alliances, and question the wizarding status quo. With the forthcoming Harry Potter TV series in the works, fanfictions like Harry Crow shine even brighter, showcasing the infinite possibilities of the wizarding world. This story is a fan favorite for its clever reimagining of Harry's character and relationships. RobST has built a strong reputation in the fanfiction community with their thought-provoking and humor-filled stories. Known for exploring what-if scenarios, they bring new dimensions to beloved characters and settings. So, grab your favorite drink, relax, and join us as we delve into Part 2 of Harry Crow by RobST, here on Grimoire Audiobooks. Don't forget, if we reach 10 likes and 10 comments, the next part will be on its way soon. Chapter 11. The classroom door opened, though most of the room's current occupants didn't notice they now had a visitor. Padma and Neville were practically dead on their feet, exhaustion clearly visible in their features. Hermione was certainly flushed and tired, but Harry hardly looked out of breath. Bill was finishing their first lesson by hammering his point home. The fitter you are, the longer you can last in a fight. It just may be the difference between getting away or being seriously hurt. That is why we will practice, practice, and practice again. Hermione was breathing heavily, knackered from dodging spells and her repeated attempts to cast a strong shield, and she hadn't yet learned one spell to fight back with. She was flustered, sweaty, and certainly not a happy young witch. Professor Weasley, what if I just take out a gun and shoot the bad guy? It was Hermione's idea of a joke, thinking of her favorite scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark, but the person who just entered didn't take it as such. Dumbledore didn't think it was funny at all. Miss Granger. Firearms are abhorrent to the magical community. Anyone using one against a witch or wizard would see themselves shunned by magical society. They should never be used. Hermione couldn't believe what she was hearing, so asked the headmaster for clarification. My father is a member of a shooting club. He could put a couple of bullets into you from 100 yards away in the time it takes to cast a shield. Are you saying this is wrong? I do not doubt your facts. Dumbledore said this in such a condescending manner that it was clear he didn't believe this feat was possible. All I am saying is what would happen if you, a witch, were to use this abomination on someone else. And just who makes up these rules? Hermione didn't wait for an answer, but turned to Harry, wanting to hear the only opinion that mattered to her. Harry's answer showed his inexperience with relationships, best friends, or any other kind. Goblins like to look their opponents in the eye before they kill them. Hermione could actually feel the smugness radiating from Dumbledore, even though the headmaster was currently behind her. Her lip was trembling at what she perceived as Harry's betrayal. I'll tell you what, Harry. While you're looking into Voldemort's eyes, I'll shoot the mad bastard in the head. I don't care if no one ever speaks to me again. At least you will be alive. If you let others set the rules, you'll be dead, because Voldemort certainly won't let any stupid rule stop him getting what he wants. With that, Hermione ran out the door in tears. Harry looked to Neville for some clue as to what had just happened. His friend shrugged his shoulders as he had no help to offer. Harry, I don't even know what a gun is. Padma just about managed to find enough breath to huff at Harry. "It doesn't matter what a gun is. She was right and you were wrong. Now get after Hermione and tell your best friend that." "You moron." It was a worried Harry who shot out the room after Hermione. Albus, as usual, was able to turn any situation to his advantage. "As it would appear your lesson is now over, could I have a private word with your professor?" It might be a polite dismissal, but Padma and Neville still knew they were being dismissed. Bill had already decided he wouldn't make any of this easy for the old man. He talked over with Barchoke the best way to handle this approach, and they both agreed Dumbledore would expect to have to wear the Gringotts employee down, so that's what Albus was going to have to do. He decided to make it as awkward as possible right from the start. "It will have to be a quick word, Albus. I have places to be and things to do this afternoon." Albus hated having to rush these kind of discussions. Where was the room for finesse in that? As William was currently putting on his cloak and getting ready to leave, he really had no other option. "You seem to enjoy teaching, and I was wondering just how attached you were to working for the goblins." Bill just laughed. "Yes, I enjoy tutoring, but it is such a small part of my new position, not something I fancy doing full-time. I would miss my other duties too much." "Just what are these other duties?" "Perhaps we could find something similar to interest you within the castles." "Albus Dumbledore, you know I can't talk about that." Even more so, with someone who's currently barred from Gringotts. Bill thought that was enough for first encounter, so bade a disappointed Dumbledore good day. Hermione may have been training for just over a week now, but Harry had been doing exercise routines for years. He quickly caught up with the upset young witch. "Hermione, you were right and I was wrong." At that, Hermione turned to face him. "What was I right about, Harry?" Panic flashed through him for a second before he fought it down. Panic led to mistakes, and he couldn't afford to make one now. He gently took her hand and kissed the back of it while his mind worked out just what he was going to say. "I don't know anything about guns, and not much more about offensive spells, but you were right. I cannot let outside forces determine the rules of a fight, because there are no rules in a fight." Hermione almost managed a smile. "That's all I was trying to say, Harry. Guns might not be the answer, but we shouldn't just dismiss anything out of hand. You have been trained to use a blade and appear expert with it. I don't think I could use that method on someone. If it was to save my parents or my friends, though, I think I could use a gun. I'm pretty sure I could have pulled a trigger to shoot that troll in the infirmary. It's a cultural difference, Harry, something to be worked out, not dismissed as irrelevant." He was beginning to understand what his best friend was meaning. The Muggle way would be guns. The goblins would use a blade up close while wizards would stand and fire curses at each other. "What you're saying is that I should rule nothing out." Hermione now flung her arms around him and held Harry close. "You said you've got to fight him, but I don't want you to. I just want the bastard dead, and you alive. No chivalry, no duels at dawn. You can look him in the eyes after you've killed him, sneak up behind and cut his head off. You gave that troll every chance before being forced to kill it. Don't give Voldemort a chance, because he won't give you one." She was crying while holding him tight. Harry's arms around Hermione gave her the courage to say what was on her mind. "I've never had a best friend before, Harry, so I don't know if what we have is normal or not. What I do know is that I never want to lose this. Ever. Between deranged Dark Lords and every witch under the age of 25 wanting a piece of you, I feel I'm going to get left behind." Hermione was suddenly experiencing blood flow issues as Harry's arms held her even tighter. That wizard didn't know his own strength. His words, though, pumped joy to every part of her body. "I will never abandon you, Hermione. As far as I am concerned, we will be best friends forever." He then buried his head in her bushy hair as she whispered, "Best friends forever," in his ear. Hermione was giddy. Whether from happiness or lack of oxygen to the brain, she didn't really care at this point. A droll voice she had come to know so well spoilt this perfect moment. Harry, judging by the color of her face, Hermione really needs to take a deep breath about now. I also think you should let her feet touch the floor again. It wasn't until Harry's grip slackened that Hermione realized he'd lifted her off the ground. Harry really didn't know his own strength. I'm sorry, Hermione. I guess I got carried away. She gave him a grade 1 new improved version smile. It's fine, Harry. I'm sorry too for causing this. Padma's droll voice once more interrupted. Are you sorry for swearing in front of the headmaster? Certainly impressed the hell out of me. What? Oh my, do you think I'll get detention? Should I apologize? This had been a major clue to Harry that his best friend was really upset. He'd never heard Hermione swear before. I think you should get house points for saying you wanted that mad bastard Voldemort dead. Neville glanced nervously at his two friends. So are you two okay again? Nod saw him continuing. Sorry I wasn't much help, Harry. That's okay, Neville. Two clueless males here. Just as well we've got Padma and Hermione to keep us right. And don't you forget a crow. See, Hermione, I knew the hat put him in Ravenclaw for a reason. I don't know why it put me in Gryffindor. I was rubbish at defense today. You'll get it, Neville. Hermione and I have been training in the morning. It definitely helps. I don't care how much it helps. I'm not getting up at ridiculous hours to go running, and certainly not wearing anything like Hermione dresses in to do so. My father would cast me out the family for even mentioning clothes like that. The pink tinges both her friends managed was another victory for Padma and helped with taking their minds of why they were fighting in the first place. Everyone, though, decided it would be a good idea to have a shower before heading down to lunch. At breakfast on Monday, the headmaster introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor. Professor Keegan was a small, mousy man with receding gray hair and a developing paunch. He stood and nervously acknowledged the students as Dumbledore introduced him. The wizard appeared terrified of his own shadow, but at least wasn't wearing a turban. Penelope had told the first years that Hogwarts defense teachers had gotten progressively worse every year she'd been here. Professor Keegan didn't seem capable of bucking that trend. The Ravenclaw first years were now all looking toward Harry, and he didn't disappoint. Cursebreaker Weasley will still be tutoring me at our normal time for defense. The rest of first year are welcome to join those lessons. He didn't say any more, too engrossed in the letter Irgit had delivered. Hermione noticed the amount of concentration Harry was affording the parchment in his hands and asked the obvious. Anything wrong, Harry? Oh, I think Father is being sneaky. I'll know more after speaking with Cursebreaker Weasley. He could see Hermione already beginning to fret that something was wrong, so decided to tell her now. Every Halloween, while the wizarding community celebrate, my father and I have a little family ritual that we do. The reason I loathe being referred to as the boy who lived is because that stupid title only tells half the story. People tend to forget what else happened that night. My mom and dad were murdered. Hermione instinctively reached for her best friend's hand, offering comfort for Harry while wondering just what this ritual was. She soon found out. My father takes me to the cemetery where my mom and dad are buried, and we spend a few hours there. I sit and tell them everything that's happened to me since the last time we talked. Father has asked me if I want to invite you along this year. Hermione was overwhelmed at this development, but needed to be sure Harry wanted her there. She couldn't think of anything more personal than this. What do you think, Harry? You said it had become a family ritual. Do you want someone else there? Hermione, I would love you to be there beside me. I want to introduce my mom and dad to my best friend. I just think my father is being sneaky about it. This must be some goblin thing I don't understand, Harry, so you're going to have to explain that. Harry squeezed her hand and told her part of the truth. To get out of the castle for the day, you need a parental permission slip. I think my father will be contacting your mom and dad the minute I say yes. I also have a sneaky suspicion that the subject of guns will find its way into whatever conversation they have. Oh, Harry, that's brilliant. I wrote to my father expressing your opinion that this shouldn't be a fight. It would seem he agrees with you. I just hope he doesn't frighten your parents off. Again, Hermione was confused. She was getting used to it, though, from hanging around with Harry. You lost me again, Harry. Have you told your parents that your best friend has a powerful psychotic nutter trying to kill him? If they are as smart as you, they'll grab their daughter and head for the hills. Getting you as far away from danger as possible would definitely be the smart move. I certainly wouldn't blame them if they did. Well, I bloody would. This was said loud enough to attract attention, causing Padma to run interference for them. She started chatting to Terry about their herbology homework and soon had dragged another 2 first years into the discussion. Hermione lowered her voice, so anyone other than Harry would have trouble hearing what she was saying. My parents know I was in the infirmary when that troll paid a visit. They also know who saved me. I've described in great detail how you and Padma stood up for their daughter when those girls ganged up on me. We both know Neville would have been beside us too if he'd known. My mum is over the moon that I have friends now who would do that for me. That I'm exercising and taking extra lessons on how to defend myself has my dad pretty chuffed too. Hermione hung her head as she said the next part. That was not the first time I had been faced with a group of bullies. It was the first time I had friends rushing to help me. My parents knew my main hope for Hogwarts was to make some friends, and that I've managed to do that. I've never been happier, and they will certainly not drag me out the castle because your father speaks to them about guns. Harry had to hope Hermione would be a decent judge of her parents' reactions. What really worried him was just how much his father would reveal. They had plans for after their visit to the graveyard this Halloween, one of which Hermione certainly couldn't accompany them on. Just what was his father up to? Their trip down to herbology allowed the rest of first year to hear the news that they could continue the defense lessons with Professor Weasley. Malfoy immediately but politely declined the offer, being quickly followed by Crabbe, Goyle, and Parkinson. Ron didn't need to withdraw. He was never included in the first place. Ron had returned to the castle with his new wand tucked away in the pocket of his new robes. His mom and dad had badgered and harried their youngest son every chance they could while he'd been home. With Ginny not talking to him because he tried to attack her hero, it had been a pretty dismal time for the youngest male Weasley at the Burrow. That his mother also forbade him any second helpings and stopped all his snacks, left the young Gryffindor desperate to get back to Hogwarts. Breakfast was enough to tell him his problems still existed though, namely no seconds. His father had been so angry and had actually went mental at him for the first time in Ron's short life. His dad's temper appeared to be driven not only by the fact his son had fired those curses, but also that Ron hadn't apologized afterwards. His father had laid down the law, apologized by Saturday, or he would be getting dragged back to the Burrow by Bill on Sunday. He would have to choose his moment carefully. There were all different definitions of public, and Ron intended to do the deed with as few people there as possible. After talking to his defense tutor, Harry was ready to kick himself. Only his need to conceal the package he'd just been slipped stopped him. Of course his father would have to contact the Grangers over Harry's immediate plans. The rest had just followed from there. Cursebreaker Weasley had already contacted Hermione's parents, and Harry was delighted they had said yes to his idea. Bill was contacting them again on Thursday and would now arrange a meeting between the Grangers and his father to discuss Hermione's participation in their plans for Halloween. Now all Harry had to do was keep a secret from Hermione for a few days. Easier said than done. Hermione had noticed a change in her best friend over the last few days. It may be subtle, but it was there. There was nothing subtle about tonight, though. All through their astronomy lesson, Harry had been like a little kid on Christmas Eve. Professor Sinistra had barely dismissed them when Hermione dragged Harry over to a quiet spot of the astronomy tower to demand some answers. Okay, Crow, spill it. I want to know what's going on. Harry's wide smile at this may have been confusing, but his next action just blew her socks off. He leaned in and kissed her. It was only on the cheek, but it was from Harry. It was her first kiss, and they were under the moonlight. It was only when he spoke that she got a grip and realized just what had been going on. Happy birthday, Hermione. Realizing that it was now well past midnight, it hit Hermione that she had just turned 12. How did you know? It's my duty as a best friend to know when your birthday is. I'll bet you know mine. Harry, the entire castle knows when yours is. I'm surprised it isn't a public holiday. Hermione was stopped from saying any more when Harry pressed the present bill had slipped him into Hermione's hands. It was an exquisite inlaid and lacquered wooden box that measured about 8 inches by 2, though wasn't even an inch thick. She opened what she guessed was a jewelry case, only to snap the lid closed after barely a glance. Harry, oh shit, Harry, this is way too much. It's only my birthday. This is birthday, Christmas, Easter, and anything else you can think of for the next decade. Harry's smile never wavered as he opened the box and took out what was inside. What we have here is a cultural difference, Hermione. Goblins don't celebrate Christmas, Easter, or any other wizarding holidays, so nothing is more important to us than someone's birthday. This news rocked Hermione back on her heels. You don't celebrate Christmas, Harry? Padma and Neville had hung back to give their friends a moment, having been in on Harry's plan. Both had gifts for Hermione that they would give her tomorrow. Padma knew how excited Harry had been about this, and didn't want her friend getting sidetracked and disappoint him. Hermione, the Patil family doesn't celebrate Christmas either. As Harry said, it's a cultural thing. Now stop going off at a tangent and show me what Harry got you. He wouldn't even give us a clue. While this had been going on, Harry had used the time to fasten the bracelet around Hermione's wrist. Her first glance at it in the box had told the birthday which Harry's gift was beautiful. Seeing it on her wrist changed that opinion. Beautiful just didn't do this work of art justice. The bracelet was made from gold, yet of a design she'd never seen before. There were 5 gold discs that had tiny sapphires around their edges. These discs were encased in a filigree design that would have all other goldsmiths weeping with envy before taking up lumberjacking. Compared to this, they might as well have been practicing their trade using axes. 2 of the discs had engravings on them that Hermione didn't recognize. The other 3, though, had her heart doing backflips in her chest. The one on the left proclaimed Harry, while the right one was engraved with her own name. It was the one in the middle of these 2 that had tears of joy slowly running down her cheeks. It announced to anyone glancing at her wrist that they would be best friends forever. Padma's hand shot to her face the instant she laid eyes on Harry's gift. Oh, Merlin's hairy left buttock. Hermione, that's Goblin-made jewelry. Hermione thought that would be obvious, since it was a gift from Harry. She didn't understand the emphasis Padma was placing on its manufacturers. Neville was happy that for once he could supply his friends with some answers. Hermione, the goblins are world-renowned metalsmiths. They not only make fantastic blades, they have no equal when it comes to making jewelry. What makes it even more sought after is that they hardly ever let any of it fall into wizards' or witches' hands. The Longbottom family has one item that has been passed down the family for hundreds of years. Padma was nodding like a lunatic, unable to take her eyes off the bracelet her friend had on her wrist. Hermione, you'll start a riot when you walk into the Great Hall wearing that tomorrow. Please make sure that bitch Chambers gets a good eyeful of it. This is too fine to wear every day. Harry interrupted the birthday witch. Hermione, I want you to promise you'll never take that off. It contains protective runes carved into 2 of the discs. Just by being in contact with your skin, the bracelet generates enough protective power that it would easily have deflected both the curses you were hit with last week. Oh shit. Enchanted goblin jewelry. Hermione, when anyone asks, just say it was a gift from Harry and act dumb about everything else. Trust me on this, your bracelet is worth its own front-page headline in the Prophet. Neville agreed with Padma. Goblin jewelry is extremely rare. Your bracelet, though, might be the only piece of enchanted goblin jewelry not owned by a goblin. All eyes were now on Harry. He chose Hermione's arm that he had placed the bracelet and brought the back of her hand to his lips. It says right there that we will be best friends forever. That to me is priceless. Happy birthday, Hermione. Harry then kissed the back of Hermione's hand and had the birthday witch practically swooning. Now I hate to ruin this moment, but if we don't get a move on, we could be spending your birthday in detention. Everyone else has left. Professor Sinistra emerged from the darkness, loath to break up the cutest thing she'd ever seen. She could hardly wait to tell Minerva in the morning. Aurora agreed with Miss Patil, though, and would not be mentioning that Miss Granger's bracelet was enchanted. Not quite everyone has left, Mr. Crow. Happy birthday, Miss Granger. Now I will escort you four to your houses, just to ensure no one gets detention on such a special day. Harry held out his arm for Hermione, and all four followed the astronomy professor. Hermione, though, took a moment to kiss Harry on the cheek. Thank you, Harry. It's absolutely gorgeous, and I love it. Both may have been blushing as they made their way along the corridor, but their wide smiles could practically light their way back to Ravenclaw Tower. Padma gave Hermione her present before they went down to get Harry for breakfast. It was fun to watch her friend's face change colors as she read the title of the book, 12 Fail-Safe Ways to Woo Your Wizard. When Hermione started displaying purple tints in her color scheme, Padma lost her battle with laughter and handed over her friend's real present. It was still a book, though Hermione appeared to appreciate a score of offensive spells to even the score far better than her first offering. Padma was behind her friends as they walked into the Great Hall and was pleased to see her prediction was coming true. Hermione's hand was, as usual, through Harry's arm. This appeared to be the perfect angle for the sapphires of her bracelet to catch the light and sparkle. Padma thought young witches possessed skills for sniffing out shiny, sparkly things that would rival any niffler. When those shiny, sparkly things were worn by another young witch, the poor little niffler might as well stay in its burrow because it became a no contest. There were students in the Great Hall who couldn't read instructions off the blackboards in classrooms, yet could tell you what Hermione Granger's bracelet said. When Neville approached the Ravenclaw table with a gift for Hermione, the Canute dropped that it was her birthday. She was delighted with her new book on noble houses and their customs. A red-faced Neville was eventually persuaded to sit beside the trio, but not before Hermione had hugged him and kissed her friend on the cheek in thanks. As usual, Roger had watched the byplay between the friends. He also couldn't help but notice every witch at the table staring at Hermione's birthday present. Hell Crow, you're making the rest of us guys look bad here.
Just how are we meant to match that?
Harry really liked Roger's joking nature and answered right back in the same vein. Well, Davies, I don't see what's wrong with letting everyone know I have a great best friend. The entire table heard the humor in his voice. They also understood there was steel underlying that humor. A newly returned Chambers sat at the other end of the table, head down and not looking or talking to anyone. Her parents had been livid when they heard what happened. Her father was all for contacting the parents of the other girls involved to arrange some collective action against this upstart who'd harmed their children. The prophet had changed everyone's views, or rather their report on what happened to the Malfoys did. The purebloods were learning a variation on the golden rule. Those that have your gold make the rules. Few, if any, felt secure enough in their own wards to trust having their fortunes stored at home. There was also the added problem of those witches and wizards with access to their home. Gringotts protected fortunes not only from robbers, but those family members who would think a share of said fortune should rightly be theirs. It was easy for the Gringotts account holder to define exactly who could do what to their vault. Telling your brother/mother/greedy in-laws/obnoxious cousins that they weren't welcome in your house had far more significant ramifications. All sniggering at Draco's respectful behavior soon stopped as pureblood after pureblood received the same message from home. Do not antagonize Harry Crow. Minerva sat at the staff table and watched over her charges. Her eyes usually focused mostly on her lion cubs, but she found her gaze more and more being drawn to the Ravenclaw trio. Mr. Longbottom's acceptance into this group was also very pleasing. Augusta tended to wrap young Neville in cotton wool. Making good friends was exactly what the young lad needed. The deputy headmistress couldn't help but think young Harry was surrounding himself with good people. She approved wholeheartedly of his close friends, and Master Pitsley had impressed the hell out of her. William Weasley was, in her unbiased opinion, one of the finest young wizards to have come through Hogwarts in a long time. Her correspondence with Barchoke was also refreshing. His entire aims were centered around what was best for his son, and he was more than prepared to back that up with gold when needed. She'd listened with great interest to the tale of what had happened after their astronomy class last night and was finding her opinion of Harry matching Pomona's. He may be the son of James Potter, but he had none of the faults his biological father had at the same age. Now, if only Severus could get his head out his arse and see the boy was far more like Lily than James, they may be able to avert a confrontation that couldn't end well. When Professor Weasley asked them both to wait behind, Hermione started to run through the entire lesson in her mind to discover what she'd done wrong. Bill played along with her fears at the start. Miss Granger, you can thank your best friend for your current predicament. His wide smile would have half the witches in the castle dropping at his feet. Hermione was just pleased this meant she wasn't in trouble with the professor. Your mom and dad wanted me to wish you a happy birthday. Oh, and give you this. Hermione was so touched by this, she didn't notice Harry moving behind the professor's desk. How is Harry responsible for you seeing my parents? It was Harry who answered her. Well, it was actually my father. When he discovered what I wanted to get you for your birthday, he realized I needed your parents' permission first. Hermione was beginning to wonder if this was a goblin thing again. Did giving someone a bracelet signify something more in their culture? That was until she saw what Harry had in his hands. Happy birthday, Hermione. I didn't name him yet, figuring I would leave that up to you. Harry gently placed a fluffy black kitten into her hands. Hermione fell in love with her new pet instantly. Oh, Harry, he's simply gorgeous. With that goblin sense of humor of yours, the poor thing would probably be saddled with a name like Snowball. Harry couldn't help but smile at his best friend's reaction to his gift. Actually, I was thinking more along the terms of moonlight. Without that light, he would be practically invisible. Hermione had a different memory to associate with Harry's suggestion. It reminded the young witch that her first kiss had been under moonlight on her birthday. She also had to admit that his suggestion was so much better than Blackie, which was the first thing that came into her head. Okay, so moonlight it is. Harry, you're spoiling me. Hermione, you only turned 12 once in your life. Why shouldn't that be celebrated? Harry picked up her present from home and offered his arm. He'd heard something outside that had him wanting to leave now. If that prat attempted to spoil Hermione's birthday, there would be hell to pay. Hermione had moonlight cradled in one arm, while her other was linked with Harry. She had been fretting about spending her first birthday away from home, but this year she had friends to share it with. Hermione thought this was already her best birthday ever. Ron was walking back from his defense lesson when he spotted the Patil Bint standing outside a classroom with Neville. He didn't think there could be a better opportunity for a public apology than this. Miss Patil, I would like to apologize for hitting you with that curse. It was purely accidental, as you were never my intended target. Padma's gaze hardened as she stared Ron down. The Ravenclaw, which well remembered the taste of slugs, and what getting cursed had led to in the infirmary. Padma had no intention of giving this Weasley an easy out. What about Hermione? The girl you intended the curse to hit. Ron's temper momentarily flared, but he managed to get control of it. Why couldn't this bint just say she accepts and get this over with? I intend to apologize to Miss Granger too. She nodded at that. If Hermione accepts your apology, I will too. Neville couldn't help but prod the prat. This is your lucky day, Ron. Hermione will be coming right out that door any minute. Before Ron had time to bolt, he was suddenly faced with Crow and Granger. With retreat no longer an option, he was forced to behave like a Gryffindor. Miss Granger, I would like to apologize for firing a curse at you. Hermione didn't think this day could hold any more surprises, but had just been proved wrong. Padma's slight nod gave her the information she was looking for. She hadn't actually been hit with the curse, but at least the idiot had apologized to Padma. There was still one thing missing, though. What about Harry? Isn't he due an apology too? This was a step too far for Ron. What for? It was me who ended up in the infirmary. The growl stopped Ron's rant in its tracks. A furious Bill was standing behind Crow and Granger, glaring right at him. Ron needed no further prompting. Mr. Crow, I would like to apologize for attempting to curse you. Harry genuinely liked 3 of the Weasley brothers, and it was Hermione's birthday. Apology accepted. The 2 girls quickly followed Harry's lead as Bill handed Neville the cat basket and supplies Harry had forgotten about in his haste to leave the room. As the 4 friends made their way along the corridor, Bill dragged his youngest brother into the classroom by his new robes. I want a word with you, Ronnie. Chapter 12. There were 6 first-year Ravenclaws whose emotions were flying high as kites. Lunch sat forgotten as they described their first potions lesson in great detail, while showing anyone who was even remotely interested their new book. Since this was the Ravenclaw table, anyone who was even remotely interested meant the entire house, and they all wanted to know where they could get their hands on a potions book like that. Not quite the entire house, though. 3 first years and a Gryffindor interloper were quietly studying books of a different sort. They were drawn out of their intensive studying by a pair of voices. Quidditch through the ages? The noble sport of warlocks? He flew like a madman? Do our eyes deceive us, George? Or are these 4 swatting up for their flying lesson today? Oh, I think it's worse than that, Fred. The Order of the Avies appear to be afraid of flying. Perhaps we should have named this one penguin. What do you think, Robin? Robin was swift to kick this pair of jokers' assumptions right back at them. The only time my Gran would let me out of her sight was when I was in the greenhouses. She wouldn't even allow a broom in the manor. Hermione quickly rallied to support her friend against the red-headed dynamic duo, citing her own circumstances. I didn't know magic was real until I got my letter. How was I supposed to practice flying on a broom? Harry was right behind them in defending the group's right to be nervous. Goblins live underground. Not much scope for flying there unless you're a bat. We tend to use brooms for sweeping. An entirely different outlook on the matter was provided by Padma. I was raised with flying carpets. I imagine brooms will be sore on your bum. Given the choice, I'll take a bit of Persian rug under me any day. All eyes were now on Padma. What? It's only Europe that bans flying carpets, and the riddle of why that's the case is easily solved. It was only because the broom manufacturers pushed for it. They didn't want the competition. Before we moved to Britain, we had a much-loved carpet that we traveled around the country on. We used to have family picnics while traveling. Try doing that on a broom. This idea appealed to Hermione. I think I would like that much better than a broom. You could even fit seatbelts. Neville didn't know exactly what a seatbelt was, but grasped the general concept. I like the sound of being strapped in. It's not so much the flying that bothers me, more the falling from a great height. Wait until you see your first Quidditch match. Yeah, Fred and I are the Gryffindor beaters. Both twins were very proud of this achievement, but Miss Granger wasn't too impressed. Harry and Hermione had been sharing Quidditch through the ages, so she at least knew what a beater was. So you two beat these bludger things at other players to try and knock them off their brooms? And this is the most popular sport? Harry cut her off before she could say any more. Cultural differences, Hermione. Let's at least wait until we've seen a match before saying any more. You're right, Harry. The reasons behind why people play golf also escape me. The blank looks encouraged Hermione to explain. They use clubs to hit this little white ball into a small hole in the grass that can be a couple of 100 yards away. They waited for more before George asked the obvious. What happens after they get the ball in the hole? Oh, they pick it out and move on to the next hole. The twins' riotous laughter caught everyone's attention. Oh, Fred, they're good. Yes, oh, brother of mine. Lesser wizards would have been sucked right into their ploy, whatever it was. But not the Weasley twins. Your delivery was perfect, Hermione. A beautiful mixture of annoyed innocence. Yeah, it was just your final part that let you down. You need to invent something a bit more believable than that goof game if you really want to hook people. Apart from that, your prank was excellent. We just stepped over here to say thanks for forgiving Ron, and you try to catch us out. You guys are brilliant. The twins walked away, laughing while the rest of their house studied these people who were brave enough to take on the Weasley twins. Harry had some words of advice. Cultural differences, Hermione. And shut it, Roger. Barchoke stood to welcome the Grangers to his office. I am Barchoke, Senior Accounts Manager at Gringotts, and Harry's father. I would like to thank you both for coming here today, especially since I know you are very busy. Oh, it was no trouble. In fact, I really enjoyed the method of transport your young Mr. Weasley used to get us here. A portkey, I believe he called it. He's using something similar to take him all the way to Scotland now, to give the kids their extra defense lessons. Dan smiled and offered his hand. Hi, I'm Dan Granger, and this is my better half, Emma. Please excuse my wife. She gets rather excited by all this magic. We got a letter from Hermione this morning telling us that the kids flew on brooms yesterday. I think that's enough to get any parent excited. Barchoke shook the offered hand, before doing the same with Emma. They'd barely been in his office a minute, yet already showed more courtesy than wizards he'd been dealing with for years. Dan had a question that he wanted answered before they went any further. Can I ask if this meeting is with a senior banking official or the father of our Hermione's best friend? He was already liking these people and invited them to sit before answering. I've worked my entire life to get where I am inside Gringotts, something I'm proud of. Nothing gives me more pride and pleasure, though, than being known as Harry's father. That is who you are speaking with today. Emma was delighted with this news. I really want to thank your son for making Hermione's time at Hogwarts such a happy experience, especially his actions with those bullies. That had happened before at her primary school, and it was left to Dan and I to go down there after the event. Ma'am, I feel it is I who must thank your daughter. I watched my son grow up in a world that was not his own and worried over how Harry would adapt to Hogwarts. He has led a very lonely childhood, throwing himself into his studies to compensate for the lack of close friends. Harry and your daughter met on the Express and were like two kindred spirits. They have been inseparable since. I have had the pleasure of taking lunch in their company. In my humble opinion, they bring out the best in each other. Hearing this had Emma beaming, but Dan had his practical hat on. This was a goblin-sent opportunity to get some answers. Barchoke, I hope you don't mind me asking, but some of the things in Hermione's letters are confusing to us. The Crow/Potter dual identity is hard enough to understand. Never mind the Goblin/Wizard issue. But we don't know where to start with the whole Hogwarts champion thing. I find it hard to believe the school lets a first-year walk around with a sword, though I will be eternally grateful that they do. Barchoke offered tea, saying this could take some time. He was slowly becoming aware this couple would now play a part in Harry's life. With Harry and their daughter being practically joined at the hip, there simply was no other alternative. He told them the entire tale in chronological order, starting with a Dark Lord hearing a prophecy before trying to kill a baby. No matter how many times he told the story of Harry's relatives not wanting the boy, he was never able to fully hide his anger at the deed. The goblin was delighted to see that anger shared by these loving parents. He rounded the story off with a blow-by-blow account of the troll incident, including who had released the creature into the castle and why. The Grangers had heard most of the details from Hermione. It was just hearing how it all fitted together that knocked them back a bit. Dan was the first to recover and showed he really understood the problem. "Can I assume you know why this guy won't stay dead?" "Yes, sorry, but the method he used must remain a secret for now. You have my word, though, that we are doing everything in our power to ensure this creature will soon stay permanently dead." This talk of death sent a shiver down Emma, so she pressed ahead with what she wanted to ask from the minute she'd stepped into Barchok's office. "Please don't think me forward. You've actually met Hermione while we've only read about Harry. Do you have a picture we could see?" Asking any proud parent to see a picture of their child will always get a yes. Barchok moved behind his desk and removed a framed picture from a concealed drawer. This was taken the morning he left for Hogwarts. Emma was presented with Harry and his Mr. Darcy guise, and oh my, escaped her lips before she had time to engage her brain. Emma had no difficulty in thinking of Harry and Hermione as kindred spirits. Barchok's description of his son having no close friends and throwing himself into his studies was scarily familiar to both Grangers. Hermione had supplied some of the details of her journey to Scotland. With what she'd heard here today, Emma could now fill in the blanks. Two lonely children reaching out to each other as they shared a compartment for hours, arriving at Hogwarts as each other's first friend. Hermione had said she didn't know what made her ask Harry if he wanted to share that compartment. One glance at the picture was enough for her mother to know the answer. Her little girl was smitten. She passed the picture over to her husband. "Your son is a very handsome young man, wizard, oh goblin. I'm sorry, perhaps you can see why this is so confusing for us." Barchok actually laughed. "Ma'am, I was happy with handsome. Hermione mentioned getting out of school for a day to accompany Harry on some family event. She said we needed to sign a permission form." Opening up a folder, Barchok handed the correct form to Emma. Dan, though, had caught a glimpse of a lot more paperwork with their name on it. "Can I ask what else you have in that folder?" Barchok handed the entire folder to Dan before beginning to explain exactly why he needed that folder. "My son has many people who seem determined to play a part in his life. Your daughter has already suffered because of this, and I can only sincerely apologize. Can I assume that is why Hermione was given this bracelet she's been raving about? We thought Harry was getting her a kitten for her birthday, not both. I'll be honest with you, Barchok. While I really like the protection angle, the father in me isn't sure how to handle my 12-year-old daughter receiving jewelry even she classed as ridiculously expensive, especially from a young lad we've never met." The Kneasel kitten was indeed earmarked as Hermione's present, but seeing his best friend attacked affected Harry deeply. He wanted her protected, and knew we possessed the means to do so. Dan and Emma both expressed their agreement and gratitude at that while Barchok explained the ridiculously expensive part. "There is a phenomenon that we goblins neither understand nor can control, why wizards and even muggles will pay ludicrous amounts to own something no one else has. Take a piece of canvas, slap some paint on it, and you may end up with a nice picture. Depending who slapped that paint on, the picture might be worth hundreds, thousands, or millions. Our goldsmiths have a reputation for being the very best at what they do. Since we rarely allow our jewelry to pass out of goblin hands, the wizards will pay ludicrous amounts for it. I think I see what you are saying. Something is only worth whatever value people are prepared to pay for it." Exactly, Emma. James and Lily Potter set up a trust fund for their son attending Hogwarts. Buying that bracelet as a goblin barely put a dent in that fund. There wouldn't have been enough gold in that trust vault for a wizard to buy the same item. It was a confused Dan who asked what seemed a glaringly obvious question. With such a lucrative market, Why is there not more jewelry being sold? That would never work, due to the way we goblins are possessive about the items we make. Special permission from the director is needed before an item can pass to someone who is not a goblin. That signed permission is contained in the folder in front of you. This permission comes with some pretty restrictive conditions. The worst one being, should the person gifted the item ever decide to sell it, the giver is duty-bound to repurchase the item, almost certainly at the far higher prices those outside Gringotts would pay. Since the giver must have these funds available before permission is granted, it is perhaps understandable that this is a very rare occurrence. Dan thought he'd picked up on an inconsistency. I thought you said Harry wouldn't be able to afford that bracelet at wizard prices? He was answered by a smiling Barchoke. I said his trust fund didn't hold enough. That is a mere drop in the ocean of the Potter wealth. Oh dear, I hope all this talk of money doesn't make what we wanted to ask seem mercenary now. Hermione wrote that Harry didn't celebrate Christmas. We wanted to invite him to spend Christmas with us this year. Emma was fretting until she saw the wide grin now being displayed by the goblin. I'm sure Harry would love to spend the time with Hermione, and it fits perfectly with what I was moving on to next. One of the things I would like to see accomplished this Halloween is the warding of your home. That's what most of the parchment in that folder is concerned with. As you know, your daughter currently wears a bracelet that offers her some protection against attack. These wards will perform the same function for your house and its occupants. This had both Grangers more than a little concerned. Dan was first to voice his. Do you really think that is necessary? Are we really in danger? No one ever thinks their home will be robbed, flooded, or engulfed by flames. That doesn't mean a homeowner shouldn't take sensible precautions to prevent all of these from happening. That is all we are doing here, and you inviting Harry for Christmas allows the Potter account to pay for it. We're more than willing to pay any financial cost involved in protecting our home. The goblin politely interrupted. Sorry, Dan. For you as a non-magical to be able to afford this warding scheme, you would probably need to sell your house. By inviting Harry to stay, we can now ward your home as a goblin dwelling, drastically cutting the cost and circumventing any ministerial interference in the process. James and Lily Potter gave their lives to protect their son. They would gladly spend a bit of gold to ensure his continued safety and that of his best friend's family. Emma had noticed something and couldn't help but raise the matter. You seem to switch Harry from goblin to wizard as the situation suits, rather like having dual nationality. My son had mentioned that Hermione was very smart. It's now easy to see where that comes from. We hope Harry can benefit from this dual nationality at least until he turns 17. Then he must choose. The magical community are desperate for Harry to choose them. For the boy who lived to do otherwise would be unthinkable. We intend to exploit this desperation, to see some wrongs righted. Barchoke knew he had reached a crossroads. This was where he must decide just how much to tell these people. Desperate people can sometimes do foolish things to get what they want. As they look around for ways to influence my son's decision, sooner or later their gaze will rest upon your daughter. They may have known each other less than a month, but it is already clear to me that Miss Hermione Granger will be part of my son's life for many years to come. Having met your daughter, I can't tell you how delighted I am by that. I am assuming you will have gathered somewhat the same information from her letters home. Emma was enthusiastically adding her agreement. We had to read her first letter home several times. The handwriting was the same, but the letter appeared to have been written by a different girl. I've never known her to be so happy. It's Harry this and Harry that. She does mention other friends, Padma and Neville. I had the pleasure of lunching with all of them. The four are becoming close friends. The witches at Hogwarts have already recognized how close Harry and Hermione are, hence the bullying of your daughter. The purebloods are bound to have picked up on this already, this being the reason I want your home protected. The Grangers' blank looks led to them learning about blood status from a goblin. So, Hermione was attacked because they thought my daughter wasn't good enough for your son? Dan was understandably enraged at that. Bartok did his best to pacify the father's justifiable ire. Not by either my son or I, of that I can assure you. Hermione is the same blood status as Harry's mother, and those very same purebloods class goblins as beasts. Useful beasts to be sure, but nevertheless still mere creatures. You will find no support for this blood purity nonsense inside Gringotts. I find it a little convenient that none of this was mentioned before we signed Hermione up for Hogwarts. This comment from Dan drew an answering wry smile from Bartok, though on a goblin it could be mistaken for a grimace. The last person I heard express sentiments like those was Lily Evans, just after she had become engaged to James Potter. I think the phrase being bandied about at the time was that Lily was nothing more than an uppity mudblood trying to better herself. It saddens me to think of how much was sacrificed, yet so little actually changed. We intend to use the Ministry's desperation to implement some changes, another reason I want you and your daughter protected. He tried to pass on the gravity of the situation to the parents. Please don't mention any of this to Hermione in your letters. You will see her and Harry on Halloween, where a fuller explanation can be given to both. Harry will shortly begin using the press in an attempt to achieve our aims. Since your daughter never leaves his side, this will probably drag her into the spotlight too. The wards we wish to erect will ban entry to all wizards and witches except those specifically allowed. At the moment, that would be Hermione, Harry, and Cursebreaker Weasley. Anyone else attempting unauthorized entry will be rebuffed, and set of alarms that will see us rushing to your aid. The last thing Bartok wanted to do here was scare these people, and this was a lot for a pair of muggles to absorb in one morning. We don't need a decision on this today, and I must emphasize this is purely a precautionary measure. Wards and such are common practice around magical buildings. Gringotts is positively bristling with them. I don't expect any attack on your home, but it would seem sensible to take some precautions. We goblins spend our lives protecting precious items, but nothing is more precious to us than our children. Both Grangers shared a moment of thought before Dan answered. I really don't see how we can refuse such a generous offer, and can't wait to see the kids at Halloween. We knew it was going to be difficult being separated from Hermione, but had sorely underestimated just how much we would miss her. Only her letters, practically glowing with happiness, convinced us we have made the right decision. Emma agreed with every word her husband had just said, although she had a few questions of her own that she wanted answered. You said you think that our children would be part of each other's lives for years to come. Since they will be spending the next 7 years together at Hogwarts, I think this view is perfectly understandable. I would like to know what happens when Harry turns 17. Will his choices affect their friendships? Harry will have a massive decision to make, and, to be honest, I have no idea what he will choose. All I can do as a father is give my son a good view of all sides to help him reach whatever decision is best for him. That is one of the reasons I was delighted you invited him into your home for the holidays. I want Harry to know there is a world out there beyond Gringotts and even beyond magic. Bartok then answered Emma's main concern as honestly as he could. Young as they are, already I can't see Harry making any decision that permanently parts him from your daughter. Abandoning his best friend is something my son would never do. That's just not in his makeup. Charging through the school with his sword drawn in an attempt to keep her safe is far more in keeping with Harry's nature. Both Granger parents were pleased to hear this. Hermione's letters home had shocked them with how attached she'd become to this boy in such a short space of
time.
They were delighted with the opportunity to see their daughter at Halloween, but even more so for the early opportunity to run their eye over this best friend. This all sounds fine. I just wish there was something more we could do. We seem to be reaping all the benefits here, without contributing much at all. Bartok couldn't turn down such an opening. Funny you should say that, Dan. Something that Hermione said interested us greatly. Irja delivered a letter to Hermione on Sunday morning that had her squealing with joy. He said yes. She then practically had Harry in a headlock as her excitement saw her bouncing up and down next to him. "Guys, making a spectacle of yourselves again." "Oh, Padma," he said, "yes, this is wonderful." "We got that bit, Hermione. Now we need to know who said yes to what and why it's so bloody wonderful." When Harry said he didn't celebrate Christmas, I wrote to Mum and Dad about it. They asked his father if Harry could spend Christmas with us, and Barchoke said yes. "Do you want to spend Christmas with me, Harry?" It was only now that Hermione noticed Harry had went as stiff as a board. Her best friend then pushed away and shot out his seat. Hermione was momentarily devastated, thinking she had done something wrong. That was until she saw where he was headed. Professor Weasley had just entered with a tall battle-scarred goblin that Harry was now bowing deeply to. Hermione thought this was more like a goblin from Tolkien, as different from Barchoke or Master Pitsley to be almost another species of goblin. "Master Sharpshard, you honor me by coming here?" "That was not my intention, Crow. I am hearing disturbing reports that you're going soft. I came here today to see for myself what has become of all the training I lavished on you. Get changed." Harry bowed and raced out the door. Phileas had almost choked on his breakfast when he saw who had entered with Bill Weasley. "Albus, Minerva, whatever happens, we mustn't intervene. Master Sharpshard is the greatest practitioner with a blade I have ever seen. No student will be in any danger, and certainly not harmed." Minerva was immediately alarmed. "What do you mean, Phileas?" "Think Alastair Moody teaching defense. Master Sharpshard's methods are probably something Mad Eye would heartily endorse and quickly adopt. They may seem severe to those watching, but Harry will be used to it." "Excuse me. I'm going to tell his friends the same, though I fear I may need to place Miss Granger in a body bind." Bill hadn't a clue what was going on here. Master Sharpshard had just informed him earlier that he would be accompanying the Cursebreaker to Hogwarts today. Watching as Flitwick headed for his students, Bill decided to follow his example. "Professor Weasley, is that who taught Harry how to fight with a sword?" It was Phileas who answered. "Yes, Miss Granger, and I must ask you not to attempt to interfere. Master Sharpshard's methods may appear brutal to the uninitiated, but he really is the greatest blade in the country." He was interrupted by Hermione's scream. Harry had just ran back into the hall wearing his dragon hide tunic when the large goblin exploded into action, attacking with a huge battle axe that seemed to appear from nowhere. Harry was a blur as he dodged blow after blow, being backed into the entrance hall. That Master Sharpshard was shouting at him in English gave Harry a fair idea just what was happening here. "You had a Death Eater under your blade and let him go free? Then faced 9 enemies, and not only did you not kill any of them, you left them able to attack again. Have I been wasting my time teaching you, Crow?" Harry now had his shield on his arm and used it to deflect the attacking axe. He dodged inside to get into knife range, only to be kicked in the chest and sent flying through the doors. He landed in the entrance hall and rolled, knowing the master would be coming after him. While rolling, he abandoned his shield and sheathed his knife. He sprang to his feet with Hermione's screams ringing in his ears, but Gryffindor's sword in his hands. Loud clangs reverberated around the entrance hall as Gryffindor's sword skillfully deflected the repeated attacks from the battle axe away from Harry. Hermione was trembling, screaming and shouting at the same time, and only Professor Weasley, holding her arm, stopped the young witch foolishly rushing in regardless. Seeing Harry apparently now holding his own settled Hermione somewhat, though those around watched this deadly battle in awe. Phileas had given up the blade for a wand, but could honestly admit to himself Harry had more raw talent than he had ever possessed. Harry's dragon skin tunic allowed everyone to see his fluid body movements as he wielded Gryffindor's sword like a seamless extension of his body. The lad's developed physique was now easily explained. Swinging a blade hour after hour would certainly account for it. Harry was now engrossed in the fight, the clash of his blade deflecting the axe familiar to him from years of training. He'd never wielded a blade quite like this one, though, which gave Harry an idea. It was a risk that could cost him dear. Then again, it wasn't like he'd ever won a match against the master before. As the next opportunity presented itself, Harry didn't parry and deflect the axe blade, but let the sword made for Godric Gryffindor meet the weapon's shaft. Normally, this would send a jarring force right up his arms, but this was no ordinary sword. It cleaved clean through the shaft. Harry's follow-on attack was then blocked by a short sword that again just seemed to appear in the master's hand. I was partial to that axe, Crow. That is going to cost you. If anything, the speed of the fight increased, with Harry now swapping to a one-handed grip on the sword and drawing his knife in the other. Harry was soon covered in sweat as Master Sharpshard relentlessly probed and attacked his defenses. He could hear Hermione shouting above everyone else, which triggered something in his mind. There are no rules in a fight. As he blocked the next attack on his sword, Harry used his knife to cast a curse they'd learned out the book Padma gave Hermione for her birthday. The cutting curse was so unexpected, it glanced Master Sharpshard's cheek as he dodged a fraction too late. First blood was normally the end of the duel, but with Master Sharpshard, you just didn't know what he would do next. The large goblin actually stopped attacking. "You cut me with a spell, Crow?" Harry was panting for breath, but still kept his guard up. "You taught me to use whatever was available in a fight. That's what I had." The loud roar of laughter was completely unexpected. The short sword disappeared as quickly as it came, while the now jovial goblin punched Harry's shoulder in a very rare show of affection. "It would seem I have taught you well, though I will still be charging your father for my axe you destroyed. Phileas, good to see you again. Can I impose on you to cross swords with Crow occasionally? I would hate to see all that skill become rusty from lack of use." This change from rabid attacker to jovial loser threw everyone. Padma, though, had something to say. Or should that be scream? "Yeah, Harry, you did it." Everyone in the hall had spilled out to watch this fight. One of their own unbelievably winning resulted in loud cheering, and Hermione escaping from Bill's grasp. She hit Harry almost as hard as Sharpshard had earlier, though both her arms were wrapped tightly around him. Harry was holding her while whispering in her ear. "Cultural differences, Hermione. I was in danger of getting my arse kicked. Nothing else?" The large goblin, of course, noticed the young witch. "Can I assume you are Crow's friend?" Harry gave Hermione a reassuring squeeze as she turned to face one of his most important tutors. He was delighted to see her bow. "Well met, Master Sharpshard. I am Hermione Granger, Harry's best friend." She then held out her hand for the goblin to shake, her bracelet shining on her wrist. The large goblin bowed back before accepting her offered hand. "Well met, Miss Granger." His deep laugh once more rolled around the entrance hall. "Barchoke told me you were quite the one. Now I've seen it for myself. Moments ago, you were ready to attack me with your bare hands to protect your friend, but now you greet me with honor. Wear that bracelet with pride, Miss Granger. You have the heart of a goblin." Hermione was left wondering about that last comment as the headmaster chose this moment to make his presence known. "I really don't appreciate my school being disrupted by these shenanigans, and I don't appreciate my star student being attacked by trolls and pureblood bigots in your school. His father has a standing arrangement that this time is scheduled for extra defense lessons. You just got to witness a variation on that theme. Hogwarts students weren't used to seeing the great Albus Dumbledore spoken to like this." The scary goblin, though, wasn't finished yet. "Defense should always be varied. You never know where or when the next attack will come from. Surely, this is something you teach your students, or do you assume this variety will come from the myriad of people you seem to go through teaching the subject?" The sarcasm in Sharpshard's last remark really drove a battering ram into what passed for defense tuition in Hogwarts. Then Hermione battered down what was left of the shoddy doors. That's exactly what Professor Weasley has been teaching us in our extra defense lessons, to be alert for the unexpected. Sharpshard's voice boomed around the entrance hall. Good, then I will leave you in Cursebreaker Weasley's capable hands. Crow, you know the director is going to be insufferable now your fancy blade he had commissioned drew my blood? Until next time, student. Harry bowed deeply. Until next time, Master Sharpshard. As the goblin left, Neville approached with Harry's shield. You actually beat him, Harry? He took the shield and reduced its size, clipping the disc onto his sword scabbard. I didn't beat him, Neville. No one beats Master Sharpshard. I got lucky and surprised him. He could have taken me at least a dozen times before then. It's called training for a reason. I wouldn't learn anything if he continually beat me in under a minute. It looked brutal, Harry. I was terrified for you. Harry could still see the fear in Hermione's eyes. The first few times we fought, I was terrified too, Hermione. Now it's just like our defense lessons. Cursebreaker Weasley attacks us, so we can practice our dodging and shields. Padma was half carrying / half dragging the battle axe by its drastically shortened shaft over to the group. If Professor Weasley ever attacks us with something like this, I'm quitting, guys. Thanks, Padma. I'll be hanging that on my wall. Thanks also for that book you gave Hermione. It was really helpful. Padma was tempted to tease which of the books he was talking about, but Hermione already had a tough morning, and that was her not noticing the number of witches who were eyeing up Harry. That she was still shaking inside just confirmed to Hermione she hadn't fully recovered from the shock of watching Harry fight. She actually thought her best friend was going to be killed this morning. That was obviously some goblin thing, Harry, but I failed to see the point. Harry smiled at his best friend, this time knowing exactly how to cheer her up. Master Sharpshard was just reminding me and everyone else that I am a goblin warrior. Padma had already resisted one teasing opportunity. This couldn't be passed up. She butted in before he could finish. Next time we could do without the theatrics and that outfit. Let's get a class. The sight of my sister and Lavender drooling over Harry is making me queasy. Anyone would think they'd never seen a gorgeous guy in a sexy dragon skin tunic before. Harry was blushing while Hermione appeared outraged before Padma began laughing. Oh, you guys are just too easy to tease. Seriously, though, some of these witches are beginning to creep me out. If a wizard ever stared at me like that, I'd want Harry and Neville to kick their arse for me. No problem, Padma. Harry wanted to get out of there and offered Hermione his arm. He then proceeded to make up for this morning by saying what he'd originally intended to before Padma had interrupted. Hermione, I would love to spend Christmas with you. Oh, Harry, it will be wonderful. Padma, Neville, you are both invited as well. Neville was delighted to be included, but had family things that needed doing then. He told Hermione that before politely declining. Padma would need to write home before she could answer. She loved her sister dearly, but the thought of 2 weeks listening to her prattle on about boys, fashion, boys and more boys was not appealing. That Harry was going to be one of the boys repeatedly mentioned was a certainty. She knew what the agenda was for most pure-blood witches who attended Hogwarts. Meet their future husband, be at least engaged by the time they left school with marriage, and their first child born preferably before turning 20. To wait any longer ran the risk of your family arranging a husband for you. Padma thought that agenda was fine, provided you met someone you wanted to spend the rest of your life with. She wanted more from her Hogwarts experience, and spending a holiday in a Muggle house would certainly be an experience. She would need to have a girls' talk with Hermione and explain why all the jealous looks were being focused in her direction. She may be Muggle-born, but Hermione was already in a position most of the pure-blood witches would sell their soul for. Having gotten to know Harry, Padma already knew he would be considered a prize for any young witch. add in all the other stuff, and then pile his wealth on top. Well, she didn't think the other witches were going to be discouraged for long. She suspected their methods would be different though, unless they were really stupid. Bill watched his students heading off to class, but wanted a quick word with his youngest brother first. Well, Ronnie, still think he's nothing special? Ron had his eyes well and truly opened. They had almost popped out watching that fight. The Patil girl could hardly lift that axe. It would have cut him in half if it had connected. That goblin wasn't holding anything back either. That's right, Ronnie, yet he beat the goblin warrior that attacked him. What chance do you think you would have had in a fight like that? Perhaps now you'll stop being such a little prick and leave well enough alone. At that, Percy appeared at his elbow. I've got this time set aside for Ron to do his homework. I'll take it from here, Bill. The curse breaker left Percy in charge while he went to deal with his own students. Like everyone else, he'd been impressed with the fight. His brother Charlie had the quickest reflexes of anyone Bill had ever seen until today. The look of concentration on the lad's face as he fought was also something to behold. Anyone letting Harry close enough to use a blade was going to lose, even Voldemort. Dumbledore was also astonished at Harry's reactions and speed of thought. Likewise, he thought Phileas was strikingly accurate in equating the goblin fencing tutor to his old friend Alastor. Their teaching methods were remarkably similar. Like the rest of Hogwarts, he also didn't miss the going soft reference. After that display, Harry's enemies would not be meeting him head-on for the foreseeable future. Albus expected a few months of quiet now, while the plotters evaluated the situation before making their next move. This situation presented Albus with something of a dilemma. He wanted to wrestle control of the boy away from the goblins, but he also knew Voldemort had to be defeated. He needed a way to accomplish his first aim, without in any way endangering Harry's chances of successfully completing the second. He was tempted to leave things as they were, but knew he couldn't. Master Sharpshard had berated his student for showing a modicum of forgiveness, and there lay Albus' problem. A victorious Harry would have the wizarding community worshipping at his feet and rushing to fulfill his every wish. Without forgiveness in the boy's heart, their society could be changed beyond all recognition. He needed information on exactly what the goblins were up to, and had just watched his unknowing source walk away to teach young Harry and his 3 friends. William Weasley would need to understand the harm that could be done here, and pressured into recognizing where his loyalties really lay. With a delicate situation like this, it was all about using the right lever, and there was no bigger lever to use against someone than his or her own family. He was sure it wouldn't take long for a conversation with William's mother to gravitate to Molly telling Albus how pleased she was to have her eldest son back home. That would be his opening to express his regret that William refused to cooperate with him, and that how his time working for the goblins had really changed the former Hogwarts head boy. Molly hated the very thought of any of her children changing, especially if that influence of change wasn't exactly human. She would be on her son's case the entire time he was at the Burrow, and Albus would intensify his efforts while William's duties brought him to Hogwarts. This twin attack should soon expose a crack in his armor. That was all Albus needed to exploit the situation. One bit of information would soon lead to another, and then he would have the young man. He would become his spy inside Gringotts, providing information that would help Albus plot the course of magical Britain's future, for the greater good, of course. Lucius was trying to plot his future, and having very limited success, he was not looking forward to his master's eventual return. The head of the Malfoy family understood that his usefulness as a Death Eater lay in his fortune and influence. With neither, he would be severely limited in how he could assist his master's plans. Lucius had witnessed firsthand what happened to Death Eaters in that position, and it was anything but pretty. Lucius was contemplating his next move as he sat staring at a little black diary. With the goblins blocking Narcissa from accessing the Lestrange or Black Vaults, this diary was the only card he had left to play. As with any Triumph card, it was all about how and when it was played. His craving for revenge on Crow was tempered by the fact that the Hogwarts champion would be helpless against this. Like a fine wine, Lucius' revenge just got better the longer he left it to age. If this was played right, it had the power to see Crow's dead body carried from Hogwarts, with Dumbledore sacked and Fudge forced out of office as the public demanded scapegoats. Lucius was a patient man, and his need for revenge now wouldn't settle for anything less than a triple takedown. He could afford to be patient. Patience was about all he could now afford, and it wasn't like he had anything else to do. Chapter 13. Hogwarts did indeed settle down to its new normal over the following weeks. Thanks to the warning from Padma, Hermione was more aware of what was happening around her, or should that be Harry, regarding the behavior of the Hogwarts witches. Ravenclaw House were adapting well to what was happening within its own blue and bronze walls. Morag, Mandy, and Lisa were all friendly with the trio, sharing Harry's defense and now potions classes too certainly helped. Cho was continually making eyes at Harry and finding any excuse to talk to him. In these situations, Harry was polite, but nothing more. The older Ravenclaw girls, apart from Penny, were staying clear, Chambers' example perhaps playing on their mind. The other first-year witches were all on good terms with the friends too, with only the two Gryffindors continually pushing the boundaries. Parvati and Lavender had approached as they walked to class, chatting to Harry a mile a minute. It was when Lavender decided to move things along by latching onto Harry's other arm that she was politely but instantly and firmly rebuffed. Miss Brown, never take a sword wielder's right arm unless it is specifically offered to you. In my culture, this can be considered an attack, as you are hampering my ability to draw my weapon. Lavender released Harry's arm as if it was red hot and had just burned her fingers. No one wanted Harry to even think they were attacking him. They had now all seen what he could do with the blade. He nodded before continuing. You were not aware of the situation, so nothing further needs to be said. Both Gryffindor girls had given him a wide berth after that. When some of the older girls from the other houses approached, Hermione hoped it wasn't wishful thinking on her part, but Harry appeared to use her as a shield. This was a function she was more than happy to provide. These witches may have had a specific agenda at Hogwarts, but so did Harry. His agenda, though, had far more reaching consequences than simply finding someone to marry. Hermione was reminded of this as they were leaving their normal Monday defense class. Professor Weasley had a short message for him. Harry, your father says it's time. He assured me you would know what that means. His grin was feral, setting Hermione's danger alarm off. Harry, please tell me you are not going to go all goblin warrior on us? Hermione, I am a goblin warrior. Okay, bad choice of words. What I really meant to ask was if you were going to be rushing into danger with a blade in each hand. He could see she was merely worried for his safety, so attempted to put her mind at rest. Hermione, I have been tasked with ending a great wrong, and that's all I can say about the matter until it happens. What I will say is that I shouldn't need either of my blades to defend myself. There will be no danger at all. After the Lucius Malfoy incident, Hermione had accepted that Harry was at Hogwarts for a purpose other than just receiving a magical education. Here was obviously the next phase of that purpose. That he couldn't tell her any more was fine. That he wouldn't be in any danger was all she really needed to know. At least this time, she had 6 weeks of magical training under her belt, and a few curses up her sleeve. Hermione believed Harry when he said it wouldn't be dangerous, but it was always better to be prepared. She had also been preparing by reading the book Neville gave her from cover to cover. Hermione thought a lot of the behavior and customs could at best be described as quaint, but it at least explained Harry's old-world behavior. He'd obviously read something similar before attending Hogwarts and thought things like offering a young lady your arm or kissing the backs of their hands was the way wizards behaved normally. Purely by observation, Hermione could tell that this behavior was no longer commonplace amongst the magical fraternity. Perhaps it was now only used at the most formal of occasions or functions, but the young witch wasn't too bothered about that. Since she was currently on Harry's arm, and it was her hand being kissed, it would be a cold day in hell before Hermione as much as raised the subject with her best friend. Hermione could only hope Harry had reached the same conclusion, but enjoyed having her on his arm too much to stop. Her latest mini faux pas against goblin culture set her mind racing. She didn't rush to the library, because Hermione was sure the best source of the information she required was currently walking right beside her. "Harry, I've read that book Neville gave me on ancient and noble houses. It was very insightful, a brilliant source of information for someone like me with no magical background. I was wondering if there was a book like that on goblin culture. I could see if it was in the library or order it from the bookstore." Harry had actually stopped walking as Hermione's question set him thinking. The short answer is no, there are no books. I think the reason for that is probably because no one has ever been interested before. Okay, confused again. How could no one be interested? The goblins store and control the magical community's wealth, yet no one knows anything about them. That's just nuts. It was a chuckling Harry that started them off down the corridor again as he answered his best friend. "You'll get no objection from me on that. I think the reason there may be no books is that they really need to be written by an outsider observing a culture that's different to their own. Goblins tend not to let strangers get too close." He could see Hermione struggling with that concept, so tried to give her an example. "We could ask Padma to tell us about her years in India, and she could talk for hours. That doesn't mean she would mention riding a flying carpet, because to her that would just be normal behavior and not worth talking about." I see what you mean now. You need someone from another culture to observe what is different, and also what is the same. Exactly. Goblins always hold their beheading muggle parties on the last Friday of every month. Who knows when wizards have theirs? Harry Crow, don't you dare. I get more than enough teasing from Padma without you starting too. Why, Miss Granger, is that any way to talk to your only source on all things goblin? Hermione let out a groan. I was going to say I could check with Master Pitsley, but I can just see you both setting me up for a fall. Just remember, Crow, you're staying with me for the Christmas holidays. I'm your only source for all things muggle, and payback can be a bitch. She tried to be stern, but couldn't quite manage it. Both of them ended up laughing as they made their way back to the Ravenclaw common room. In the Gryffindor common room, Neville was trying to prepare for this week's potions lesson. Ron was bored, though, and kept pestering him to play wizard chess. Go and ask Seamus, I'm busy, Ron. Dean's telling him all about that football game again. Did you know they played it on the ground? 22 players and only one ball. Bloody mental, if you ask me. Ron, I didn't ask you. I am actually trying to get some work done here. When he took the time to actually look at what Neville was doing, Ron got the distinct impression he was being conned. That's potions. You said this goblin creature never gave out homework. It wasn't a question, more like an accusation. Master Pitsley doesn't have us writing essays. He just expects us to know everything about the potion we will be brewing before we step into his class. Ron still thought this was merely a manufactured excuse to dump him. It's only Monday. You don't have potions until Friday. You'll have forgotten it all by then. No, I won't, because I'll be going over my notes every night until Friday. Bloody hell, I tried to warn you. See what happens when you hang out with Ravenclaws. Us Gryffindors have got to stick together. If sticking together means taking potion lessons from Snape, then you can forget it. Where is your house loyalty? Abandoning your housemates and siding with Ravenclaws, you're a disgrace to Gryffindor Longbottom.
Neville was on his feet at that.
You're a fine one to call me a disgrace. You fired a curse at a girl. Real brave Gryffindor. Didn't even have the courage to apologize. I bloody did. You were there. Anyone can say the words Ron. We all knew you didn't mean any of it. Harry just didn't want to get into an argument with you and spoil Hermione's birthday. You call me a disgrace to Gryffindor, yet I'm in a class with 9 Ravenclaws. I'm ahead of 6 and keeping up with another 2. I would say I was doing my house proud. What have you got to show for your time at Hogwarts? Detentions, lost points, a suspension, and now on probation. Way to go, Ronny boy. Ron's complexion was turning deeper and deeper shades of red, but Neville just faced him down. You've tried to curse 2 of my friends, and actually managed to hit the other one by accident. Draw your wand on me, Ron, and you'll get to see just what your eldest brother teaches us every weekend. Their confrontation had gotten louder and louder, gathering a rather large crowd. 2 of the crowd suddenly had an arm each as Ron's feet left the floor. The twins whisked him away up the stairs. Neville sat back down and continued his work until Parvati spoke to him. Neville, 6 and 2 only make 8. You said there were 9 Ravenclaws in that class. But when it comes to potions, Harry is in a class of his own. Even the twins couldn't brew a potion that would be undetectable by Snape. As he worked studiously, Neville was unaware of the changes taking place around him. Most of the house just had their opinion of the shy, quiet boy drastically altered. Especially 2 first-year witches who were having no success with their repeated attempts to get near Harry Crow. Neville Longbottom might just turn out to be a rather fine replacement. Bill also had a Weasley harping on at him while he attempted to accomplish a task. He should have known better. A quiet meal at the Burrow was as good a definition of a misnomer that Bill could think of. But he's Albus Dumbledore. Surely there must be some way to bypass those secrecy terms to help. He put down his knife and fork. Bill had had more than enough, both of dinner and his mother's nagging. It was time for a few home truths. Would you be so insistent if it was Lucius Malfoy who wanted information? Don't be ridiculous. He's a Death Eater who used his money to avoid Askaban. Yet to a goblin, both are classed the same. Dumbledore has been barred from Gringotts for a decade. That was over a misunderstanding. Bill finally lost it at his mother. If that's the story he's putting about, then it makes him a liar too. I'll tell you about your great Albus Dumbledore. He left an orphan child on a Muggle doorstep, a child who had been hit with the killing curse by Voldemort. He didn't know if the yelp from his mother was because the dreaded name was spoken aloud, or that it was one of her children saying it. Bill pressed on regardless. That child was sporting a scar on his head, no healer, no treatment, just dumped. On a doorstep with a letter attached. Now here is where his stupid scheme started to fall apart. The Muggles didn't want a magical child in their home, so took Harry to Gringotts and deposited the toddler, who saved us all there. Molly had tears in her eyes as she shook her head. It can't be true. Harry's father still has the letter in Dumbledore's handwriting. McGonagall and Hagrid were present that night too. Hagrid keeps attempting to talk to Harry at Hogwarts, but the boy wants nothing to do with him. He knows Hagrid is Dumbledore's man, and anything he said would make its way straight back to the old fool. This was still a step too far for Molly. Albus Dumbledore is no fool. I will not have that said in this house. Do you know how that troll got into Hogwarts? Dumbledore is desperately trying to keep it secret, but Madame Bones wants him up on charges for his part in the fiasco. Voldemort is not dead. This time, he was sure what had caused his mother to scream. You're lying, Harry Potter killed him. Everyone knows that. Yes, but what everyone doesn't know is that he's trying to come back. Why do you think I returned from Egypt and took this job? Voldemort is not dead, and we know he's going after Harry. Dumbledore knew this and didn't tell anyone, especially Harry. Instead, Dumbledore set a trap inside a bloody school. I have 4 younger brothers currently in that castle, and that old bastard is playing with their lives. Voldemort possessed a teacher and was actually inside Hogwarts. That's who let the troll in. Bill hadn't realized he'd been shouting, but it looked as if he'd finally gotten through to his mother. Unfortunately, it also looked like he'd terrified Ginny. She was curled on his father's lap and crying. The goblins are doing everything in their power to help that young man. I have no idea what Dumbledore is up to. As a Weasley, my position on this matter should be crystal clear, against the dark and for the light. My champion, though, is not some old wizard who likes to play games, but a young man who defeated Voldemort once before. I am on the side of the goblins because they are backing Harry to the hilt, as am I. Arthur was trying to soothe his daughter, but really needed to know something. How much of this is known within the Ministries? Fudge and Bones were there the day Harry laid most of the Voldemort stuff out. That was also the day he took down Lucius Malfoy. The details of what Dumbledore did to Harry I got from his father. Dumbledore is the head of the Wisengamot, yet it took one of my students to do what should have been done years ago. With Gringotts backing Harry's actions, Malfoy has legally been stripped of his wealth, and with it most of his power too. Events at the Ministry began to fall into place for Arthur. I wondered why there was a sudden recruitment drive in the Auror department. We were left wondering if Amelia had finally gotten something on Fudge. That was probably her payoff for Malfoy not standing public trial. The minister would be too afraid of just what Lucius might reveal under Veritaserum. Molly's mind, though, was stuck on one single fact, a single fact that would change her outlook forever. You know who was near 4 of my babies, and Albus Bloody Dumbledore never even mentioned it. Bill knew what his mother's next action would be, and tried to head it off. Mum, don't mention we had an argument over this. By all means say you've heard a certain rumor, just not where you heard it. It might be fun to hear what excuse he comes up with. I trust Dumbledore about as far as I could throw Hagrid. Arthur was busy trying to comfort his daughter. It's okay, Ginny. Your brothers will be safe inside Hogwarts. What about my Harry? Bill said the bad wizard was coming back for him. Bill couldn't let that go. I thought we talked about this, Ginny. He's not your Harry. You've never even met him. Bill, it's just a harmless infatuation. No, Dad, it's not healthy and should have been discouraged years ago. The last thing I want to see is Ginny getting hurt. But that's exactly what's going to happen if she doesn't stop this now. How do you think Ginny's going to react when she discovers this whole boy-who-lived fantasy she's constructed is just that, a fantasy? He absolutely hated to see his sister cry, but this needed to be said. Ginny's fantasy will inevitably come crashing down around her ears. Harry doesn't even know she exists and already has his own set of close friends. At this point, she will be heartbroken and 600 miles from home. The twins and Percy are barely coping with Ron's problems. Do you honestly think they will be able to handle something like this? How do you know Harry won't like me? You can't possibly know that. He tried to phrase his answer in a way that would be as gentle as possible for his sister to take, yet at the same time get his point across. Harry Crow is a very serious young lad. Only the fact that he's in first year gives his age away. If you didn't know that, you would swear he was older. His friends are also really serious about their studies and being his friend. Every weekend, I think I've pushed them too hard, yet the following week they're back and eager for more. They are rattling through the defense course, doing the same with potions and near the top of all their other classes. I have no idea what level they'll be at by the time they're ready to start second year. Bill could see this was not well received, and knew the next bit would be even less so. We already have one Weasley at Hogwarts disgracing himself due mainly to his immaturity. We really don't need a Weasley fangirl following Harry around like a little lost puppy. The fantasy needs to stop here before Ginny gets really hurt. I'm not saying she'll never be friends with Harry. I'll even introduce her. But this fantasizing over a boy she's never seen, never mind met, is not going to end well. Ginny focused only on one part of what her brother said. You would introduce me to Harry? Bill was torn. He wanted his sister to put this behind her, but Ginny clearly hadn't. Introducing her to Harry might just be the shock Ginny needed to get over this infatuation, especially if Harry had a certain young witch on his arm. I'll introduce you to Harry when he gets off the express for the holidays. He could see her eyes practically sparkling at that, but had to give a warning. Harry's going to be spending Christmas with his best friend. Hermione asked both him and Padma to spend the holidays at her house. It looked as if Ginny had been told she'd won the Prophet Grand Draw, only then to be informed there was a mistake. His best friend? Isn't that the girl Ron mentioned as his girlfriend? Hermione Granger currently wears a goblin-made gold bracelet that's inscribed Harry, Hermione, best friends forever. Harry gave it to Hermione for her 12th birthday. Bill felt as though he was having to be cruel to be kind with Ginny. He'd watched as witches older and far more developed, both emotionally and physically, than Ginny had been rebuffed by his student. They were mostly mature enough to accept the knockback. Ginny wasn't. He watched as his sister made an excuse before heading up to her room. Arthur waited until she had left before confronting his eldest. Was that really necessary? Yes, Dad, it was. You've been filling Ginny's head with this boy who lived nonsense for years. It's only a children's storybook. To us, yes, but Ginny believes every word of it. Why shouldn't she, her father, read it to her? The difference between this and Babbity Rabbity is that little girls don't grow up thinking they're destined to marry the hero and live happily ever after, and then have to go to school with the hero. She's only 10. Ginny isn't thinking anything of the sort. Bill knew Ginny was his father's favorite. The entire family knew it, but he still saw his daughter as much younger than she actually was. It would be a big wrench when Ginny left for Hogwarts next September. Dad, I found Ginny on her bed crying her eyes out, clutching that bloody book. Do you know why? Ron told her Harry already had a girlfriend. It's one thing to daydream on what you'd like to happen in life. Ginny is struggling to tell her fantasy from real life. I've been trying to convince her he's nothing like the book, but now she seems ready to fixate on Harry Crow. Maybe seeing him in real life will shock her out of this. If not, we've still got the next 8 months to think of something. Molly was shaking her head. I always thought the twins were our biggest problem. Now I'm not so sure. Ron's in far more serious trouble than they've ever been, and Ginny seems set to bring us a whole new set of problems. Where did we go wrong with those two? Bill had some words of comfort for his parents. Neither Ron nor Ginny are bad kids. Both just need time to grow up. It will be keeping them in Hogwarts while they do their growing that might be the problem. As the first years were leaving Charms class next day, Parvati thought she would make her move before Lavender got in there first. Harry and Hermione were in front, with Neville and her sister just behind them. There wouldn't be a better opportunity. Why, Mr. Longbottom? I thought you were a gentleman. Your friend there, Mr. Crow, is showing the way, so why don't you have a young lady on your arm? Neville noticed rather a lot of people were now looking at him. This Neville, though, had good friends who gave him the confidence to do what he needed to. You are correct. I apologize for my oversight. Miss Patil, would you do me the honors? Parvati was overjoyed her ploy had worked. That was until she saw Neville offering his arm to her sister. Why, Mr. Longbottom, I would be delighted. Padma was walking away on Neville's arm, but she still took time to turn her head round and wink at her twin. Thanks for that, Padma. Your sister and her friend are a little too clingy for me. Oh, no problem, Neville. I'll guard your body anytime you like. This is wonderful material for teasing. Do you think it would be too cruel to thank Parvati? I was working along the lines of her remark bringing us together. If she hadn't said anything, who knows how long it would have taken for you to ask me out? She couldn't hold her laughter as Neville's jaw dropped lower and lower. This is just too good. The same lines should work just as well on Pav too. I'll take your arm anytime you want, Neville. As your friend. After the panic had passed, Neville found it was quite nice to be teased by a friend. Do you want to sit with me at the Gryffindor table? I think we could have your sister and Lavender Green with Envy by the end of lunch. Neville, that's a brilliant idea, providing I don't need to sit where I can see Ron eat. Padma rested her head on his shoulder as they walked arm in arm to the Great Hall. Both were struggling to contain their giggles at the reaction this got from other students. Hermione noticed exactly what was happening with her friends. She barely managed to smile, though. All her concentration was on her best friend. It's going to be soon, isn't it? Goblins are masters of hiding their emotions, impossible to read. Sometimes it scares me just how well you can tell practically what I'm thinking. Remember, no one will be in any danger. Now let's both go and attempt to eat some lunch. Hermione didn't have too long to wait. The hammer fell their very next class. Professor Binns was droning on as usual, and as usual half the class were struggling to stay awake. That all changed when Harry Crow stood. This could be history in the making. Harry waited until the professor noticed him standing there. As Hogwarts champion, I can no longer permit you to continue inflicting this torture and lies onto students. As a goblin, you disgust me almost as much as that butcher you called grandfather. How dare you sully my grandfather's good name? He died a hero, fighting in the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Bloody Binns and his band of cutthroats were responsible for starting what you refer to as the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. They didn't die heroes. They were tried, convicted of their many crimes, and sentenced to goblin justice. Binns was putting more emotion into this argument than anyone had ever seen him use during teaching. No one would be falling asleep in this class. By what rights do goblins try wizards? They should have handed them over to the ministry, where they could have received a fair trial, where they could have been released by wizards who thought the same as them, that murdering goblins was not a crime. They expected to be released and boasted of their atrocities. All thought the purity of their blood protected them. Guess what, Professor? Dragons don't give a shit how pure someone's blood is. They just chew you up. If a ghost could appear shocked, Binns managed it. Their bodies were fed to dragons. No, they were thrown still alive into the dragon pens. They screamed for mercy, but received the same they had shown us. None whatsoever. You lying goblin bastard. Binns literally flew at Harry, but not having a body rendered his attack harmless. The rest of the class were shocked, both at Binns' actions and Harry's description of what the goblins did to their prisoners. Only Hermione was brave enough to ask a question. Harry, do goblins really throw people in with dragons? Only for the very worst atrocities, Hermione, and only after a fair trial has found them guilty. Just about every culture has, or had some form of death penalty. None were ever pleasant. From being burned at the stake to beheading, hanging to having your soul sucked out your body by one of the foulest creatures on the planet. That last one is currently Wizarding Britain's answer to the problem. What did they do, Harry? This was something Binns had never experienced in all his years of teaching. He wasn't sure how to handle the situation, but tried to reassert his classroom authority. They didn't do anything but were killed by vicious goblin raiders. My father told me this story since I was a little boy. I grew up with this. You think I don't know what happened? Harry remained very calm as he answered Binns. There was no point in losing your temper to a ghost. If that is your only source of information, then yes. We live in a community where no one ever checks information. It said so in the prophet, so it must be true, is not an acceptable method to prove the truth. I'll tell you what really happened. Binns was incensed at this. You'll sit back down and shut up, boy. There will be no goblin propaganda spouted in this class. You are right about one thing, Professor. There should be no propaganda here. This is a history class, yet you have used your position to preach anti-goblin propaganda for almost 3 centuries, installing fear, mistrust, and even hatred against us into children placed in your care. That all stops today. I intend to tell everyone the goblin version of events and let them make up their own minds to who's telling the truth. 50 points from Ravenclaw, and it will soon be 100 if you don't sit down at once. The truth is far more important than any number of house points. It's time for some real history to be told in this class. You see, goblins didn't always live only under Gringotts. They were forced to live there by treaty. It's all covered in OWLs. It may be covered, but it's all lies. Lies that have slowly become what is now regarded as fact. This happened because a certain professor has deliberately fed the same lies to everyone who has passed through Hogwarts for the last 280 years, man and ghost. Do you know British OWL and new passes in history aren't recognized outside this country? The rest of the world realizes what he teaches is wrong, biased, and disproportionate. It's one supposed goblin rebellion after another supposed goblin rebellion. The entire course has become a joke, but still nothing is done about it. It was a shocked Terry Boot who asked the question that they were all struggling with. Why would they teach us something they know is wrong? You're forgetting, Terry. The people in power were all taught the same shit we are being fed by the same professor. Even the author of our textbook, Bathilda Bagshot, was taught her history classes by Binns. She apprenticed under him. Is it any wonder her writings match Binns' accounts of things? In this country, she's hailed as a great historian. Outside Britain, she's ignored and even thought a touch mad. Is that what you were trying to do here, boy? Tear down reputations people have spent decades building? It's better than tearing down dwellings, just because the occupants are goblins. That's what bloody Binns did, male, female, child. It didn't matter to them as they slaughtered every goblin they could find. They didn't want goblins living amongst what they called good wizards, so they systematically set about slaughtering those who dared pollute what the purebloods considered theirs by birth. Harry was trying to keep himself calm and let the facts speak for themselves as he'd been taught. It was proving difficult, though. The Ministry was turning a blind eye to what was happening. After all, it was only goblins who were being slaughtered, and they didn't count. When the goblins caught the wizards in the act, they demanded to be handed over to the Ministry. They were standing there splattered with goblin blood and expected to be released. They were tried like the crazed animals they were and executed. The class were hanging on Harry's every word and ignoring the continual docking of points from Binns. The Ministry had to take action. There were now purebloods dead. As usual, the Ministry decided to pass laws to get what they wanted. The Ministry attempted to claim jurisdiction over the goblins, basically meaning we had to do what they said. No goblin was going to stand for that, and so we have the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. There were casualties on both sides as the Ministry attempted to impose their new laws before common sense prevailed. Your precious goblins were defeated and slunk back to their holes in the ground. That's where the filthy animals belong, not staying amongst decent magical people. Harry ignored the ghostly spittle that Binns was spraying him with as the professor screamed at him. Mere inches away from his face, Harry had to finish the task he'd trained for. The Ministry were forced to concede that the goblins were their own masters, and that Gringotts was sovereign territory. This didn't stop them passing anti-goblin laws that prevented us buying land or housing anywhere near a wizard dwelling. To some, this didn't go far enough. Of course it didn't go far enough. My grandfather was only one of many the bastards murdered. The entire species should have been wiped out. Harry had just about enough of this ghost. It had been pure torture having to sit in this class, knowing what he did. The reason Professor Binns here never took up his wand and avenged his beloved grandfather was that he didn't have one, a wand that is. You see, our professor here was a squib. Now I personally don't have a problem with that, but our ghostly professor did. He grew into a bitter and twisted man, much like a certain caretaker we all know. His only purpose left in life was revenge. Revenge against the race of creatures he wanted to see exterminated. Typical goblin. Honeyed words to your face while they stab you in the back. Not content with murder, you robbed the Binns family blind. We lost everything. Yes, the Binns family lost their home, land and gold, but not to the goblins. Your father was barred from Gringotts for an incident that he was lucky to escape with his life, leaving you to inherit the family fortune when you came of age. I never received a canute. You goblin bastards stole everything. We took only the agreed vault rental, until the vault was closed by the ministry. It was the purebloods of the Wisengamot who passed the law that squibs couldn't inherit pureblood fortunes. They also sneaked a clause into the agreement of 1612 where, after a century, those unclaimable vaults passed to the ministry, since they were effectively robbing their own. We goblins took the view this was none of our business. This was information Draco had a vested interest in. Are you saying the ministry claimed the Binns family vaults? Vault, land, home, and all family possessions. Everything was sold to swell the ministry's coffers. When his father died, the professor here was forced to seek a job in Hogwarts as he couldn't even access the home he'd been raised in. He died just before the century was up, so at least didn't see the ministry take everything, but he refused to cross over because he had unfinished business. Yes, I have unfinished business, to ensure wizards are never taken in by you thieving, lying, murdering goblin bastards ever again. Phileas had been alerted that something was wrong when the Ravenclaw points counter began spiraling downwards. He could only think of one person capable of wiping out the entire total of accumulated points in a single period. The Ravenclaw head of house entered the history classroom and witnessed a ghostly professor screaming in a most unprofessional manner at one of his students. Seeing Harry was unfazed and in no danger, Phileas decided to just observe for now. Even in death, he wouldn't give up his life's work. Ensuring relationships between goblins and wizards never progressed beyond where they are today, strained at best. By teaching lies to generations of children, wizards and witches are taught that goblins are to be feared and detested, never trusted. I'll bet every witch and wizard in this room, apart from the Muggle-born, have been taught only one thing about us from their parents: never mess with a goblin. Binns was still shouting, though had given up all pretense of justifying his behavior as anything but revenge. You ruined my life, and I won't rest until I have my vengeance. I'll cross over when every last goblin in the country has been slain. Knowing I played a small part in that will be enough for me. When you cross over is nothing to do with me, I cannot allow you to remain in the castle. The ghostly professor actually laughed at this. What are you going to do, goblin lover? Hold an exorcism? You don't have the power to force me out the castle. I was here long before you were born, and still be here after the Dark Lord kills you. He has also promised to wipe your kind out. That was why I helped him so much when he was a student here. This revelation drew gasps of astonishment from the entire class. That revelation was unexpected, but Harry knew he had been now, condemned by his own words. I can't, but others can. Have you heard enough? The 4 house ghosts passed into the room. All appeared grave. Helena spoke for all of them. Yes, young champion, we have. There was then a loud clang last heard at the sorting. The Bloody Baron took over. Hogwarts has spoken. She provided shelter and allowed you to continue with your passion to teach, only for you to betray her in the worst possible way. The Fat Friar was next. Systematically lying to her children to further your own aims is despicable. You are no longer welcome within these walls. Sir Nicholas then demonstrated the heads were united in this. You can cross over or be banished from the castle. Those are your only choices. The ghostly professor wasn't given any time to make a decision. Hogwarts had already made her mind up. Another loud clang, and it seemed as if invisible hands were dragging a screaming Binns through the castle walls. The headmaster came rushing into the class, having heard Hogwarts speak, and instantly come to the same conclusion as Phileas as to who would most likely be responsible. He burst through the classroom door, just in time to see a Hogwarts professor forcibly ejected from the castle. His gaze also focused on the only student who was standing. Mr. Crow, I want some answers, and I want them right now. Chapter 14. Mr. Crow, I want some answers, and I want them right now. Harry didn't get time to answer the headmaster as, in a manner scarily reminiscent of Professor McGonagall, Ravenclaw's Morag McDougal displayed her fiery Scottish temper for all to see. The angry Ravenclaw jumped in with both feet and asked Dumbledore a couple of questions she thought should be answered first. Headmaster, as well as being Chief Warlock of Britain, you are also Supreme Mugwump of the ICW. How could you not know the history qualifications at Hogwarts were laughed at in the rest of the world? I think you should tell us why you let this continue. Dumbledore was so shocked that a first year would actually question him. He didn't know what to say. Where was the reverence that students would normally show him? The reverence Albus was certain he deserved. Harry actually supplied the answer before Dumbledore could speak. Oldest reason in the world: Morag economics. Hogwarts has 7 core subjects, and for the last 200 years, one of them has been taught for free. Binns is widely acknowledged as a crap teacher, but he was cheap. You don't have to pay a ghost. Binns used this fact to his advantage, while continuing to spread his own brand of poison. Albus eventually got his question answered. It was supplied by Helena. Hogwarts requires a new history professor. Binns was using his position to spread misinformation and further his own personal vendetta against the Goblin Nation. While we are willing to admit this was a problem you inherited, your inactions on this matter since becoming headmaster do not please us. We have lived in this castle for many centuries and have become detached from the outside world. We rely on each headmaster to keep Hogwarts on the correct path. A path that sees her graduating students sought after the world over, not laughed at. Harry bowed deeply to Helena. My lady, with Hogwarts' permission, we goblins have the solution in hand. Albus didn't like the sound of this so-called solution one bit. And what will this solution consist of, Mr. Crow? Are there going to be lessons on how to hug a goblins? I don't think so, headmaster. Though Hermione and Padma could probably teach that course if you really think it's necessary. Neville's uncontrollable laughter set the rest of the class off as Harry turned and winked at his 2 mortified friends. Phileas managed to hide his amusement and ask Harry the question he was certain the lad wanted to answer. I'm sure it's just a particular goblin Miss Granger and Miss Patil want a hug, just as I'm sure Mr. Crow's plans are a lot more advanced than that. Why don't you tell us about them, Harry? Thank you, Master Flitwick. My father didn't want a son leaving Hogwarts with an OWL or newt that wasn't worth the parchment it was written on. As I am fluent in several languages, it would be easy for me to study and sit the accredited French or German history exam, but what about everyone else? That just wasn't good enough, and a solution had to be found. As Harry was spending more time with his housemates, they were getting to know him better. It was this that gave Lisa Turpin the confidence to ask Harry a question. Is that why you waited until today, Harry, so the problem could be fixed? Yes, Lisa. A course that meets the European standard had to be thrashed out, textbooks sourced and translated into English before a professor could be found to teach the new course. It took a while. Albus was shocked. And just who will pay for all this, Mr. Crow? Harry had a knowing smirk on his face. Headmaster, if there is one thing we goblins understand, it's economics. We are also well aware what would happen if Hogwarts was forced to put its prices up. The professor and all the textbooks will be funded by the newly formed Lily Potter Foundation. Unfortunately, this will only apply to the first 4 years at the moment. This is purely because anyone in their OWL year or over wouldn't have time to learn the new materials. The 4th years are going to have to work their socks off for a shot at the new exam. You will have to provide a teacher for the upper years until the new course rolls out to everyone. This was more than Albus could possibly have hoped for, but he wanted to clarify one thing before graciously accepting. The course parameters have been set by the European Education Board. Yes, sir. They approved everything, otherwise Hogwarts would be no better off, and we goblins would be doing the exact same as Binns. The materials will be in the library for any older students wanting to attempt the new exams, but our education experts felt it might pull their other marks down if they concentrated on a new history course. I shall pass this news and your expert's advice on to the heads of house. I feel they are in the best position to judge their students' capabilities. I will abide by their recommendations. I am delighted we can work together on this matter, Mr. Crow. The entire class watched in disbelief as the headmaster stood there claiming credit for something he had nothing to do with and didn't know anything about until moments ago. The daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw wasn't for letting Dumbledore get away with that, though. Our champion approached us on this matter and asked for our assistance. We took care of the problem and our champion provided the solution. Your help was neither asked for nor required. Hogwarts accepts her champion's solution, and we will inform the heads of our houses exactly what happened here today. Professor Flitwick saw most of it, and I would value his opinion at this point. Hearing a Hogwarts professor boast he helped the Dark Lord all he could so Voldemort would wipe out the Goblin Nation has left me feeling dirty that I even knew Bins. The loud what from Dumbledore rivaled the clang of Hogwarts for sheer number of decibels achieved. We all heard him say it, Albus. His hatred for the Goblin Nation was barely below the surface, but surprised even me with its intensity. As to the new history course, I think my opinion matches Mr. Crow's experts. I can think of no more than a handful of older Ravenclaws who could possibly manage that amount of extra work alongside their existing exams, and think the other 3 houses would struggle to come up with that many between them. I fail to see the point, though, in continuing with a course where the pass isn't worth the parchment it's printed on. I shall be recommending to my Ravenclaws that they drop history and use the time to study for other subjects. It was then they noticed Draco had his hand up. Can I ask a question, sir? Mr. Crow claims to have found us a new professor. Is this Professor Goblin or Wizards? All eyes moved to Harry, who quickly decided to use this opportunity to his advantage. This was something he had been mulling over for a few weeks, and he'd just been handed a golden invitation to say what was on his mind. In all honesty, I don't know, and also don't really care. I just know anyone my father employs will be extremely good at their job, or they won't have that job very long. Isn't that what really matters? Harry knew he would take his own house with him on this one. After their first potions lesson with a goblin tutor, they would be fools to think otherwise, and fools didn't get sorted into Ravenclaw. If you go through life limiting your choices of who you will associate with by little things like blood purity, Hogwarts house, or even what Quidditch team they support, then you have my sympathies. If I did that, who would I have as a friend? There aren't exactly too many people in my position. He glanced toward Hermione, Neville, and Padma before continuing. Take a look at my 3 closest friends and I. By any rights, our friendship shouldn't work. An ancient British pureblood, an Indian pureblood whose ancestry is probably even older, a girl who didn't know she was a witch until her 11th birthday, and me, a child raised by goblins. We have massive cultural differences between us, differences that raise issues practically every single day. When those issues are raised, we talk about them. Padma said she preferred her flying carpet in India to a broom. I enjoyed my first broom flight, but who wouldn't want a shot on a flying carpet? Some of the stuff Hermione tells us you would swear she was making up, except she promised to show us for real. He glanced over at his friends again to see them smiling at him, so Harry knew he wasn't in trouble. We have differences of opinion, but that's all they are. Friends don't need to be the exact same to get along, just agree to differ on some things. Why should it matter if our new tutor is a wizard, goblin, or even a centaur, just as long as they can teach us what we need to know? Albus could see the lad was impressing his peers with this line of reasoning, and wanted to put a stop to it at once. He well remembered another young wizard whose personality had the power to charm the birds from the trees. This is all very well, Mr. Crow, but I am down a professor. When will this new history professor be available to start? Oh, I would imagine within a few days, headmaster, and the house ghosts have already agreed to cover classes until they get here. Albus was left standing there like some spare prick at a wedding. This was supposed to be his school, but more and more of the decisions were being taken without any input from him. He would need to corner William Weasley the next time he paid a visit. Albus desperately needed to know just what the goblins' final objective was here, preferably before Albus, too, found himself ejected from the castle. Carry on then. As he made to leave, Phileas stopped him. What about the house points Binns deducted from Ravenclaw before he was thrown out? You know I have a non-interference policy on those matters, Professor. I dare say they were deserved deductions. Albus thought he was claiming at least a slight victory. He hadn't reckoned on the house ghosts. Helena was first. Mr. Crow, 50 points for bringing this matter to our attention, and another 50 for resolving Hogwarts history professor problem. Sir Nicholas then got in on the act. Miss McDougal, 50 points for having the courage to ask the headmaster that searching question, a question we all noticed he didn't answer. The Bloody Baron wasn't going to be left out. Mr. Boot, 50 points for asking a question that got right to the heart of the matter, that left the fat friar adding numbers in his ghostly head. Miss Granger, 34 points for being a good and loyal friend. If I'm not mistaken, that takes Ravenclaw back to where they were at the start of the period. After just publicly stating he had a non-interference policy on house points, Albus was powerless to do anything. He left the class as the Hufflepuff ghost made the final proclamation, skulking back to his office. As they left a class none of them would ever forget, Hermione had one final question for the wizard whose arm she was on. Harry, what did you mean by knowing what would happen if Hogwarts put its prices up? Harry tried to think of an easy way to say this, but eventually just told it straight. Magical Britain is a very male-dominated culture. Most pureblood witches are destined to raise children and adorn their husband's arm at social functions. They are sent to Hogwarts in the hope of meeting that husband. If the prices were to be pushed up too far, some fathers would question the expense of a formal education. They could decide not send them to Hogwarts, just choosing a likely husband for their daughter instead. Hermione was so shocked she dropped Harry's arm. But that's just... As Hermione struggled for words, Harry tried to come to her aid. A different culture, Hermione? I stood in front of the entire first year and said we can talk out any differences. Please don't make a liar out of me. She had only one thought on her mind. Harry, please tell me Goblin Society isn't the same? The pleading in her voice touched something deep within Harry. He led his best friend over to a small, windowed alcove and both of them sat on the bench seat recessed there. Goblins are a warrior race, Hermione. You need to remember that with what I'm about to tell you. There are certain restrictions that Goblin culture places on its females with regard to careers. He could see Hermione ready to comment on that, so quickly continued with his explanation. Females attend all the same classes as males do, though are more likely to be tutored in the use of lighter weapons in combat class. While they are certainly taught how to fight, it's more so they can defend themselves and their families. No Goblin female can become a warrior or would ever be expected to fight in a war. This was something Hermione could grasp. There was currently a great debate in the British Army as to whether women could fight as frontline troops. It was a debate in which there were no quick or easy answers, so she could understand the Goblin position on this. Harry took Hermione nodding her head as a good sign, so continued. Goblin females are also barred from working at any of the counters in Gringotts, but not for the reason you might think. Goblins are trained in how to deal with surly and sometimes downright rude wizards and witches who use Gringotts. No Goblin warrior could ever stand by while a Goblin female received the same abuse. There would be heads rolling along the bank floor on a daily basis. Hermione had now witnessed Harry's protectiveness on more than one occasion. It was a trait that made her go weak at the knees. Again, she had no problem imagining a Gringotts guard taking a blade to a wizard who happened to shout abuse at a female goblin. There are females whose greatest wish is to marry, raise children, and be a full-time mother, just like there are ones who wish to choose a career too. You told me your mother and father are forms of healer who work together. A husband and wife who were both healers would not be an unusual occurrence in our society. In the magical community, this would be much more of a rarity. Harry, all I really wanted to know was that the female goblins got to make their own decisions. Barring a few positions that you've explained, it would appear so. We're still a male-dominated society, Hermione. No female could head a house. At the same time, no head of house would ever have anything to do with an arranged marriage, and goblin betrothal contracts just don't exist. Hermione's voice became a squeak as she struggled to get the words out. Betrothal contracts. Oh, the purebloods just love their betrothal contracts. I think there's about a sack full of them somewhere in Gringotts with Harry Potter's name on them. The last of the Potters is apparently quite a prize. There certainly will be offers in that sack from fathers of witches we both know in Hogwarts. Hermione's mouth was suddenly incredibly dry, but she had to know.
What do you think of that?
Harry shrugged. I'm a goblin warrior that has been given a mission I need to complete before I can live my life in peace. Until Voldemort is no longer a threat, I won't even consider anything like that. When he's gone, I know exactly what I want, though. Hermione had stopped breathing as she desperately waited for Harry to continue. He appeared to be staring at something that wasn't there while she just wanted him to end this agony. My father told me my dad and mum were, as well as being a powerful and formidable couple, very much in love. That's what I want. He looked to his best friend for her opinion, to see Hermione wearing the biggest smile he'd ever witnessed. Do you think that's silly, Hermione? She slowly and deliberately wrapped her arms around him. Her head was beside his as she whispered in Harry's ear. That's what everyone wants, Harry, but I can't think of anyone who deserves to find it more than you. So, we okay? Of course, we are silly cultural differences that we talked through. I would never make a liar out of my best friend. Was getting rid of bins the end of it, Harry's? Harry couldn't shake his head because it was currently nestled very comfortably next to Hermione's. He still had to give a negative answer, though. Both my father and the director see this as nothing more than a few steps on a long road. She then asked the question that had been eating away at her for a while. Here was Hermione's opening to have it answered. But why you, Harry? Why do you have to be the one risking yourself to do these things? Harry still had her wrapped in his arms. He kept Hermione there as he answered. That's simple, Hermione, because I'm the only one who can. We goblins have been complaining about bins for generations, that we had to make those complaints to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures should tell you how successful we were. The boy who lived was able to see bins driven from the castle in a single afternoon. We may not see goblin/wizard relations where we would want them in our lifetime, but our children and their children should benefit from these changes. Hermione was in Harry's arms, now her favorite place in the entire world. Hearing him say our children just turned her entire insides to mush. She knew he didn't mean it that way, but a girl could dream. A certain girl also needed a long talk with her mother first chance she could get. Harry enjoyed Hermione snuggling into him, so continued talking to prolong this condition. He had no idea his best friend would quite happily stay there for the rest of the day. I can only work on the wizarding attitudes. My father and the director have probably the more difficult task of convincing the rest of our nation better relations with the magical community is something we goblins should want. Of those 7 goblin rebellions Binns had built his history course around, 2 of them were actually started by goblins. What he didn't teach, though, was that this pair of rebellions were actually put down by the Goblin Nation, with the guilty being punished. We still have a few goblins who hold on to their hatred every bit as bitterly as Binns, though not after death. They sat quietly, content just to be holding each other for a few minutes. You know Padma is going to tease us mercilessly for this? Her question drew a chuckle from Harry. Don't forget Neville. He's getting just as bad. The 2 of them have Parvati and Lavender almost sick with jealousy. by acting like a couple. I wonder if Padma's name is on one of those betrothal contracts. I don't know, but it's something I'll have to deal with when I become head of the Potter family. No pureblood would ever accept a rejection of their daughter from a goblin, so that is something I'm going to have to do myself. Oh my, I think I would be mortified if you had to reject me. A moment of silence followed that remark before Harry managed to answer. I don't think I could do that to you. Hermione was once more having trouble breathing with a mouth that would match the Sahara for moisture content. Did Harry really just say that? Do I need to talk to my father about a contract? She had made the quip only partly in jest. Harry held her closer as he whispered his answer. Only if you want to be the same as all the rest. Both had a rough last few hours and neither wanted to be the one to break their hold. This was how Padma and Neville found them almost half an hour later. Their friends didn't tease, just handed over the food they had brought wrapped in napkins. Eating in the Great Hall with everyone staring at you is overrated anyway. Barchoke marched down the corridor to the director's office. He didn't have an appointment, but also didn't think that would matter today. The letter in his hand was all the appointment he needed. Once in the director's presence, Barchoke wasted no time in passing on the news or the letter. Director, my son has done it. The pride in his son's achievement practically radiated off Barchoke. If it was possible for a goblin to glow then, he managed it. Ragnarok read the letter, and his delight matched that of Barchoke. Bloody Bin's grandson finally ejected from the castle. This is a great day, my friend. Even at this early hour, Ragnarok shouted for Goblin Grog to celebrate this famous victory. When both of them had a tankard, Ragnarok offered a toast. Almost 10 years ago, I named your son Old Crow because I found it amusing. Like a true goblin. By his achievements, he has turned the joke back on me. I find myself having to rename your son. From this day forth, he shall be known as Centurion Crow. Ragnarok took a deep swig of the potent brew to seal the deal before noticing his drinking companion wasn't reciprocating the toast. Barchoke was actually down on one knee with his head bowed. Director, I beg of you, please don't do this. My son faces enough resentment amongst the nation without adding to his burden. Do you not think the goblin who rid us of Bloody Bin's spawn should be rewarded? Yes, Director, but nothing, Barchoke. You have raised a fine son, a proud goblin warrior. His tutors and trainers returned glowing reports. You yourself marched proudly into this room to boast of his achievements. His work inside Hogwarts has been exemplary and raised our profile to heights we never thought possible. I know as a father you want your son to make his own decision, and I promise to honor that, but I for one would be happy if he chose to stay with Gringotts. Barchoke was never so glad to have a tankard of grog in his hand, after hearing that he certainly needed it. He couldn't drink it now, though, until the director was finished presenting his argument. I know your original intention was to have your son taking his place in wizarding society, giving the nation a voice at the very top of their culture. That is still a worthwhile aim. Don't you see, though, your son rejecting that life to live amongst us could have just as profound an effect on our community. The head of the Goblin Nation began listing his reasons for a statement that was every bit as shocking as when Barchoke first proposed Harry Potter being raised as one of them. Both goblins in the room were also aware that one of them had very nearly lost his head that day. He has already killed with his blade in combat and righted a historic wrong. He could be every bit as great a hero to our nation as the boy who lived is to the wizards. Master Sharpshard thinks that when your son masters his magic, no goblin will be able to stand against him in combat. That in itself is an achievement which deserves to be rewarded. Now will you stand and toast your son's success with me? We have a ceremony to arrange. Let's invite his young friend along and nail our intentions to the wall for all to see. Barchoke knew one tankard wasn't going to be enough. He would need to write to Harry, though, before he drank any more. Director, you do me and my family great honor. Awarding my son this rank and inviting his friend to the ceremony, will certainly start the cart rolling. Here's to smooth track and a safe arrival at the destination we both want." The shocked goblin then drank deeply of the now much-needed brew. Irjit delivered her letter to Harry before popping onto the table beside Hermione. The witch had moonlight in her lap, and the wise bird knew this would mean more scraps. She wasn't disappointed as the first piece of bacon came her way. The young Kneazle wasn't in the slightest bit jealous, appearing to know there was plenty available for both familiars. A snowy white owl and a jet black cat. They couldn't be more different, yet get along fine together. Do you think we can add their example to us for Harry's? Harry hadn't heard a word, his entire attention riveted to the parchment in his hands. He'd now read the relevant section 3 times, and it still didn't make sense. What the? Harry? Is everything all right? I honestly don't know. How can you not know? I mean, I need a few minutes to figure this out. This is life-changing, Hermione, and not something you expect with your breakfast on a Thursday morning. Nothing in Hogwarts could be kept secret, and Harry's voice had been loud enough to attract attention. Soon the entire hall knew Harry had received disturbing news from home. Dumbledore sensed an opening, so headed over to the Ravenclaw table. If the boy was upset, he might let something slip. The head of Harry's house followed on right behind the headmaster, though. Albus started with an obvious question to get the boy talking. "Any news of when the new history professor will be arriving at Hogwarts, Mr. Crow?" "Tomorrow, and actually it's Centurion Crow." Phileas immediately had his right hand in a clenched fist and placed on his chest above his heart. He then bowed his head to complete the salute. "Well met, Centurion Crow, and may I be the first to congratulate you." With Professor Flitwick congratulating Harry, Hermione's worry meter slipped down about 4 notches. She was now more confused than concerned. "Centurion, like in the Roman army? Do you now have 100 goblins under you?" Harry was still struggling to come to terms with this news, so it was left to their head of house to explain. A centurion is a warrior who, by his actions, has done the goblin nation a great service. He doesn't have warriors under his command as such, though a warrior would obey if a centurion gave a direct order. The nearest thing I can think of to compare it with would be an Order of Merlin, or something like a knighthood in the Muggle world. I think Harry will be the youngest ever recipient of this great honor. Have they arranged the date of the ceremony yet? My father says it's all in hand. Master Flitwick, can you spare the time to have a meeting before classes start? Hermione should be included too, since she's going to be receiving an invitation from the director to attend the ceremony. Flitwick's what? Rivaled that of the headmasters in their history class for sheer volume of noise. The difference this time was that the entire hall heard and fell silent. Irjit shot into the air and circled above while Hermione comforted Moonlight. Both familiars had reacted badly to the loud shout. So, me attending the ceremony is not what normally happens? I should be getting used to it by now, hanging around with Harry. Phileas was delighted to see how well the girl was taking this. He needed to let her know just how momentous this was, though. "Miss Granger, I think you will be the first witch or wizard ever to attend one of these ceremonies. I myself have never seen one." Albus was quick to react. He really did need more positive attention for the goblins. "If Miss Granger is going to be in any danger, then I'm afraid I can't allow her to attend." Dumbledore may have been quick, but Harry was lightning. He was on his feet and facing down the headmaster. "Since Hermione has already been attacked twice in your school, I hardly think we need to take safety advice from Albus Dumbledore. When her parents sign the permission form, you have no further say in the matter, headmaster. This does not concern you." Albus knew he had made a terrible mistake. He was currently standing toe-to-toe with a first year, but unbelievably was in deep trouble. While still quick, he was a wizard with well over a century of years under his belt. Young Harry, on the other hand, had speed to burn with reflexes to match, and Albus had foolishly placed himself in easy range of that deadly knife. Visions of wands lying sliced clean through on that toilet floor sent shivers down the headmaster. The Elder Wand may be the most powerful of wands, but it was still made of wood and wouldn't survive an encounter with a goblin blade. It was actually Phileas who saved the situation escalating to that point, and Albus having to back down from a first year in front of the entire school. Miss Granger will be treated with the utmost respect while inside Gringotts. To do otherwise would see the offender pay a very high price. She will be attending as the guest of the director. To even insult her reflects badly on Ragnarok. Certainly not good for any goblin doing the insulting's health. Add to that, the bracelet she wears tells everyone she is under the protection of a very powerful family. This last fact was news to everyone bar Harry, even Hermione. Phileas explained the bracelet's significance in goblin culture to the entire hall, all of whom were now listening intently. Professor McGonagall is known for wearing a piece of her clan tartan as part of her robes. The filigree design on the bracelet provides the same function. To a goblin, it's as easy to read as tartan is to a Scot. To treat Miss Granger with anything less than the respect she deserves would see that goblin incur the wrath of not only the director, but one of the goblin nation's most powerful families too. I agree with Centurion Crow. She will be far safer inside Gringotts than her time at Hogwarts has been. Albus was forced to accept this. He had no means of refuting any of these claims. The headmaster attempted to at least save some face. Please arrange for the appropriate paperwork to be in Hogwarts well before the ceremony takes place. Harry wasn't prepared to let the headmaster off with even that much. My father will be contacting Professor McGonagall shortly with all the details and the completed paperwork. Master Flitwick, my father also wishes to invite you to the ceremony. It was a delighted head of Ravenclaw who once more gave the Centurion salute before leading both of them to his office. Hermione was on Harry's arm, but with moonlight cradled in her other. They had barely left the hall when she asked the first question. What just happened in there, Harry? Remember I said I had to do this because only I could? I think the director has just changed the rules and now wants me to help change goblin minds too. I want to talk it over with Master Flitwick, but I think I'm right. The director inviting you along is the biggest clue. He's deliberately showing me choosing Gringotts doesn't mean I would lose my friends, and publicly throwing his backing behind that. This ceremony also very publicly places the director behind me being considered a goblin. A centurion is something every goblin warrior dreams of becoming. I just can't believe it's happening to me. Hermione wasn't too troubled by this news. I've already told you, Harry. If you leave, then I'm coming too. I haven't seen anything since our first night in Hogwarts that would make me want to change my mind. Considering you didn't even get house points for saving us from that troll, I would say you deserve this. Except I'm beginning to think this Centurion thing is even bigger than I first thought. Phileas was also running the facts through his mind and coming to the same conclusion as Harry. If this came down to a tug-war between the two cultures, the poor boy's eventual decision had just become an impossible one. Bill could tell the gloves were now off. Harry's news had inserted a touch of panic into the headmaster's manipulations. Albus, you have to understand, I was not the only person considered for this job. This is a fantastic opportunity for me. What you're asking would finish my career, if word ever got back. My boy, what you failed to see are the wider implications we're dealing with here. Transfiguration is changing as Minerva becomes more and more enchanted with the goblin method of performing this task. Your defense classes are coveted nearly as much as those private potions lessons that are taught by a goblin. Tomorrow, we have a new history professor who will introduce a new course. Both course and professor are bought and paid for by the goblins. Albus followed this up with an impassioned plea. They are using Harry's influence and the Potter Gold to undermine our society in a way that's just as dangerous as any Dark Lord. Their influence has now spread over 4 of our 7 core subjects, 5 if you count Phileas' teaching charms, and I need to know what their intentions are. Surely there is something you can tell me. I can tell you they want Voldemort gone, something I know we both agree with. Albus only nodded and let the silence draw out, wanting more information than that. His patience was finally rewarded. They also have a plan concerning the school that I think you should be part of. I was told no. They suspect that there may be a Horcrux hidden inside Hogwarts. Harry's hoping his status as her champion will help him find it. If he discovers one, my job is to safely transport it to Gringotts. If you discover one, I want to examine it. Sorry, Albus. My instructions are explicit. Protect Harry at all costs and get any Horcrux to Gringotts immediately. The goblins have a procedure to deal with these things, so you can rely on them to do it safely. Do you know if they have destroyed any more? I was told about the one that had been inside Harry, nothing specific out with that. I do know they have a small team dedicated to researching and then running down any leads on these abominations. At the moment, that team's best guess at a Horcrux location is Hogwarts. It wasn't much, but at least he would be told if a Horcrux was removed from Hogwarts. Now that he had breached the wall of William's defenses, the next piece of information should come easier. Soon, he would know everything that the goblins trusted their Cursebreaker with. If it became necessary to expose that information to others, William would make a fine defense professor when the goblins threw him out. He would even have accommodation in the castle and away from his mother. After receiving a howler from Molly when she found out Voldemort was in the castle, Albus thought getting out of the burrow would surely be a plus point for the young man taking the job. The new history professor wasn't a wizard, but Harry didn't think Draco would be complaining. Professor Hobson wasn't a goblin or even a centaur. She was a 5'6" Swedish blonde in her mid/late 20s. Her face and figure were such that the 7th-year males were considering if dropping grades on their other subjects might be worth it to be in a classroom with the hottest witch in Hogwarts. No, Draco would certainly not be complaining about the latest goblin import to the castle. Chapter 15. With Halloween being on a Thursday, the ceremony where Harry would officially become Centurion Crow was scheduled for the following day. Knowing how much pressure his son had actually been under in his 2 months at Hogwarts, Barchoke made arrangements for Harry and Hermione to be out of the castle that weekend too. The educator in McGonagall had originally balked at the idea of a pair of first years missing so many classes, forcing Harry to tell her the reason behind needing Halloween away from Hogwarts too. After that, it was a teary-eyed deputy headmistress who immediately signed the paperwork. They stayed for astronomy class on the Wednesday evening, so didn't leave until after breakfast on Thursday morning. Padma was hugging both of them goodbye before Professor Flitwick escorted them to the edge of Hogwarts wards. Harry's portkey then took the pair, plus Moonlight riding in her carrying basket, to Gringotts. Harry so wanted to hug his father. Hermione had gotten him addicted to this most ungoblin-like of behavior. Well met, father. I'm delighted to see you again. Well met, my son, and of course you too, Miss Granger. It does these old eyes good to see you both looking so well. Oh, sir. I think I'm more excited over this than Harry is. It's really great to see you again, too. The sincerity in her words shone through and had the goblins smiling with delight. It was time to get down to business, though. We have quite a lot to accomplish today, so I need to get started by letting you know our itinerary. First, we all have an appointment with the tailors for something appropriate to wear tomorrow. Then our trip to Godric's Hollow, followed by a journey to Crawley. Hermione's excitement was reaching hyperventilating proportions. We're going to see my mum and dad's? Yes, Harry and I have something we need to take care of, but you also have a task to do at home. Hermione had developed and refined her method of dealing with what she called the Goblin need-to-know principle. They never told you anything if they could help it. She only had to look at Harry and raise an eyebrow for him to offer an explanation. Best guess, my father has arranged protection wards on your home. You will need to be there as the warders require someone magical to tie the protection to. I'll tell you about the other trip when I get back. I don't know what I'm going to find and have no intention of letting it spoil our day. My father and I will be perfectly safe, so you don't have to worry. I thought it was supposed to be me who knew you well." Their interplay had Barchok smiling, but still ushering them out his office. They really did have a lot to do, and he was certainly not looking forward to this afternoon. Since the 1st of September, Hermione had felt as if she dropped straight into one of her favorite books, though this was her own personal version, Through the Looking Glass, and what Hermione found there. This morning had been pure Cinderella. She had felt like a princess as the seamstresses fussed over her, and the young witch was amazed by the choices they helped her with: material, color, style, etc. Now Hermione was being smacked in the face with the harsh reality of the life she had chosen. Standing there as Harry introduced her to his parents at their graveside was in one way uplifting and yet utterly heartbreaking at the same time. Both his parents had been only 21 when they were murdered, and Hermione didn't know what to make of the inscription on their headstone: "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." She stood there trying to be a good friend while Harry talked of meeting her on the Express and all their adventures to date. He was always modest when describing his actions in these events, and when saying the Goblin Nation was honoring him by awarding the rank of Centurion. He told his mum about their classes, while saying to his father he'd enjoyed his first flight on a broom, but had yet to see a Quidditch match. Hermione's heart was breaking for her best friend. She so couldn't wait to hug her parents and tell her mum and dad she loved them both. The Portkey had barely set the group down in her enclosed back garden, and Hermione was already running, racing through the French doors while shouting for her parents. It was a smiling Harry who picked up Moonlight's basket and followed his father in the direction his best friend had shot off. They soon came across all three Grangers sharing a needy and tearful hug. Harry felt as if they were intruding until Hermione broke away from her parents and was quickly dragging him over to meet them. "Mom, Dad, this is Harry." Hermione was in her usual position of being on Harry's left arm, so he had to sit Moonlight's carrier down to offer her father his hand. "Pleased to meet you, sir." While Dan was noticing how firm this young lad's handshake was, and just how comfortable his daughter appeared on his arm, Harry was getting his first close look at Hermione's parents. He would place both about late 30s, with her father easily qualifying for the tall, dark, and handsome tag that he'd heard some of the witches bandying about in Hogwarts. That those remarks were aimed at him went right over his head. Harry also thought Emma Granger was a stunningly beautiful woman, politely and sincerely saying so as he kissed the back of her hand. Emma Granger couldn't believe her first look at Hermione's best friend. His dark suit appeared as it had been handmade by the best that Savile Row had to offer, though its cut could hardly be considered traditional. His snow-white shirt was impeccably matched by a pearl gray waistcoat and cravat, crossed by a sash that held a bejeweled but obviously deadly sword. The long jet-black hair framing those unbelievable green eyes made for quite the ensemble. She could now understand Hermione's claims that other witches were throwing themselves at him. Gazing into those mesmerizing eyes almost took her breath away as Harry kissed the back of her hand, claiming it was now easy to see from where Hermione inherited her beauty. Her daughter giggling was a wonderful sound that both Granger parents wanted to hear a lot more of, and broke the spell Emma was falling under. "Oh my, he's quite the charmer, Hermione." This produced a full-blown laugh from her daughter. "The thing is, Mum, Harry doesn't even know he's doing it. Harry's just being sincere." Hermione was bending down to get the newest member of the Granger family out her basket when her parents caught sight of her bracelet. "Jesus. Hermione, you weren't kidding about your present being beautiful." "Oh, I know, Mum. Isn't Moonlight just gorgeous?" Dan and Emma were both delighted their daughter valued her kitten over the golden bracelet, and were looking forward to hearing their stories over a lunch that was already prepared. Watching the two kids interact at the table, They found themselves agreeing with Barchoke. Harry certainly brought the best out of Hermione. Their daughter was sitting with moonlight on her lap. Scraps of food would find their way to the kitten as Hermione's constant chatter and wide smile lit up the room. They had thought her letters were written by a different girl, but here was the daughter both parents had always known was inside. All it had needed was some friends to bring this happy and contented version of Hermione to the fore. Soon Barchoke had to offer their apologies. He and Harry had an appointment that couldn't be broken. All three parents watched as their children hugged each other, Barchoke promising that they would be back later. The warders were also due within the hour to begin their work securing the Granger home. Hermione watched Harry and his father disappear, and both her parents heard her sigh. Dan went to clear up after lunch, knowing Emma wanted a chance to talk to their not-so-little girl. It was a long time since Sirius Black had enjoyed lunch. It was now a decade since Sirius had enjoyed anything. Today was the 10th anniversary of the worst day of his life, the day his entire world turned to shit. It was therefore a great shock when he heard the guard approaching, and then his cell door creaked open. "Move it, Black, some goblins here to see you on family business." "I thought you were the last of your evil tribe." Sirius wondered if Lucius was trying to get his hands on the Black fortune again. He must be getting desperate, sending goblins to Askaban now. His only happy thought was his ironclad will that left everything to his godson. Neither the Malfoys nor the Ministry would get a canute of that money. He was led into the visitor room and sat in the chair. Chains soon had him secured before the guard left. A pair of goblins then entered from another door and sat in front of him. One of the goblins had his hood raised and face hidden while the other did the talking. "Good afternoon, sir. We were wondering if you could answer some questions for us." "Well, it's not like I had anything else planned for today. You've came all this way to see me, so I'll do my best." Sirius then felt as if all the oxygen had been sucked out of the room. The other goblin had lowered his hood, and the marauder found himself pierced by a familiar pair of angry green eyes. The last time Sirius had looked into a pair of angry green eyes exactly like those was after he had bought his godson a broom for his first birthday. Lily threatened to castrate Padfoot if Harry hurt himself. "You can start, Mr. Black, by telling us why you betrayed my parents to that bastard Voldemort." Hermione was pacing up and down the kitchen, with her gaze fixed on the back garden. Their house was now warded, but Harry still hadn't returned as evening was falling, and Hermione's anxiety was mounting with every minute that passed. Her mom and dad were trying to get her to sit, but the feeling that something had happened just wouldn't go away. Moonlight was currently positioned on Emma's lap, having taken to both her owner's parents instantly. Her mother was stroking the purring kitten while trying to get Hermione to calm down. "Harry will arrive when he gets here. You walking up and down won't make it happen any faster. He's with his father, and said they wouldn't be in any danger." "Mom, danger just has a way of sneaking up on Harry. He never goes looking for trouble. It usually finds him." "Oh shit, Harry." The pair had portkeyed into the back garden, and it appeared as if his father was holding Harry up. Dan moved swiftly to help Barchoke get his son into the house. Hermione stood there almost frozen in shock until Harry spotted her and managed to save Hermione. She sprang right to him, and both were soon a tangle of arms. The two fathers got Harry into a chair, and Hermione parked herself on his lap. Her best friend was sobbing his heart out, and she had no intention of moving anywhere else until he was okay. The three parents were left to stand there as Hermione comforted a Harry who'd clearly had some kind of emotional breakdown. Barchoke was looking on in anguish, feeling as if he'd failed his son. "I had no idea how to deal with Harry's reaction, but your daughter seemed to know exactly what to do. I can't thank you or Hermione enough for this." Emma watched as their daughter sat on a boy's lap and whispered in his ear that the same boy was holding on to her as if his life depended on it. Gave some idea of just how much these two had come to depend on each other. She was so glad of having the chance to talk with Hermione, and relieved She had time to pass that information on to her husband while their daughter was assisting with the wards. Hermione's revelation that Harry wouldn't even consider a girlfriend until this nutter was no longer after him had eased Dan's worries. All three parents already had a fair idea who Harry would be turning to when that time came. Emma's advice to her daughter was to be Harry's best friend, and anything more that she wanted would perhaps follow later. Emma hoped it would be years later, but children seemed to grow up faster with every passing generation. She asked Barchoke the obvious question. What happened? It's a very long story, Emma, and one you will hear in great detail, but let's wait until Harry feels up to telling his part of it. My son has just had the biggest shock of his life. I have seen him physically battered and bruised, yet not a tear was shed. This just reminded me he still has a bit of growing to do. I have gotten used to treating him like an adult, but he is only 11, and today that showed. Having Hermione in his arms was allowing Harry to regain control of his emotions. Harry had built his drive to excel on a foundation of 3 life goals, 3 reasons he must train, study, and be at his best so he could achieve his aims. These trio of absolutes were the force that gave Harry the strength to get back up in a fight when his body was screaming enough, what gave him the drive and determination to succeed on his mission at Hogwarts. He was determined to prove his family wrong for discarding him out of hand. His greatest wish was to one day confront them. In his book, a child being magical was not a good enough reason to throw that child away. His father was a different species and, in his own way, loved him very much. Goblins worshipped their children, and Harry had been raised as a goblin, so his abandonment at his relatives' hands was a scar that went really deep. Secondly, he needed to see Voldemort gone forever. Even without the prophecy, this would have been one of his main goals. Revenge was a concept that spanned many cultures, but Harry considered it more a case of delayed justice. Voldemort had killed his parents, and would be coming back to try for him again. Seeing this monster gone forever was something that had to be done, and, according to the prophecy, only he could do it. Thirdly, Harry desperately wanted to look the wizard in the eye that had betrayed his parents and ask him why, before spitting in the bastard's face. Today, he thought he would accomplish one of those aims, only to discover it was the wrong man held in Askaban. This had badly shaken those painstakingly constructed foundations, and Harry didn't know how to deal with the situation he now found himself in. When Harry began to speak, it was to Hermione he addressed himself. The 3 parents just sat and listened, almost forgotten about by their children. Hermione, I have hated someone for as long as I can remember. I took delight and comfort from the fact he was locked away in the toughest prison on the planet. No punishment was too harsh for this person, no suffering too great. Today, my father and I went to Askaban to confront this criminal. Hermione's gasp of shock saw Harry falter for a moment. It also allowed Barchoke to quietly explain to her parents just what Askaban was. Hermione, now holding Harry even tighter at the mention of that foul place, gave him the strength to continue. I found an innocent man, Hermione. I found family I didn't know I had. I found a godfather who even after 10 years in Askaban still loves me. How could I be so wrong? What else in my life am I totally wrong about? I don't know what to do next, Hermione. His best friend instinctively understood what the problem was here. Harry's very beliefs had just taken a massive hit. There was also the fact that another person said they loved him, apparently not something goblins were noted for saying to each other. Hermione had come to understand Harry very well, and thought she knew what to say to help her best friend. Love him back, Harry. That's all you can do. If he really loves you, then that's all he would want. Let the adults work on how to get him out of there. You can't do any more at the moment. Harry was crying again, but this time it seemed different. Gone were the distraught, heart-wrenching sobs. This was more like a welcome release. As they watched Hermione once more work her soothing magic on her best friend, Dan needed to know something from Barchoke. Is this man really innocent? We have searched for years, attempting to unearth information on Sirius Black, the man who betrayed Harry's parents. That we couldn't find any surprised us. The Ministry aren't usually that efficient at keeping secrets, and left us with no option but to approach the source. Sirius claims that he never had a trial or was even questioned answers our lack of records problem. With his permission, we were able to access the Black Vaults. Harry is indeed his godson, and sole heir to the Black title and fortune. Emma couldn't get her head around this development. How could an innocent man end up in prison, without even a trial? Powerful figures wanted him there, Emma. That was all it took. The man was in tears, claiming he had let down his godson. He was at Harry's parents' home that night after the attack, and wanted to take baby Harry with him. Dumbledore already had plans in place, and Sirius was denied his legal right. Instead, he went after the real betrayer, but was caught before he could kill the traitor. Sirius was again denied his legal rights. He awoke in Askaban, and has been there for the last 10 years. Harry then tried to comfort Sirius by giving him a quick overview of his own life, before becoming distraught with himself that we hadn't taken any action earlier. Harry, you had to stay hidden. I completely understand and agree with that. I see a wonderful young man before me, and that makes me feel better than I have in many years. Your father has done a fantastic job raising you. Sirius, I'm now head of the Potter family. I can use that to get you out. Sirius saw the Potter ring appear on his godson's finger. Not without ending the escrow agreement that keeps you protected. I don't want that. How did you slip that one past the Ministry anyway? We placed the documents in a bundle of goblin complaints against the Ministry and filed them with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. We have assigned receipt, and the 90 days the Ministry or anyone else had to object has now passed. That is so sneaky. I love it. Please listen to me. You couldn't have registered those papers before your 11th birthday, so the 90 days must have just passed this week. You couldn't have come here any quicker even if you wanted to. Harry started sobbing then, knowing what he had come here to do. Confront his parents' betrayer and spit in Sirius Black's face. Listen to me, Harry. Knowing you are safe and well will allow me to survive in here. Yes, I want out, but not at any cost to the only person in the world who means anything to me. They heard the guard returning, and Harry flew to hug his chained godfather. His father was left to pull his son's hood up and stop Harry attacking the guard as the idiot berated and manhandled Sirius out the room. Present, Dan had a query. Are you saying all Harry had to do was pull his hood up and he could waltz right through a maximum security prison? I was clearly a goblin and chatting with my companion in our own language. I told you, to them goblins are only a small step up from moonlight there. Yes, there was certainly a chance we may have been discovered. That's why we couldn't make the trip any sooner. Until Harry went to Hogwarts, no one but Dumbledore knew where he was. I got Harry back to Gringotts. We were already sure Sirius was telling the truth, but confirmation saw me having to bring Harry here in that state. Emma was focusing on another issue. You said Harry was now head of the Potter family. Does that mean he's made his decision? What I want for my son is that he, and he alone, has the power to make that decision. This was crucial in that our greatest fear was the Ministry or Dumbledore would find, or even invent, some legal loophole to tear Harry away from me. The escrow agreement means he's considered property until he reaches the age of 17, or the head of the Potter family decrees otherwise. Since that is now Harry, he has the power to end it at any point he so chooses. At the moment, though, this would have the effect of throwing him to the wolves. He has trained hard and studied even harder for what he knew was awaiting him at Hogwarts. Harry has neither the knowledge nor experience to handle being an adult wizard. He needs time to grow, physically and emotionally before that decision really becomes a viable one. So, this was more about stopping anyone else forcing that decision on him. Exactly, Emma. We want to keep this information secret for as long as possible. I don't want Harry jumping into anything and getting some short-term gain, but losing in the long run. Sirius picked up on that aspect at once, which was why he didn't want Harry rushing out and declaring himself head of the Potter family to help. Will he have to deal with this sackload of betrothal contracts now? Barchok's eyebrows shot up at that. He told Hermione about them? Emma was confused at the surprise. You could almost say shock. Her question had been greeted with, "Yes, is there something wrong with that?" "Oh no, it's just the level of trust between them that shocked me." On seeing Emma visibly confused, Barchok attempted to explain that a parent would offer their daughter in marriage to someone they had never even met for financial gain is as disgusting to goblins as I can see it is to you. Goblins could never treat their children like property. He then continued quickly, knowing the irregularity in that statement and noticing Dan had clearly picked up on. Had Harry been born a goblin, an escrow agreement would never have been possible. I only suggested it to protect Harry from an orphanage. My intention was always to adopt and raise him as my son. When Harry publicly declares himself as head of House Potter, one of his first tasks will be to reject each and every one of those contracts. There's something that he is deeply embarrassed by, which was why I was so surprised he mentioned them to Hermione. The parents had been chatting in voices that were barely above a whisper because Harry and Hermione had become very quiet. A closer inspection showed that they had fallen asleep in each other's arms. Emma couldn't help herself. Don't they look cute? This led to her husband shaking his head, but making an offer to Barchok anyway. I really don't want to disturb them, and Harry is welcome to stay here tonight. You could pick them both up in the morning. Tomorrow is a very big day for Harry. He really needs to be rested. I think staying here would certainly help with that. Barchok then had a question of his own. Would you mind if I made them more comfortable? Emma quickly agreed, and then both Grangers watched in amazement as the chair slowly transformed into a very comfortable-looking sofa. The transformation was so slow and gentle, neither of the kids woke as their sleeping position changed. Both were now lying on the sofa, though they never released their grip on each other throughout. A cushion became a blanket that tucked both of them in before Barchok wished everyone a good night. Emma came from the kitchen with 2 cups of tea to see Dan watching over the sleeping pair. She handed him his cup while expressing her surprise. "You're taking this much better than I thought. I half expected you getting the guns out to chase Harry off, not sitting there watching some boy sleeping with your daughter." He knew his wife was teasing, but Dan still decided to answer. "First of all, this is not some boy. This is Hermione's best friend. Furthermore, they are sleeping, and did I mention he was 11? This earned Dan a kiss from his wife, who was still teasing. "Why don't you just admit you like the boy?" "Oh, he had you eating out of his hand within minutes. Handsome and charming was just 2 descriptions I heard as I cleared the lunch dishes away. I will admit the boy is polite, courteous, and has impeccable taste in females. He had you swooning and clearly adores Hermione. Let's not forget, he placed himself between 9 bullies and our little girl. I'm trying my hardest to forget all about trolls." Emma held the silence, and Dan finally cracked. "Okay, I like the boy. Satisfied? I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. I think they're adorable together. I wonder about Barchok's comment that these 2 would be part of each other's lives for years. Having seen them today, I agree 100%. And approve more than I can say. When have you ever seen our daughter happier? And one of her other friends will be coming for Christmas too. I really can't wait and want to spend as much time with them as possible." This had Dan thinking. Neither Harry nor Padma celebrate Christmas. I think we should go all out to make their first Christmas as memorable as possible. Christmas was Emma's favorite time of the year, so that got a big yes from her. They watched as the kids moved to get more comfortable on the conjured sofa. At no point did they release their hold on each other. This actually drew a smile from Dan. Hermione has always been a girl who loved her hugs. It would appear she's found a best friend who thinks the same way. Emma had more to add to that observation. Harry had his first hug on the train to Hogwarts. Hermione said this was a cultural difference Harry was happy to adopt. Apparently goblins don't do hugs. That's probably why his father brought him here. Barchoke possibly knew what Harry needed, but didn't know how to go about it. This confused Dan. How is that possible? Emma cut right in. Hermione says the four friends come across differences like that every day. They've learned it doesn't make someone right or wrong, just different. She really is growing into a young lady. His wife cut in again. A beautiful young lady who's already well into her first crush. That the subject of this crush is lying on our new sofa snuggling into our daughter means the next few years will be interesting. There is one thing I'm already sure of. That young man there will never break her heart. This time it was Dan's turn to butt in. Here, though, was the protective father Emma had been expecting. He bloody better not, or he'll need to deal with me. Hogwarts was recovering from its Halloween celebrations, and normal service was slowly being resumed at breakfast. The conversations were swaying between the upcoming Quidditch match and the beautiful new history professor. The new course was only mentioned at the Ravenclaw table. All that stopped when the prophet was delivered. The headline alone was enough to account for that. Boy Who Lived opens his heart to the prophet. Exclusive interview and picture. They did indeed have a picture of Harry, with Hermione, of course, on his arm. The flowers in his hand were assumed to be for her. There then followed a list of questions and answers that most in the castle recognized the truth of. That was until Padma grabbed a copy and made for the staff table. Professor Flitwick, this is a load of rubbish. Harry would never talk to that rag. He won't even read it. I am inclined to agree with you, Miss Patil, but that picture is undoubtedly Mr. Crow and Miss Granger, and most of us recognize some truth in the article. She was joined by an angry Neville who defended his friends just as stoutly. Padma and I know what Harry and Hermione had planned yesterday. It's just not possible for this interview to have taken place. All this supposed interview goes on about is how happy Harry is at Hogwarts. Where does it say he had to fight a troll and provide 3 of his own tutors? Neville totally agreed with Padma on this point. It also never mentions the fact that Harry is out of school to become Centurion Crow, something he would be sure to talk about in any interview. Severus had been keeping his head low, observing rather than objecting. The boys' takedown of Binns had been pure Slytherin in the way it was handled. The foundation, named after his mother supporting a new history course, had also grudgingly won the potion master's respect. This interview in today's Prophet was more like the behavior he had expected from James Potter's spawn. Severus was head of Slytherin, though, so decided to act like one. How can you be so sure of that, Mr. Longbottom? Neville and Padma shared a long look. They may be breaking a confidence of Harry's, but this interview made their friend seem like an arrogant arsehole. Their decision was made. His father was taking him to visit his mum and dad's grave. This is something they do regularly, and Harry spends his time telling his parents what's been happening with him since his last visit. He invited Hermione along, and those flowers will be laid on his mum and dad's graves. This is something Harry would never allow the prophet anywhere near. I don't know how they got this information and picture, but I'm certain Harry knew nothing about it. Professor McGonagall then stood and confirmed what her young lion had just said. I was aware of where Mr. Crow and Miss Granger were yesterday, and totally agree with Mr. Longbottom. Harry's father would never allow the prophet anywhere near his son, and especially not with yesterday being the anniversary of his parents' murder. Knowing that family as I do, I expect their retaliation to be swift and brutal. I would hate to be the one who leaked Mr. Crow's whereabouts to the press. Padma didn't see McGonagall's gaze settle on Dumbledore. She was too busy staring at the newspaper in her hands. "I think it's time this newspaper was treated as the rubbish it is." She began to physically rip the prophet to shreds. Severus got in before anyone else could. "Miss Patil, I will not sit here and watch you throw rubbish all over the floor." 1 point from Ravenclaw. The head of Slytherin then banished his own copy before returning to eat his breakfast. Severus Snape had made his decision. Harry Crow was the son of the best friend he ever, or would ever have. That the boy's father was James Potter could be conveniently ignored. Phileas thought he was going to have to argue with Severus again, his 1-point deduction, and then banishing his own copy of this rubbish, saw the diminutive charm's master smile. He banished the copy of the prophet that was sitting in front of him, noticing staff along the table were following suit. Albus watched while copies of today's prophet began disappearing from all 4 house tables as students took the view that the story was wrong, or at least not an interview freely given. He had hoped that this would alienate the boy amongst his peers, but the actions of his friends put paid to that. Thankfully, the rest of Wizarding Britain would eat it up and believe every word of it. Albus was forced to respond to the quite blatant attempt to have Harry choose a goblin way of life. That just couldn't be allowed to happen. Dan was first down in the morning and couldn't find either Hermione or Harry. He had raced upstairs and just woken Emma when both of them heard the front door open. As laughter flowed up the stairs, they quickly headed back down and weren't sure how to react with what they found. Both kids were dressed in exercise clothes and were flushed as if they had been for a run. Hermione was currently swinging a wooden practice sword about while Harry had a wicked-looking knife in his hand. That knife was passing up and down their sweeping brush, a brush that morphed into a sword to match Hermione's. "Morning, Mum, Dad. I didn't think you would be up this early. We've just done our morning run, and now going to practice with swords in the back garden. Harry's been teaching me." This surprised Dan as much as anything he'd seen since discovering their daughter was a witch. The fact that she was magical seemed easier to believe than Hermione exercising. "Do you do this every morning?" "We run every morning to warm up, but Harry has us doing different training every day. At the weekend we just run. Professor Weasley works us hard at our extra defense lessons." Emma was every bit as shocked as her husband. "Barchoke said you could perform magic at home because the wards would mask it. Can you show us what you're learning?" Quick as a flash, Hermione's wand was in her hand and Dan was hit with a leg locker hex. That this was followed by a tickling jinx had both parents laughing. Dan because of the jinx and Emma, who thought it was hilarious to watch him laugh and try to maintain his balance at the same time. Hermione soon ended both curses, and her wand disappeared back up her sleeve. "Professor Weasley provided the 3 of us with wrist holders for our wands. Harry already had one for his knife. It only takes a flick of my wrist, and my wand is ready for action." Those were 2 of the mildest curses we're learning. Her father couldn't disguise his pride. That Hermione was not only exercising but learning to defend herself were massive pluses to Dan. That her best friend was responsible for these changes also weighed heavily in Harry's favor, and would see the lad receive a warm welcome whenever he appeared at the Grangers. Emma switched her attention to the young man who was in such distress last night. "How are you feeling today, Harry?" "A lot better, Emma. Hermione has a way of getting me to look at things from a different angle. I now have a godfather. That he's in prison is just about what I've come to expect from my life. I also know my father will be looking for a way to get Sirius out of there, and my father is one very smart goblin. If he's not out of Askaban by Christmas, I'm sure he'll be able to get us back in to see Sirius again over the holidays." Talking about his father almost seemed to summon him, as Barchoke portkeyed into the back garden a couple of hours earlier than they were expecting. He marched right up to Harry and handed over a copy of today's prophet. There followed an immediate stream of words in the goblin language. "English, please, son." "Sorry, father, but if I repeated that in English, Hermione would brain me with that practice sword. He may actually have gotten away with it as Hermione's full attention was taken up by the paper in front of her. How did they get this? We never posed for any picture, and Harry certainly never gave an interview. This makes him out to be as arrogant as Malfoy. As soon as we arrived, I erected wards around that part of the graveyard, so we wouldn't be disturbed. No one could have gotten through them without the wards alerting me. We thought some kind of recording quill, but that doesn't explain the photograph. I was never more than 10 yards away from you two, so it has me stumped. Harry, though, was coming at the problem from a different direction. Someone must have told this Skeeter woman we would be there yesterday. I hardly think they just staked out the cemetery on the off chance we may appear. It was a delighted and proud goblin who answered his son. Of course you are right. We suspect Dumbledore set the entire thing up. He squeezed where you would be on Halloween out of Cursebreaker Weasley, who of course reported this to us at once. We certainly didn't think it would lead to anything like today's prophet. The director is treating this article as a deliberate attack against Gringotts. It can be no coincidence that this comes out the day you are to become the youngest centurion in history, and your supposed interview makes no mention of it. Our legal team are meeting with the prophet right now. Dan was extremely unhappy at seeing his daughter plastered all over the front page of what was effectively a national newspaper. What are you hoping to achieve? They will print a full retraction and reveal how they got this information. That sounded fine in principle, but newspapers were very reluctant to call themselves liars, and even more so to reveal sources. Do you think they will? Barchoke answered with a question of his own. What would happen if your bank suddenly decided they wouldn't support your business and wanted all the money back they had lent you? Add to that, you wouldn't be able to use the bank to pay your staff salaries or pay for supplies to keep your business running. Oh, and you can't take your account to another bank, since there isn't one. There really was only one answer Dan could give. We would be ruined, but why would you do that? The director looks on this as a political attack on Gringotts, a deliberate attempt to discredit one of our subjects. Centurion Crow, here extolling the virtues of Hogwarts and the wizarding world in general, will do massive damage to Harry's standing in our nation. This whole thing has Dumbledore's stamp all over it. Our reaction must be swift and severe. Emma was stunned at how much power the goblins actually wielded in the magical world. Why don't wizards have their own bank? No offense intended, Barchoke, but how can it make sense to have all their eggs in the one basket or all their gold in your bank? You are right, Emma, but pure-blood wizards are inherently lazy. For generations, a flick or swish from their wand has gotten them whatever they wanted. They always take the easy option. Even their favorite sport is played sitting on a broom, hardly physically taxing. Harry and Hermione exercise every day, but both their pure-blood friends think they are crazy for doing so, because that's the way they have been raised to think. While Gringotts certainly employs a few witches and wizards, they never get to work on the financial side of the bank. Why should we train people who could one day replace us? This left the mother shaking her head. Hermione told us there were cultural differences between all four friends, but it takes some getting used to. Do you really think this newspaper will print an apology and the truth? Hermione had something to add to that conversation. Well, if there's going to be another picture, I want to be in it. I look like some gormless village idiot in this one. Harry, though, is very handsome. Hermione did indeed have a different way of looking at things, and it generated a smile amongst those gathered there that morning. It was time for breakfast, preparations for the ceremony, and then crushing newspaper, unless they printed the truth. Just a normal day for Harry Crow. Hermione's views on the picture were shared by a young redhead at the Burrow. Ginny could wait to get the newspaper up to her bedroom and take a pair of scissors to that picture. She intended to cut so that only her handsome Harry would be left, with flowers in his hand for her, of course. Ginny was also counting the days to Christmas and knew she would be getting her present early this year. What gift could possibly compare to her meeting Harry Crow? Chapter 16. Hermione was back through the looking glass again. At least that's what it felt like. She was clothed in pure white silk, and the material flowed over her form like layers of liquid. Her robe was high at the neck and down to her ankles, with a violet sash around her waist providing the only color. That wasn't quite true, though. Apart from her gold bracelet, Barchok had loaned her jewelry that belonged to his late wife. A golden necklace that had the same filigree design was almost like chainmail armor as it spread over her chest, and the diamond tiara she wore was so beautiful. It wouldn't look out of place in the Tower of London beside the British crown jewels. She was walking beside Barchok down an aisle that had seating for about 500 on either side. They were the main guests of honor and had to make their way to the very front. She could hear the murmurings as they walked to their assigned seats, and, thanks to Professor Flitwick, Hermione could actually understand them. Rowena Ravenclaw had invented a spell that allowed a witch or wizard to communicate with goblins. Helena had taught this now-forgotten spell to the head of Ravenclaw so Hermione could understand what was happening here today. It would have been considered the height of bad manners to be translating while another goblin was speaking. This solved the problem of Hermione not having a clue about what was being said. Hermione thought the part of the bank that did business with the public was rather grand, while those areas unseen, behind the scenes so to speak, were fairly Spartan. There was no decoration, no paintings, tapestries, or even pictures, just plain stone walls. The place where the Centurion ceremony would be held blew all her goblins being a utilitarian race theories out the window. The room was oval in shape with a domed ceiling, and Hermione couldn't spot a square inch of this massive cathedral-like hall that wasn't covered in at least one form of artwork. Some of this artwork appeared to be exquisitely carved directly into and out of the stone, with sculpture blending seamlessly into paintings. Add to that the effects created by flickering lighting being beautifully and creatively incorporated into each tableaus, carved goblins holding smokeless flaming torches, and even a fire-breathing dragon painting/sculpture, and it created the impression you could walk directly into some of the scenes. In any culture, art of this diversity and quality would have been considered beautiful. Given the starkness of its surrounding rooms and corridors, it was breathtaking. That most of these scenes depicted goblins battling foes or fierce creatures Hermione thought was to be expected from a race of warriors. From her seat beside Barchok in the front row, she had an uninterrupted view of the raised stage that filled this end of the oval hall/cathedral. There was a throne-like carved granite seat in the center of the marble stage, with about another 40 seats in two banks of 20, facing not into the audience, but the lone seat in the middle. Hermione found herself sitting between Harry's father and Master Pitsley. She could hardly miss that Master Sharpshard was also sitting in the front row. She pitied the poor goblin who ended up sitting behind the massive Master of the Blade. Hermione didn't think they would be asking him to move, though. The sound of drumming reverberated through the now packed hall/cathedral, and that was the signal for everyone to stand. The drumming was caused by goblin warriors banging their swords and axes off their shields, and was in time to them marching down the aisle. They came to a halt as the lead goblins reached the front before performing a complex marching maneuver. This saw the warriors leaned either side of the aisle, but now with each line facing the other. The drumming stopped as, with a loud cheer, all the warriors raised their weapons in salute. An imposing goblin that Hermione took to be Director Ragnarok walked down the center of this salute. He was clad in body armor that was decorative and ceremonial, but certainly still appeared sturdy enough to fulfill its primary function, and carrying the wickedest-looking battle axe she'd ever seen. Considering there were at least 100 on display here today, Hermione now felt she had a basis for making such a judgment. Marching behind the director were the existing centurions, and two things immediately struck the young witch. Harry could have his age trebled, and he would still be the youngest centurion. The other thing was more in the form of a question she would ask Barchok later. Hermione wanted to know if the goblins had copied the Roman armies. or if the most successful troops the world had ever known had based themselves on the goblins. The centurions wore tunics, much like the one Harry did for exercising, but these had strips of dragon hide that acted almost like a kilt. All tunics were festooned with goblin steel, and she supposed the epaulets signified their rank. They all had golden bands around their upper arms that, as she had come to expect, were intricately carved. Though able to understand and speak the language, Hermione again was left longing for the Idiot's Guide to Goblins. There was just so much going on in this culture, and the young witch felt that she was missing out on a lot. It was the helmets the centurions wore that had her comparing them to Roman soldiers. With the crest running up the middle, they appeared identical to ones she had seen in museums. That their tunics were an array of colors led Hermione to believe that this was based purely on the species of dragon they chose to make the tunic from. As Ragnock stepped onto the stage and sat in the center seat, the other centurions filled the chairs either side of the director. It was then Hermione's breath caught in her throat. Harry had just walked forward and knelt in front of Ragnock. His tunic was ivory in color, and his kilt that had swayed as he walked was hardly longer than his exercise tunic. She had noticed that Harry, although a lot younger than the other centurions, appeared physically taller and broader at the shoulder than a good percentage of them. The director stood and began addressing the assembled crowd. "My fellow goblins and invited guest, for millennia the position of centurion has been coveted by each goblin warrior who has ever picked up a weapon. The young candidate that kneels before me now is no different in that respect. He may not have been born a goblin, but has certainly been raised as one, embracing our beliefs and values to become a warrior of some renown. He attends Hogwarts, but not as a wizard. Crow here is the first goblin warrior ever to attend that ancient seat of learning. There he still receives tutoring from some of our most illustrious masters, and extols the virtues of goblin learning to his classmates. Some of those classmates have actually joined Crow in these lessons, forsaking the offered wizard classes in the process." Hermione was really glad of the translation charm now, otherwise she would have no idea what Ragnock was saying. She thought the goblin leader was laying it on a bit thick, but wondered how much of that was influenced by today's issue of the Prophet. Ragnock was certainly giving Harry the big build-up. Our young warrior had hardly set foot in the castle before accomplishing the first of his achievements. The lost goblin forged blade of Godric Gryffindor is back in our hands. It sits proudly on Crow's hip as the castle herself acknowledged a goblin warrior as her champion. This was no honorary position, though. That sword he proudly wears has already tasted blood. The security of Hogwarts was breached, and a mountain troll was running rampage through the castle. It had 3 young witches and a female healer trapped in their infirmary. Ragnock was an experienced orator and paused here to let the tension build. He also directed his gaze to Hermione. The young witch who is our guest of honor here today is only able to attend because Crow saved all of their lives. He cut that troll down to size before jumping onto its back and administering the killing blow, almost decapitating the beast in the process. This resulted in loud cheering, with all the warriors banging their weapons off their shields in appreciation of their brother warrior's victory. Hermione was blushing profusely at being singled out for attention. She couldn't imagine how Harry felt. He was still kneeling in front of Ragnock with his head bowed, but Hermione didn't need to see his face to know it would be red from embarrassment. Harry was such a modest person that this must be torture for him. Unfortunately, the director wasn't quite finished heaping on the praise. If those achievements weren't enough to earn this young warrior the rank of centurion, his next deed certainly merited the award. Every warrior is taught that a sharp mind is their greatest weapon, and Crow's is every bit as sharp as that fabled blade he carries. With the help of his father, he engineered a coup that saw that disgusting ghostly spawn of bloody bins expelled from Hogwarts Castle. The cheering this time was tumultuous, and every single goblin was on their feet in celebration. Hermione hadn't understood the depth of feeling held against the ghostly professor. Here was a very vocal and visual representation of just how much Harry's victory meant to the Goblin nation. Hermione couldn't help but compare her meeting with the Minister of Magic to that of the Goblin director she was watching here. She equated the bumbling Fudge with his green bowler hat to Dr. Watson, while Ragnarok was clearly the Sherlock Holmes of the two. Fudge couldn't impress a class of 11 and 12-year-olds, while Ragnarok had over 1,000 goblins hanging on his every word, and the director still wasn't finished. Ragnarok waited until everyone had returned to their seats before continuing. Now for everyone else, getting the butcher's last remaining kin thrown out of the castle would have been enough. Not for Crow. He didn't want one goblin-hating professor simply replaced by another of the same ilk. A teacher not tainted by bins was brought to Hogwarts from Europe to teach proper history, and not the bigoted filth that Ghost peddled. How did Crow get Hogwarts to accept this professor? He paid for it with his own gold. This seemed to impress the crowd nearly as much as the killing of the troll. Ragnarok let this sink in before proceeding. You have heard of this young goblin's deeds and achievements. It was I who, being so impressed with his actions, bestowed this honor upon him. As tradition demands, it is now time to ask if anyone here objects to this appointment. As I missed the fight where Crow drew first blood against Master Sharpshard, I'm rather hoping someone will come forward. There were sharp intakes of breath as that news permeated the hall. Anyone thinking Harry unworthy of this honor were now going to keep those thoughts to themselves. There were a few members of Barchok's family waiting on him passing away in the hope they would inherit, his adopted son becoming the youngest ever centurion killed that notion stone dead. A centurion as a son would satisfy goblin law, and that son would stand to inherit everything. These family members also reckoned their fate would be the same as their chances of inheriting if they stood and objected, dead as stone. Objections were settled by a duel, and anyone who could draw first blood against the greatest blade in the nation was not someone you wanted to challenge. Ragnarok had known about the hyenas circling around Barchok's wealth, but, like the cowards they were, these hyenas would never attempt a frontal attack on a stronger opponent. Crow's award was unopposed. Arise, warrior. Do you accept this position our nation bestows upon you? Harry stood, performed the centurion salute before answering the question loud enough for everyone to hear. Yes, Director, I do. Hermione had been warned about the blood involved in the next part of the ceremony. She rose with everyone else and tried to stand tall and proud. Watching as Harry held his hand out and that deadly battle axe of the Director's sliced his hand open was very difficult. Harry didn't flinch as his palm was cut deeply. He clenched his hand into a fist as he made his way to his chosen tableaus. The scene displayed bloody bins and his band of wizards being captured and held at swords' points by goblin warriors, but it was the murdered victims depicted there that Harry focused on. There was a dead goblin child carved out of the stone. The realistic wounds were colored bloody, and here was where Harry focused his attention. He rubbed his injured hand over the part that was depicted as bleeding, adding his blood to the tableaus. The rock actually began glowing, spreading to illuminate the entire scene as the stone accepted his blood sacrifice. This was also the signal for the loudest cheer of the day. Harry marched back to the Director, who held out his hand. Harry placed his there, and the cut was already healed. The Centurion has offered his blood to the nation, and the nation clearly accepted. Step forward, those chosen. Barchok, Master Pitsley, and Master Sharpshard stepped forward as 3 caskets were carried in and placed on the stage. Master Pitsley opened the first casket and removed the 2 gold armlets that it contained. He handed them both to Ragnarok. The symbol of our wealth and status is contained in these bands of power. May they bring strength to your arms in times of strife. The Director placed one on each of Harry's upper arms. Master Sharpshard then stepped forward and passed the epaulets the second casket had contained to the director. The badge of office that signifies to the world you are a centurion. Wear them with pride. These golden accoutrements were fastened onto each of Harry's shoulders. It was a proud father who opened the last casket and removed a beautifully crafted golden helmet. The plume running down the middle was the same ivory white as Harry's tunic. Harry once more knelt before their leader as his father passed over the last piece to complete the ceremony. A warrior's mind is their greatest weapon. May this protect you in your defense of our nation. When the helmet was on and the chin strap in place, Harry stood tall and performed the centurion salute 3 times. Once to the director, then his fellow centurions on his right before performing it lastly to those centurions on his left. Harry then turned to face the crowd, drew his famous sword and raised it high into the air. For Gringotts and the nations. The chant was returned by everyone present before the cheering once more broke out. The first time Hermione laid eyes on Harry wearing his exercise tunic, she had mentally compared him to a young Ares. Harry standing there with his sword raised high increased the intensity of that comparison by a factor of at least 10. She didn't know if the color of Harry's tunic and helmet plume was deliberate or not, but Centurion Crow epitomized every historical image or representation of a warrior of the light Hermione had ever seen, or even read about. The director's next statement heavily influenced her leaning toward the deliberate option. Ragnarok held his hands up for silence before making an announcement. Some of you may have read the lies printed in today's Wizarding Press. We have sent our representatives to this newspaper to register our displeasure in the strongest terms possible. This fixed everyone's attention. To a goblin, that statement was only one step away from blades being drawn. We announced to the press, the ministry, the WWN, and posted notices in Diagon Alley that Centurion Crow would make a statement on the steps of Gringotts after the ceremony. This will mean a slight delay to the feast, but should be entertaining for anyone who wishes to accompany us. That was an invitation most of them would love to take up. That Gringotts steps wouldn't hold anywhere near 1,000 goblins meant there would be a mad scramble for places after the director's party left the hall. Ragnarok was in the lead. Harry, with Hermione once more on his arm, was right behind him. His father and their guests of honor followed on behind, flanked by the 40 centurions and at least 60 warriors. The massed audience were behind the troops and all edging for a place where they could at least hear what would be getting said. With the Wizarding Wireless Network announcing they would be broadcasting a live statement from the boy who lived later today, anyone who couldn't make Diagon Alley had their ears glued to their sets. In a castle in Scotland, an old wizard with a long white beard sucked on his lemon drop, but found little solace from his favorite tart sweet. Harry's words broadcast live to the nation could do untold damage and would be hard to refute. He had immediately contacted Cornelius to see if this could be stopped, even although he knew it was virtually impossible. The minister had quickly pointed out what Albus already knew. Gringotts was sovereign soil to the goblins. Ministerial interference could start a war. There was no point in banning the WWN from broadcasting since the entire thing would soon appear in print anyway. With hundreds, if not thousands, expected in the alley, there was just no way to contain any damaging information the boy saw fit to disperse. Albus thought it was a bad day when his only point of comfort was that the students would all be in class. He had no way of knowing that Professor Hobson would have a recording crystal containing the full incident for her classes by Monday morning. His new professor was a great believer in making history lessons relevant to what was happening today, and this could be history in the making. In Devon, a young redhead sat beside the wireless with her mother. Ginny had gotten over the disappointment of not being able to go to the alley today, once she had looked at the problem from a practical point of view. As small as she was, Ginny wouldn't see much in the crush that was sure to form. The fact that she was counting the days until she would be introduced to her hero helped quell that disappointment too. Hearing his voice would do for now. Amelia was in Diagon Alley with every oar she could throw a uniform on. Even with the cadets supplementing her force, she was still short-handed for maintaining control over a crowd the size of this one. The crowd kept building as the wizards and witches of Britain turned out in their thousands for their first glimpse of the boy who lived. The oars were stretched thin, not helped by those spectators arriving late and attempting to push their way to the front for a better look. This created surges within the crowd, and Amelia thought it was only a matter of time before fights broke out. That everything suddenly went quiet, and the crowd actually took a step back surprised Amelia. That was until she turned around. Heavily armed goblin after heavily armed goblin just poured out the bank. Their very numbers made the head of the DMLE's heart sink. Here was a force trained and ready for battle. That they outnumbered her oars by at least 2-1 had Amelia worried. Like everyone else, she was expecting a verbal statement from Harry today. It would appear the goblins were making a bold visual statement too. Then her eyes settled on the couple in the center, and she was left not knowing what to think. Mr. Crow with Miss Granger on his arm appeared like a young prince and princess, standing there with their conquering army behind them. She could already see the press cameras snapping the pictures that would be front page tomorrow, and for most of next week too. Ragnar's deep baritone voice rang out over the entire length of the alley, his voice obviously charmed to carry so everyone could clearly hear his words. The WWN reporter had the microphone tight to his mouth as he described the scene for those who couldn't make it to Diagon Alley. When Ragnar began speaking, he had the good sense to shut up, hold out the microphone, and let the radio listeners actually hear what was going on. Witches and wizards of Britain, you are being lied to. I know this for a fact, but relations between us being what they are, my words are easily dismissed. Instead, I'll hand you over to someone I trust you will believe. Ragnar applied the same charm to Harry as his voice rang true around the alley, and, thanks to the wireless, the entire country. I hope you will forgive me if I make a few mistakes here. This is my first ever attempt at public speaking, and we seem to have drawn quite the crowd. Some laughter rang out at that, as the crowd settled to hear what the boy who lived had to say. Harry had worked on this speech with his father, so knew exactly what he wanted to achieve here. Yesterday, my father took myself and my best friend Hermione to visit my parents' grave. As you can hopefully understand, this was an intensely private occasion. Someone managed to sneak into the cemetery, eavesdrop on our private conversations, and take that photograph without our knowledge or permission. To make matters worse, it all appears as an exclusive interview with me on the front page of today's Prophet. I have never given an interview and certainly never met this Daily Prophet reporter. For this Skeeter woman to claim I have makes one of us a liar. I'm standing right here and prepare to face her. Publicly calling a goblin's honesty into question is a very serious issue. In the silence that followed that remark, Amelia took it upon herself to officially ask a question. Mr. Crow, are you willing to make a complaint to the ministry? This was unexpected, but again Harry let his training take over. Well met, Madam Bones, and it's Centurion Crow now. We've just come from the ceremony where this great honor was bestowed upon me. All goblin complaints to the ministry have to be routed through the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I am unaware if they have staffing issues, but it's been years since we got a positive result from them. I would rather stand here as a goblin and call her a liar to her face, an action I am prepared to defend with my blade if necessary. My father had that area warded, yet she still managed to sneak through and spy on us. I would have, though, that would have been worrying to the ministry too, unless she is on the ministry payrolls. Amelia attempted to quash that notion at once. To my knowledge, she is not, and it does concern me she was able to get so close to you. I also noticed she is conspicuous by her absence today. Rita Skeeter is not one to miss such things. If she has the ability to spy on us in a graveyard, my guess is she would be here and using that same technique to remain hidden today. This time, though, all these good people have heard every word I've said, including that Skeeter is a liar. To me, that she does not stand and refute those claims confirms her guilt. Miss Granger, can you corroborate Centurion Crow's claims? She looked toward the director, who cast the same spell on Hermione before she answered. Yes, Madam Bones. As you can tell from the picture printed today, I was at Harry's side the entire time. Neither of us spoke to anyone other than our parents. We are also concerned with who passed on the information that we would be at that cemetery yesterday. That information was known to very few. I can also confirm Harry is Centurion Crow. The charm Professor Flitwick cast now came into play as Hermione turned and bowed to Director Ragnarok. When she spoke, it was in the director's own language. I would sincerely like to thank Director Ragnarok for inviting me here today. It was very moving to watch my best friend receive such a great honor. I felt honored myself just by being there. This had an effect on all present, not least the Goblin leader. He had gambled somewhat in awarding Crow Centurion status, and even more so by inviting his young friend to the ceremony. Ragnarok thought that gamble had backfired after reading today's prophet, a piece of astute manipulation by Dumbledore. The only response the nation could give such an attack was to come out fighting, so that's why they were all standing here on the steps of Gringotts. He'd heard from Barchoke and their tutors that these two complemented each other. Ragnarok had just witnessed this for himself. Crow stood there a proud centurion for everyone to see, and the witch on his arm had just done more to instigate better relations between wizards and goblins than had been achieved in decades. Her display of respect and use of their language couldn't fail but have an effect on the hundreds of goblins currently watching and listening. Ragnarok paid her the deserved compliment of returning her bow before addressing everyone once more, in English. For those of you who don't speak our language, Miss Granger was just thanking me for inviting her to the ceremony where her best friend became a centurion. I would like to say she bestowed our nation great honor in attending, and by her words here today. I would also like to say she will be an honored friend of our nation anytime she chooses to visit Gringotts. A quick glance at Harry was all that was needed to know this was something special. She bowed respectfully to the director once more, knowing it would be explained later. The director returned his attention back to the gathered crowd of witches and wizards. As you have now heard, the supposed exclusive interview in The Prophet is nothing but fabrication and lies. We have asked the newspaper to print a retraction. They naturally asked us for proof. This proof is now standing before you, though I failed to see Miss Skeeter in attendance, as well as a retraction. We demand to know how this was achieved. It's in everyone's interest that we discover if someone has stumbled upon a method of bypassing wards. Amelia stepped forward and officially introduced herself to the Goblin leader before confirming her department would be investigating this phenomenon thoroughly. A warrant would be issued so Miss Skeeter could be brought in for questioning. Ragnarok thanked her before offering a closing comment. We must now take your leave and return to the feast arranged to celebrate our newest centurion. I wish you all a good day. The director had hardly finished speaking before his troops were shepherding the goblin spectators out of the way to clear a path back into the bank. Amelia couldn't fail to be impressed with their efficiency. The crowd had come to see and hear the boy who lived. They had gotten far more than they bargained for. The Prophet interview had portrayed Harry as a typical young wizard enjoying his first year at Hogwarts. Today had told an entirely different story. Since they had stood and watched the entire episode unfold before their eyes, even the gullible witches and wizards of Britain could see the Prophet's version was a pack of lies. As the commentator described the young couple following the Goblin leader back into Gringotts, an old wizard in a Scottish castle knew his manipulation had spectacularly backfired. I came here today, like most of the crowd, to get my first look at our savior, The Boy Who Lived. Instead of seeing Harry Potter, we were introduced to Centurion Crow. Here is a young man who has been raised by the goblins, and may I just say witches, he's clearly thriving in that environment. The beautiful young witch on his arm compliments him perfectly. I suspect hearts will be breaking the length and breadth of the country when today's pictures are printed. That Centurion Crow bears no resemblance to the picture the prophet painted of this young man leaves only one conclusion. We are being lied to. This was the point at which Albus turned the radio off. If the mindless cretin that WWN employed to ask inane and downright idiotic questions could figure that out for himself, the rest of the country would too. He expected a visit from William Weasley soon. That young wizard was far too smart not to figure out who had pointed the prophet at the cemetery. Albus would have to reel him in. That sounded so much better than blackmail. William would now have to play the game Albus' way, otherwise Gringotts would discover just who leaked that information. He didn't feel the least bit of sympathy for William. More than ever, Albus now needed information. The worst that would happen to the eldest Weasley was that he ended up teaching defense at Hogwarts. That wasn't much of a sacrifice to make for the greater good. He also expected to be hearing from Skeeter within the hour. Rita was about to discover Albus Dumbledore was a recognized expert at this game decades before she was born. When you played with the big boys, sometimes you got burned. Should Rita attempt to pass any of the blame onto Albus, the legs would soon be cut from under her. He mentally prepared his statement for the press/DMLE, just in case it became necessary to give one. He had heard Harry would be visiting the Potter graves on Halloween, and passed that information on to Miss Skeeter. All he asked in return was that any article she wrote would show Hogwarts in a favorable light. He expected the reporter to ask Mr. Crow a few questions before or after his visit, not spy on the entire thing, and then report it as an interview. He was certain Rita wouldn't disclose how she was able to spy on the boy, meaning Albus wouldn't need to mention that he knew Skeeter was an unregistered animagus. The plan was always for Hermione to stay the night at Harry's, but with her new friend status, a different world opened up for the young witch. She was in her training clothes and running beside Harry as he followed his usual underground route when at home. He was in his normal training gear, with a sword strapped to his back. Hermione learned the gold armbands never came off, and the epaulets were worn on everything except pajamas. Thankfully, the helmet was reserved for ceremonial duties and wars. As expected, they were drawing a fair bit of attention from everyone they saw or passed. Harry knew the next part of their routine would receive a lot more attention and had planned accordingly. While Hermione was a quick learner with the wooden sword, she was nowhere near ready to practice those fledgling skills in front of an audience of goblins. She was improving with her goblin shield, though, and it was those skills they would practice this morning. Normally, this would be the only time Hermione removed her bracelet, but not today. The certainty that their practice was bound to draw an audience, and that audience would probably make Hermione nervous. Harry wanted to have that extra security of knowing any curses getting past her guard would still be nullified. Harry led them into a large cavern that was occupied by goblins practicing fighting, though there appeared to be just as many simply here to watch. In some strange way, it reminded Hermione of a seedy boxing gym, and now it would take her hours to get the Rocky theme tune out her head. Harry had small portable ward stones that would stop any low-level magic escaping, placing them on the ground to define a safe area. They started firing stinging hexes at each other and escalated from there, blocking with their physical shields when they couldn't dodge, and erecting magical shields when they had to. The had escalated to stunners, and had worked quite a sweat-up when the cry of "Stop" issued. Both stopped and turned to see who had issued such a command. They were faced by a wizened old goblin who was storming in their direction. Hermione was again in Rocky mode, as here was Mickey coming to chew them out. Even his gruff voice was in character. "Put those devil toys away at once. This is a place for real fighting." Hermione was about to comply when Harry's voice stopped her. "Watch our backs." Those 3 words just dumped a shed-load of adrenaline into the young witch's body as she took up position guarding Harry's back. Harry almost casually reduced and clipped his shield onto his scabbard. Their attracted audience could see he was deadly serious the instant he reached back for his sword. Who are you to decide what real fighting is? Are you so old or just blind stupid that you can't see my rank? How dare you interrupt my training? You snot-nosed whelp. Get a bit of rank and forget who trained you. You, sir, will address me properly, or there will be blood spilled here today. The old goblin's face split into a grin that had many gaps before he gave the proper Centurion salute. Just remember, Centurion Crow, never give the bastards an inch, or they'll walk all over you. I remember White Fong. You've shouted that at me since I was 5. How could I bloody forget? Are we done here? Or are you planning another one of your surprises? White Fong let out a rich laugh at that. Well, Centurion, I can see that rank was earned. I had intended a couple of my boys would attack from behind, but your little witch there seems ready for them. Harry knew what White Fong was trying to do, deliberately unsettle him while seeing just how far he could be pushed, but there was still more than a trace of anger in his reply. That little witch is Miss Hermione Granger. She is under my protection and named friend by the director himself. Insult her, and I will introduce you to my blade. The writing was on the wall. He pushed too far, and it was his understanding of such things that White Fong eked his meager living from. A bow and apology were quickly offered. Sorry if I insulted you, Miss Granger. That was not my intention. Hermione returned the bow. Apology accepted, Master White Fong. This led to a loud burst of sarcastic laughter from Harry. The only thing White Fong is master of is the most disgusting mouth in the nation, and I don't mean dentally. None of the small crowd knew what Harry meant by his last remark, but it made Hermione smile and reduced her apprehension. If Harry was cracking jokes, the situation was well in hand. Since White Fong has disrupted our exercise session, I suggest we head home for breakfast. My father has taken the morning off to spend some time with us before we visit your parents later. They picked up the ward stones, and Harry had a few words with goblins he obviously knew. Hermione also noticed White Fong watching everything closely. As they left, Harry began supplying the answers he knew his best friend was dying to ask. White Fong is White Fong. I know that doesn't help, but I don't have any words you would understand to describe him. Harry, Rowena's charm is still working. Just tell me in your own language. His answer had her blushing. Okay, I get the picture. Part scoundrel, part lovable crook? How do you know him, and what does your father think of this? When I was a good bit younger, I used to get my arse kicked a lot. White Fong watched this happening one day, didn't stop it, mind you, and had words with me afterwards. Said I had guts, but was stupid. You know me well enough now to guess how I would react to that. Hermione actually smiled. Not well, I'll bet. Well, White Fong said I needed to learn to fight, not just stand up and get knocked back down again. He took me to the training place we were today, and gradually taught me every dirty way to fight there is. This confused Hermione. Then why were you so hostile to him if he helped you? Oh, he certainly helped me a great deal, but it's complicated. Had I shown him the respect I offer, say Master Sharpshard, White Fong would have spat in my face and insisted I had insulted him. By treating him the way I did today, as a dangerous character I shouldn't be around, that to him is a form of respect he can accept. My father pays him for information occasionally. He's very good at blending into the background and missing nothing. White Fong would accept gold for that, but never for helping me. A sigh of exasperation came from his best friend. Every time I think I'm beginning to understand goblins, something else comes along and changes it. Harry just laughed. We're a very simple race, Hermione. Let's run back and you can have some more of that ale you like so much. I must admit, I really miss it when we're at Hogwarts. Pumpkin juice is far too sweet for me, and the wizard's attempts to copy our ale, butterbeer I think it's called, is supposed to be disgusting. At the feast, I noticed everyone was drinking ale, that or wine. Hermione, we only have 4 drinks and one of them is water. Grog is never drank in public. It knocks you on your back after only a couple of tankards. This was hard for Hermione to believe. Her mother drank more types of coffee than that. This prompted another question. Surely there must be more than 4 drinks. Don't you have any hot beverages? Sure we do. Hot water, hot ale, and hot wine. Master Sharpshard is the only person I know who can drink hot grog, a good indication of how toxic that brew is when heated. I told you, Hermione, simple. Hermione was shaking her head. Simple, right? This was going to take her years to figure out. That thought brought a smile to her face as she ran beside Harry, heading for his home. Padma found her twin waiting on her as she left Ravenclaw Tower. They hugged in greeting before Parvati told her why she was there. I said to Neville I would walk you to breakfast this morning. We never get to spend as much time together as we used to. I don't think I like being in separate houses, and we won't even be together over the holidays. Unlike her sister, Padma was enjoying being in a different house from Parvati. They really were 2 very different witches, with her more gregarious twin attracting all the attention while quiet little Padma faded into the background. Padma didn't resent her twin for this. You might as well blame the rain for being wet. It was just who Parvati was. It was only now, though, being in a different house and having her own group of friends, that Padma felt she could let out the witch that, until recently, only she knew was in there. Pav, you seem happy with Gryffindor. You and Lavender had a fight? What? No. It's just that I thought it was going to be so different. I mean, look what we have to put up with. Ron Weasley, please. Seamus and Dean aren't much better. Neither are the second years. One decent wizard, and my twin sister has to snaffle him. Neville and I are good friends, Pav, but I'm not expecting a marriage proposal soon. We hope to see him during the holidays, but he won't be staying at Hermione's. No, you'll just have to make do spending the holiday with Harry. I still can't believe you marched down to the front of the Great Hall yesterday. That boy is a bad influence on you. Padma had trouble believing it herself, but she thought Harry and Hermione were great influences on her. Without their friendship, she would never have had the confidence to stand up for them yesterday. Have breakfast with me this morning? I do miss spending time with you, Pav. We can still be together more than we have been lately. Parvati quickly agreed, before coming to the main reason for wanting to speak with her twin. I heard Hermione mention shopping, presents, and parties. Can you swing an invite for me too? Padma was well aware Parvati would drive both her friends nuts with her constant chattering, so tried to nip this idea in the bud. Did you also hear her mention running every morning, lots of studying, and living without magic for 2 weeks? Running and no magic? How are you supposed to live without magic? I have no idea, Pav, but that's the whole point. I want to learn new things, and living with muggles for 2 weeks will certainly do that. Suddenly, the idea wasn't so appealing to Parvati. When Padma said she would try and include her when they met up with Neville, she was delighted. Both sisters entered the Great Hall and sat at the Ravenclaw table, being quickly joined by Neville. Padma was sitting between her sister and friend and thought the morning was just about perfect until the prophet was delivered, and it got so much better. Chapter 17. The headline of Saturday's Daily Prophet screamed the newspaper's intent right from the front page. It was time to grovel. It also helped that they could blame everything on a convenient scapegoat. Penitent prophet.
As
Centurion Crow crowned. The imposing figure in our picture, wearing the golden helmet and carrying the sword of Godric Gryffindor, is Centurion Crow. That this is also the boy who lived immediately indicates there was an error made with a story concerning him previously printed in this newspaper. The beautiful young witch on his arm, though, is once again Miss Hermione Granger. They're all similarities with yesterday's issue of this newspaper, and both Centurion Crow and Miss Granger vehemently denied having met Miss Skeeter, far less participated in an exclusive interview before posing for a picture. It now appears as if Miss Skeeter has spied on the young couple as they visited the Potter graves on Halloween, the 10th anniversary of James and Lily Potter's murder. The Daily Prophet was in no way complicit with this reporter's actions and doesn't want to comment further at the moment, as Miss Skeeter is currently at the center of an investigation initiated by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This newspaper will of course comply fully with that investigation. Dan Granger let out a low whistle as he read over the front page article from the newspaper Barchoke had just handed him. His wife was reading it over his shoulder and had her own comment to make. Was that whistle in appreciation of the apology or the picture? Emma had to look at the picture twice to assure herself it actually was Hermione and Harry. Her daughter stood there looking every inch a princess. The jewelry she wore must be worth a king's ransom, while Harry appeared ready to do battle. Their poise and clothing reminded her of a famous historical couple, Mark Antony and Cleopatra. Showing this picture to anyone who didn't know Hermione or Harry, you could never convince them these two were 11 and 12. The royal theme just wouldn't leave her alone as she looked at the wide shot the newspaper had also printed. Hermione and Harry were in the center, but surrounded by goblins dressed in their finest. The only thing Emma had to compare this with was a royal wedding photograph, the ones the press were so fond of printing as the royal family gathered on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. That there were thousands of people watching this picture being taken, and the newspaper dedicated a further 9 pages to the event, reinforced the royal wedding image in her mind. She just hoped her husband was following a different mental route. Dan was indeed following a different mental route. This route was currently stuck on a giant roundabout that he couldn't find an exit from. The father was struggling to accept that this beautiful and confident young woman in the picture was actually his little girl. She was standing there facing thousands of strangers, yet drawing the confidence to deal with it from the young man whose arm she was on. The newspaper went to great lengths to extol her beauty and poise. That she spoke gobbledygook and the goblin leader bestowed a great honor on her was certainly something he would need to ask Barchoke about when he got his mind back into gear. Well, there's one thing for certain, Hermione. You absolutely destroyed any notion of you being a gormless village idiot. Your father's opinion may be biased, but I think my daughter is truly beautiful. Then again, I've thought that since the day you were born. His daughter's playful giggles at that was music to his ears. Thanks, Dad. I almost wish I had been in Hogwarts this morning to see certain witches' reactions when that was delivered. I'll need to ask Padma if Cho choked on her porridge or cried. I'm hoping for both. Hermione, isn't that rather unkind? No, Harry, it's not. I'm usually standing there on your arm while Cho tries to flirt with you. I know you do nothing to encourage her, and I can't really blame her either. How did the prophet put it? Dashingly handsome young man, standing shoulder to shoulder with a nation's leader as if he belonged there. I understand why all the girls hit on you. It's the way they pretend I'm not standing there that annoys the hell out of me. Harry decided to quote the prophet straight back at her. Well, I don't know how they could possibly ignore the beautiful young witch who sparkles by my side. And I don't think they were talking about that tiara you were wearing. The 3 parents were laughing at the antics of their children. They may be front-page news for the second day in succession, but they seemed far more concerned with what they thought of each other than letting fame go to their heads. I'm just glad we managed to ward your house before this whole thing started. It also has an owl redirect which will allow Irjit and official Gringotts owls only. Anything else will end up at Gringotts where it can be examined before forwarding. This concerned the Grangers, but they recognized that, even in their world, getting press coverage like this could attract its own special breed of weirdos and crazies. They were delighted any potential problems would be dealt with before they could get anywhere near Hermione. Barchoke had even more good news for them, though. Hermione's status as a goblin friend allows you to do your banking through Gringotts and get our best rates. This could save you thousands on your mortgage and business account. Get your figures, and I would be more than happy to go over them with you. The savings will be substantial. Dan thought he should be getting used to the shocks by now. Your daughter is a witch, and she needs to go away to Scotland for almost 10 months of the year. Well, it looks as if our summer holiday next year could be a good one. It was a nervous Harry who interrupted. Excuse me, sir. Since you were kind enough to invite me into your home over the Christmas holidays, I was hoping to return the favor at summer. This piqued Emma's interest. What did you have in mind, Harry? Well, because I had to remain hidden, I haven't really left Gringotts much. There are a lot of Potter properties dotted around the world I've never seen, but that I now have access to. I was hoping you would be my guests as we explored some of them. They really do span the globe from the south of France to the Seychelles and on to the South Pacific. Dan was struggling to believe the wealth of this young lad, and yet how level-headed he appeared. That sounds unbelievable, actually. Wouldn't we spend most of the holiday in airports, though? This drew a puzzled look from Harry. I don't think so, Dan, since I don't know what an airport is. He looked to Hermione for help. Airports are where you go to board planes that fly you to your destination. Can I assume we would be traveling using port keys? A nod from her best friend saw Hermione offering an explanation to her parents, only for her mother to excitedly jump right in. Oh, that young Weasley chap used one of them to take us to London in seconds. Are you saying that these can be used to travel the world? Barchoke thought Emma's excitement at such a simple thing was a delight to watch. A port key will take you from one Potter property directly to the next one. Both Granger parents were overwhelmed at this. No waiting in airports for delayed flights. No being bored out your head by sitting for hours on a plane. No arriving to find your luggage is in Timbuktu. No tedious transfers to and from the airports. We're in. This was greeted by an eardrum-bursting squeal of delight before Hermione actually jumped on Harry, wrapping her arms and legs around him and almost having both of them over. I get to spend Christmas and summer with you. Oh, Harry, that's wonderful. Dan was watching his little girl wrap herself around a boy, and his only reaction was to laugh. How could he possibly get upset when Hermione was so happy? It was left to Barchoke to discuss practicalities. I'll organize a folder of those properties that you can all look through when Harry stays here at the holidays. I plan on taking some time away myself over summer, so we could either organize it to be together or split it, and give these two a longer holiday. This drew another squeal from Hermione as a delighted Harry twirled her around the room. All three parents were smiling at the antics of their two very happy children. It was also nice to see them acting their age for once. Just a couple of kids very excited about spending their Christmas and summer holidays together. I think those two like the idea of a longer holiday, but I also think we should build a bit of overlap in there too, where we can all be together. Barchoke was quite overwhelmed at Emma's suggestion. That these people would actually arrange their schedule purely to spend time with a goblin wasn't just unbelievable, it was historically unprecedented. I think I would like that very much. We may even have some company. If we can get Sirius Black out of Askaban, I can't think of anyone who would be in more need of a holiday. It would also give Harry a chance to get to know his godfather. This was something Dan was very interested in. The thought of an innocent man rotting in prison appalled him. What do you think the chances are of getting him out? To be honest, two very powerful men colluded to put Sirius in there. That these two are still as powerful is going to make this a very difficult task. At the moment, it's beyond us. That these two did this one unlawful deal would suggest there may be other skeletons in their cupboards. If we can discredit them, people would be more inclined to believe claims Sirius is in fact innocent. This wasn't nearly quick enough for Emma. Surely the mere fact the man never had a trial should see the entire case reopened. A goblin explaining to a pair of muggles how the magical world worked didn't even qualify for a raised eyebrow amongst this group now. Askaban is an exceedingly dangerous place. Deaths amongst inmates is not uncommon. I fear that is the fate Sirius might face if we were to go public with this. Dumbledore may preach forgiveness, but only when it suits his aims. Barty Crouch is the ultimate hardliner. The man sentenced his only son to life in Askaban, and his life is exactly what it cost the young wizard named after his father. Dan looked over to the two children, still in each other's arms and chatting excitedly about their future plans. We have to thank you for your honesty, Barchoke, almost as much as the lengths you have undertaken to protect our daughter. The more I hear of this world, the more I worry about the decision we made to let Hermione join it. Then I look over there and see what I always wanted, my daughter happy. No thanks are needed, Dan. I am also looking over there at my son being very happy. I will take every measure I can to ensure their safety. Gringotts now have an employee we can trust inside Hogwarts 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Master Pitsley and Cursebreaker Weasley also make frequent visits to the castle. I'm sure we can trust their head of house and believe McGonagall is also on our side. Apart from getting Dumbledore thrown out on his ear, I don't think we can make that situation much safer. Both Grangers were keen to know if that was a possibility. Barchoke did his best to explain the situation. Dumbledore, for all his faults, is a very powerful and clever wizard. He's become so used to everyone around him doing exactly what he wants, we kind of caught him on the hop a bit. I'm willing to bet he instigated that entire incident with Skeeter, just as I'm willing to bet he'll have covered his tracks. Some of his earlier moves were stupid, born out of overconfidence. He won't make the same mistake again. I just don't understand how one person could end up holding so much power. I think it comes down to laziness again, Emma. They've gotten so used to asking someone else what to do. We are reaching the stage where senior ministerial officials can barely think for themselves. Dumbledore has been repeatedly offered the job as Minister of Magic, but continually turns it down. The minister can be held accountable when things go wrong. Those manipulating the minister will escape any unpleasantness like that, and usually have a hand in choosing the sacked minister's replacement. There is no shortage of people every bit as stupid and just as easily manipulated as Fudge, all willing to do anything to take his place as Minister of Magic. It's a rotten and corrupt system, but those pulling the strings certainly don't want changes being made. I want some changes made. This makes us look like incompetent arseholes. Albus then inquired just what changes the minister wanted made. The lad kills a troll, saves 3 students and the Hogwarts healer, yet doesn't even earn a house point. The goblins give him a golden helmet for chasing a ghost out the bloody castle. The boy who lived, standing on the steps of Gringotts and talking about how honored he is to receive an award from the goblins, has seen the ministry inundated with owls. They all want to know why the person who rid us of Voldemort hasn't received as much as a ministerial thank you. He's the Hogwarts champion for Merlin's sake, yet neither the school or ministry receive one positive mention in 10 pages of the prophet dedicated to the boy. This state of affairs can't be allowed to continue. Albus had allowed Cornelius to get it all off his chest as the minister ranted and raved in the headmaster's office. He actually agreed with most of it. I am at a loss to see how we can turn this around. If Hogwarts or the ministry start showering the boy with trinkets and awards, it's going to stand out for exactly what it is, us attempting to curry favor with Harry. He will see right through that and may even refuse to accept. Imagine how embarrassing that would be. The goblins have won this battle hands down. I think we have to just acknowledge that and continue the fight from another angle. You really can't be serious. Won't officially acknowledging this make the situation worse for us? I think you have to add your congratulations to Centurion Crow. It might not be a bad idea to let slip the ministry were considering something similar, but don't want to be seen to be competing for the boy's affections, so have put it off to a later date. I shall approach Minerva about the possibility of a special award to the school for his actions that day, presented at the leaving feast before Christmas. She has a better understanding of Crow and can determine whether the lad will accept before we let any announcements slip to the press. Cornelius was beginning to understand the angle this crafty old wizard was suggesting. So we play it as if the ministry were in the process of recognizing the boy who lived's achievements, but the goblins stole a march on us. We congratulate the lad because the award is well-deserved, and we'll revisit our options to add our further congratulations in the future. Exactly. Sometimes the only option left is to doff your hat to an opponent in appreciation of the skill they displayed, also showing your determination to win the next encounter. I think this is one of those situations. As to how we win the next one, all I can say is I'm working on it. Cornelius drew comfort from this, not knowing Dumbledore hadn't a clue what to do next. Another coup like that for the goblins, and I fear the battle could be lost. I've already had to publicly thank the goblins for doing such a good job in raising the lad. The boy who lived standing there dressed as a goblin, with a witch beside him dripping in priceless goblin jewelry, is a very powerful image. Especially since the goblin hierarchy were all lined up behind him, showing support for his award. It's going to appear to the magical population of Britain as if Harry Potter has deserted us. That is a state of affairs neither of us could politically survive. One more article like this, and we might not have a hat to doff. Albus once again found himself agreeing with the minister. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise, though. The one thing Fudge excelled at was judging public opinion and shifting his own position to keep Cornelius Fudge on the right side of it. Hogwarts was buzzing when Harry and Hermione returned. Padma immediately began teasing about having epaulets on a Hogwarts robe. Hermione shot that down before it could go any further. Well, I think they are handsome, and a lot more practical than some badge saying prefect or Quidditch captain. Logic like that ended the teasing, though Padma just switched to what else they were up to in their time out of Hogwarts. It was almost a relief when they all needed to head to herbology. By lunchtime, it was as if they had never been away. Bill watched his students leave the classroom and couldn't fail to notice Dumbledore waiting to enter. He had no intention of listening to the old wizard today. The supposed interview with Harry printed in the Prophet had sent chills up his spine. Had he not reported to Barchoke that Dumbledore managed to get that information out of him, Bill would currently be unemployed, homeless, and a promising career destroyed. He wouldn't have to fake anger in this confrontation. Albus entered and shut the door, only to be met with hostility. "I'll save you the trouble of spouting whatever words you had prepared. I have nothing whatsoever to say to you, and refuse to play these games anymore." "Games? You think this is a game?" Bill didn't back down an inch. "I know it's not a game. These are real people's lives that are being affected here. To you, though, we're all just pieces in a game where you have elected yourself the main player. All this greater good pish, and sacrifices have to be made shit. You can go and drown in your own stinking manipulations, headmaster. I have no intention of making any sacrifices for the greater good of Albus Bloody Dumbledore." Bill was pushing past the headmaster when Albus grabbed his arm. "This has nothing to do with what I want. I'm trying to save our world from changes that would destroy it." The curse breaker jerked his arm out of the headmaster's grip. "Before I took this assignment, I spent my days working in tombs of people who couldn't adapt to change. They were the gods of their day, with the power of life and death over millions. Now all that is left are some piles of stone. Impressive piles of stone, to be sure, but their way of life is gone forever." Dumbledore seized on this analogy. "If we allow things to continue, Hogwarts could be nothing more than rubble in a few generations. Our way of life is under attack from all sides. It's now more important than ever that we all stick together." My problem with that statement is we're all supposed to stick together and do whatever Albus Dumbledore wants. What gives the headmaster of a school the right to determine the direction our way of life has to proceed? I have no intention of blindly following someone whose motives are at best questionable and whose actions are borderline criminal. This was not going the way Albus had planned. If he thought about it, very little had gone to plan recently. So, you would rather align yourself with the goblins than your fellow wizards? I'm aligning myself with Harry. That just happens to be the side the Goblin Nation are supporting too. I would rather put my trust in that young man than be a mindless follower of the self-proclaimed leader of the light. Bill had his hand on the door before Albus dropped any and all pretense. You claim to support Harry, yet were involved in a major breach of security against the lad's safety. I wonder what your goblin masters would make of that information, should it find its way to them. It was you who passed the information on to Skeeters? Dumbledore thought he had his man now. But I wouldn't have been able to if you hadn't told me about the proposed visit beforehand. I truly am sorry to do this, William, but you leave me no choice. I desperately need information. If you won't cooperate, then perhaps your replacement will be a bit more accommodating. Bill's eyes were boring into the old wizard. It was a confident Dumbledore who was standing in front of him. The Cursebreaker could see that Albus thought he was in a win-win position. Time to end his delusions. It was also time to admit to himself he was shite at the spy crap. There was just too much of the Weasley temper in him to be able to play nice with people like Dumbledore. You're a learned wizard headmaster, so I will leave you with a simple puzzle. Rearrange these words into a well-known phrase. Off. F-U-C-K. With that, Bill left the classroom, slamming the door behind him, leaving behind a surprised and confused Dumbledore. Harry was sitting at dinner talking with his friends, attempting to explain some of the muggle things he'd seen at the Grangers to Padma and Neville while Hermione smilingly looked on. It was such a pleasant scene, Bill was loath to interrupt. A few whispers in Harry's ear drew a nod of understanding, and his friends could see playful Harry slip away, being replaced by the persona that was Centurion Crow. Bill patted Harry on the back before taking his leave. No one in the hall thought anything of him approaching and talking with his students. It was naturally Hermione who asked Harry what was going on. Oh, just as we suspected, Dumbledore has been playing games again. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to use this. The headmaster entering the hall from a side door and taking his place at the staff table appeared to make Harry's mind up. Before he could rise, though, Hermione's hand clamped on his leg. Are you sure about this, Harry? He smiled at her. No, but I shouldn't be in any danger. I'm far better confronting him in the hall, with McGonagall and Master Flitwick here. Couldn't we send for Master Sharpshard too? He lifted her hand off his leg and kissed her knuckles. Hermione Granger, you're actually developing a goblin sense of humor. Harry stood and strode to the front of the hall. He attracted attention most of his time in Hogwarts, but almost every pair of eyes must have been watching him by the time he reached the staff table. Harry didn't bother with any preliminaries. Dumbledore, you told that Skeeter reporter I would visit my parents' graves on Halloween. The silence that followed those words drew out until Snape actually broke it. Mr. Crow, that is a pretty serious allegation to make. Do you have any proof? It's Centurion Crow, sir, and yes, I do. Cursebreaker Weasley let slip to the headmaster where I would be going, and then this despicable old bastard just tried to blackmail my tutor into passing over more information. He admitted telling Skeeter where I would be, before threatening to report how he learned the information to my father. If Cursebreaker Weasley didn't do what Dumbledore told him to, Minerva practically had steam coming out her ears at that revelation. Do you know what Mr. Weasley's answer was? Yes, Professor. I believe he told the headmaster to fuck off. This drew some laughter, and had a pair of red-headed twins up on the Gryffindor table doing a jig of delight. Harry wasn't finished yet, though. For 10 years I was safe within Gringotts' walls. I haven't been here 10 weeks yet, but it has been one attack after another. First evening, you attempted to have me renounce my goblin upbringing, while at the same time having Voldemort sitting at the staff table. Add in trolls, bullies, and Death Eaters. Getting the picture, Headmaster? Then when I step outside Hogwarts, you tell someone exactly where we'll be. You endangered not only me, but Miss Granger too." Dumbledore finally spoke. "Am I to take it that Mr. Weasley's attempts to save his job by slandering me are being believed? Cursebreaker Weasley is a wizard with honor and integrity, two qualities you are sadly lacking in. He also reported the incident to my father on the day it happened. We just didn't think you would stoop so low. We already knew you were behind the supposed interview. Attempting blackmail just confirmed it. I am very happy with the defense tutor my father found me. Cursebreaker Weasley will not be going anywhere." Minerva felt she had to intervene before this escalated any further. "Centurion Crow, I'm sorry, but calling the headmaster a despicable old bastard is against school rules and will earn you another detention with me. Rest assured, though, I agree with your assessment that whoever released this information endangered 2 Hogwarts students. I shall be reporting the matter to the DMLE and the Hogwarts Board of Governors." Harry nodded respectfully to McGonagall, fully aware that the detention would be nothing more than another tutoring session. "I understand, Professor, and like any other student will obey Hogwarts rules. Please inform both of those bodies. I would be quite happy to speak with them on this matter. May I ask that you make this sooner rather than later? My father's patience with Albus Dumbledore is pretty much exhausted, and both Hermione and I understand French well enough that attending Beaux Batons would not be a problem." As Harry was heading back to his seat, McGonagall called out to him, "Centurion Crow, nice to have you back. It would be a sad day for Hogwarts if you and Miss Granger left." A slight nod of his head was all the indication he gave that he had heard, though the students he passed to reach his seat could all see he was smiling. Both Harry and his father knew it was more likely to be a series of body blows that would lead to Dumbledore's eventual downfall, rather than one knockout punch. The headmaster was sitting at the table reeling as another scheme had not only failed, but spectacularly blown up in his face. Dropping in a line about Beaux Batons would hopefully muzzle him for a while, and give the goblin plans time to bear some fruit. Hermione was just glad to see Harry make it back to her without any weapons being drawn, though Percy had to restrain his twin brothers when Dumbledore attempted to push the blame onto their eldest sibling. The name Dumbledore had taken a bashing amongst the Weasleys, and one glance around the hall was enough to see it was Harry's version of events that was being believed. Severus certainly believed Albus would attempt to blackmail Bill Weasley to basically become his spy. The potion's master only wished that he had been in a strong enough position to deliver the same answer to Dumbledore all those years ago. He had studied the Centurion Crow edition of the Prophet from cover to cover. All he could think of, though, was that Lily would be so proud of her son. Looking at that army behind him kindled hope in Severus that this boy might actually be capable of finishing the Dark Lord. It was now clear to anyone paying attention that Dumbledore was also firmly in Crow's sights, and set to fall if the potion's master was any judge. Being the Slytherin that he was, he needed to do something so that Severus Snape wasn't dragged down with either of the 2 wizards who had dictated his life since he was a teenager. The more he thought of Harry as Lily's boy, the more Severus found himself appreciating just what this boy could do. He had no idea Harry was about to make his life even better. They had hardly left the Great Hall when the Weasley twins approached the group of friends. "Harry, we would like to thank you for defending our brother in there." Harry held up his hands to stop them saying any more. "Guys, not only do we all like your brother, he's a brilliant teacher. Working for Gringotts comes with some pretty tight restrictions, but we also look after and reward our employees. Now I have a question to ask you. Can you 2 be serious?" "Of course we can. What do you think we are? A couple of jokers? Something tells me I could regret this, but what class do you 2 have on a Friday morning? Divination, why?" It suddenly hit George, and he was down on his knees pleading, his twin only seconds behind. Hermione had also sussed just what was going on, and questioned Harry's choice. "Are you sure about this, Harry?" "Of course I'm not, but I think I should give him a chance." Master Pitsley offered another couple of places. Who else could I choose? I couldn't pick a pair of Hufflepuffs or Slytherins without upsetting the rest. Same with Gryffindor, though I honestly don't think any of their first years are up to all the work involved. Sorry, Padma. No problem, Harry. Parvati would be the first to admit she doesn't enjoy studying. Harry once more turned his attention to the twins. Okay, guys, but you need to get McGonagall to agree to this. And Snape. Harry was suddenly up in the air and being twirled around as both twins had him in a hug Hermione would have been proud of. The whoops of joy soon drew an audience, and a fair bit of laughter. Both twins gently lowered Harry back to his feet before shaking his hand. We won't let you down, Harry. Most of our pranks are potions-based. We understand this is a life-changing opportunity for us. Reserve an extra 2 places at your study table, Neville. We're off to see McGonagall. As they skipped along the corridor, it was a worried Hermione who expressed a thought most of them shared. Oh dear, I wonder if Master Pitsley will know what hit him. Hermione, where do you think I learned to brew the potion I used on Snape? Master Pitsley knows more prank potions than anyone else in the country. They're just more subtle than donkey ears and the like that the twins seem so fond of. With goblin humor, sitting at a formal dinner and having your victim loudly letting one rip is considered the height of hilarity. Okay, I need to write home and make sure we have a good selection of comedy tapes for Christmas. You need to learn a different definition of funny. Harry's eyes almost glowed at this. You mean there are more videotapes than the ones you already have? Thousands, Harry, with new ones released almost weekly. This had a wide smile on Harry's face and caused laughter amongst the friends. Bill didn't find any laughter when he entered his sister's room. Instead, he found a young girl staring into a mirror with eyes red and swollen from crying. Mum said you've been upset, Ginny. Do you want to talk about it? As her brother's arm went around her, Ginny leaned into him as the tears once more began falling. You tried to warn me, didn't you? Ginny indicated the prophet pictures lying scattered on her bed. How can I compete with that? How can any girl compete? She's like a princess on his arm, and he's already madly in love with her. Bill hated to see his sister like this, but thought Ginny might finally be coming to her senses. He wanted to discover how she arrived at this conclusion, though. She reached over for a picture that was showing definite signs of wear. Ginny had obviously studied it quite a bit. Just watch and you'll see him glance at her, making sure she's okay. Her smile back practically has his eyes sparkling. You told me they were close friends, but you don't look at a friend like that. She's beautiful, so smart, and already speaks gobbledygook. Little Ginny Weasley never stood a chance. She cried some more before asking Bill a question. You didn't go to Hogwarts this weekend. Wasn't Harry there? They stayed with Hermione's parents a few nights, but both stayed at Harry's too. She stayed at Gringotts. Is that even possible? Hermione is a friend to the Goblin Nation. That gives her all different kinds of privileges. Bill could feel Ginny's tears soaking into his shirt as his sister clung to him, realizing that her dreams would never be more than that. He held her close and let Ginny cry it out. It was a while before she actually spoke. Will you still introduce me to him? Are you sure that's something you want to do? He could feel Ginny nodding her head as it was still buried in his chest. I think I need to see it for myself. At least now I know what to expect. I'm going to be at Hogwarts with him for 6 years. Perhaps we could be friends. Bill agreed to that, delighted that his favorite sister appeared to be coming to her senses. Just remember what I said, no boyfriends until you're at least 26. He'd hoped for a smile, but had to settle for her holding him tighter. It was her first steps on the right road. Padma had gone to bed, leaving Harry and Hermione sitting together on a sofa in their study area. So, are you glad to be back? It was quite the few days. Now, that's an understatement, Harry. I love my time at Gringotts with you, but getting to spend some time with my mum and dad was just wonderful. Knowing we'll all be together at Christmas has already got me so excited, and I told you my parents would love my best friend. Your parents were great. Sorry for springing that summer thing on you. It was something I had been thinking about and had barely gotten a chance to talk it over with my father. When your dad mentioned it, I didn't want him making arrangements before we meet again at Christmas. He found himself enveloped in a hug. Only you, Harry, could apologize for arranging someone's summer holidays. I didn't think my mom could get any more excited at Christmas, but this year looks like topping all the others. I'm now gonna have 2 friends staying and planning our summer holiday too. Hermione kissed him on the cheek. Thanks, Harry, for everything. I'll see you in the morning for our run. Hermione headed up to her room, leaving a grinning Harry behind. Chapter 18. It was a red-faced Harry and Hermione who were sitting in their history class. Professor Hobson had a goblin memory displayer and a crystal that contained the memory of Centurion Crow speaking from the steps of Gringotts. The player was a black pyramid-shaped object that the crystal slotted into the apex of, projecting the scene in about 1/8 scale, with sound. The scene ended as Ragnarok headed back into the bank. All eyes were once more focused on a stoic Harry. That attention was never going to last, though, not with the beautiful Professor Hobson in the class. The reason I have been showing this scene to all my classes is not to embarrass a certain pair of Ravenclaws, rather to show history in the making. Now I want to hear your answers to what you thought was historic about this event. As our acknowledged experts, Centurion Crow and Miss Granger will be asked to cover any points we may miss. Morag's hand was first to shoot up, quite an achievement considering all the boys were desperate to please their favorite professor. Hermione was the first non-goblin ever to witness a Centurion ceremony. Do you have a memory crystal with that on it, Professor? Correct, Miss McDougal, and sorry but no. Those ceremonies are wrapped in mystery and secrecy. Perhaps Mr. Crow could tell us something about it after we finish this. Anyone else? Some other suggestions were offered, including Lavender's most expensive collection of jewelry ever worn at the one time by a witch, before Neville had his hand up. I've met Harry's father, Barchoke, and I am tutored in potions by Master Pitsley. We all remember Master Sharpshard's visit to Hogwarts, but I don't think I've even seen a picture of the Goblin director before. This earned Neville a big smile and a well done from Professor Hobson, making him blush. The fact that Mr. Longbottom recognizes so many goblins is practically historic in itself. The point he made, though, is correct. Until he appeared that day, no one outside Gringotts knew what he looked like. This is Director Ragnarok's first ever public appearance outside Gringotts, and the first time the director has had his photograph taken by a wizard. What have we missed, Miss Granger? Hermione's mind was still stuck on learning that all the classes were seeing the projection as part of their history course. No wonder Cho was drawing her daggers when Harry wasn't looking. This was far more graphic than any photograph.
She
would need to ask Harry about these projection pyramids. Her mom and dad would be blown away watching this. She snapped back to reality and had an answer already. Well, apart from being the youngest warrior ever to be granted Centurion status, Harry is also the first warrior not goblin-born to achieve this great honor. Once more correct, but not exactly what I was looking for. Okay, Mr. Crow. It's left to you to tell us why this was really an historic occasion. An historic occasion that could one day affect us all. He didn't disappoint. Madam Bones talking with Director Ragnarok is the first official contact between the Ministry and the head of the Goblin Nation in over 350 years. This drew a loud reaction from Amelia's niece. What? How is that possible? It's actually quite simple, Susan. The Ministry decrees we must contact them through the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. For Gringotts leaders to officially contact this department would mean we accepted them classifying goblins as mere magical creatures, something I can guarantee you will never happen. Susan Bones at least had an inkling of how the ministry worked and wondered how the goblins had gotten around this problem. She asked, and Harry once more supplied the answer. Oh, every month the bank clerk with the lowest Gringotts approval rating gets to take a folder full of documents to the ministry. Since nothing has been done about the past points raised or complaints made, we are not even sure if anyone actually reads them. Every month now, at least one of those documents will be bogus. A recipe for dragon stew, the best technique for cutting toenails complete with clippings as proof, that kind of thing. There was even a competition at school once to see who could come up with the best idea. The winner was chosen to be that month's bogus entry. The ministry think they're fooling us while we're quietly having a chuckle. Goblin sense of humor, which is almost impossible for any non-goblins to see the funny side of. Harry looked in the direction of his friends. Believe me, I have tried. I think modesty is also preventing Centurion Crow from elaborating on a point we touched on. The entire goblin leadership was standing publicly and squarely behind his appointment to this post. The message this very public display sends out is that the goblins support a child born to a witch and wizard being appointed to one of the highest posts in their nation. That, boys and girls, is history right there. In a very public way, the goblins are showing that they see no difference between us. It is only our attitudes that define differences. Draco was desperate for this professor to notice him, so just had to state what he thought was obvious. Professor Hobson, Centurion Crow, is different. He is clearly not a goblin. Okay, Mr. Malfoy, let me ask you this. I'll even open the question up to the entire class. Do you think the Goblin Nation would award a Dementor Centurion status? What about a dragon? Griffin? Acromantula? What's an acromantula, Professor? Imagine a tarantula the size of Hagrid, and you won't be far away from describing an acromantula. She was interrupted by Ron Weasley falling off his chair, giving Draco a chance to once more compete for her attention. The answer to all of those would have to be no. It still doesn't tell us why Centurion Crow is different. All those things I mentioned come under the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures portfolio, as do the goblins. She loved teaching for this moment, when you could see young minds begin to make connections for themselves. Now, if we can see what's wrong with that, why can't the ministry? The answer is simple. They don't want to. The British Ministry of Magic is one of the few magical governments in the world where sentient magical beings are still treated like mere beasts. She let this sink into the young minds before continuing. My job here is not to cram a bunch of names and dates into your heads, more to get you realizing that history is all around us every day. A very wise muggle actually produced a quote that has kind of become my mantra. Those who cannot learn from history are doomed to repeat it. We're still going to focus on specific historical events, but dig deeper into each in an attempt to discover what was really going on. Only when you understand that can you hope to avoid making the same mistakes. The young Swedish professor could see that made sense to her students. She hoped the next bit did too. I think one of the main reasons the history syllabus at Hogwarts was allowed to deteriorate to the sorry state it was in is that the ruling governments of the day didn't want their actions studied too closely. Every history course I've ever seen includes some relatively modern events in it. The professor paused, wondering just how far she could take this with first years. She decided this was something they really needed to know. Over a decade ago, magical Britain reached a condition that was a mere step away from civil war. The general belief is that this was fought by purebloods wishing to take what they considered their rightful places and rule the country. Utter rubbish. The Death Eaters were a bunch of terrorists attempting to overthrow a country's legal government, with the rest of the magical world monitoring the situation closely in case they had to intervene. Don't get me wrong, the other governments weren't about to rush to Britain's aid, rather end the problem here before it could spread to their countries. The young professor was used to her classes hanging on her every word. She wondered, though, who would ask the first question about the next revelation. Propaganda played a large part in the Dark Lord strategy. Personally, I think he copied a lot of the German ideas from the Second World War. Replace Aryan with the word pure blood, and most of the ideas are the same. Hermione's hand was up in a flash, getting a grin from her teacher. "Professor, my friends are purebloods and a goblin." The point is, none of them know anything about Hitler or his plans for a master race. How could this Dark Lord know about it? 10 points to Ravenclaw for getting right to the heart of the matter, Miss Granger. The answer, though, is surprisingly simple. The Dark Lord is not a pureblood. This caused uproar in the class until the professor held her hand up for silence. When I tell you something, I don't want you to instantly believe me. I want you to do research and actually try to prove me wrong. What you need for that, though, are facts, not hearsay. She pointed her wand at the board, and the name Tom Marvolo Riddle wrote itself. The letters then shuffled to reveal, "I am Lord Voldemort." The Dark Lord was nothing of the sort. Being clever with anagrams does not bestow a lordship on you. His mother was an unmarried, impoverished pureblood who died giving birth to her son, but his father was a muggle. Young Tom spent his pre-Hogwarts years in a muggle orphanage. Records of his muggle school attendance and even some report cards still exist. You can check the Hogwarts roll and see he was a Slytherin head boy too. Neville's jaw matched those of the majority of his classmates, in that it was practically hitting the floor. That was before he turned and spotted Harry sitting there unconcerned. You knew. It's vital that you know your enemy, Neville. Professor Hobson had a lot more revelations for this class. Now, having established his true identity, it's important to discover the real aims Tom had. Quite simply, this self-styled lord wanted to rule the world and would go to any lengths to realize his ambition. Seeing where all the wealth and political power was held, he aligned himself with the purebloods. Not all bought into his claims, though, but Tom had an answer for that too. He coined the term blood traitor, classing any pureblood who opposed him as such. Again, this drew gasps from her students. Things like this just weren't talked about in mixed company. Traitor is a very emotive word. Even in Muggle Britain, the act of treason could still see you hanged. The Treason Act hasn't been used for over 50 years, but it's still part of their laws. Some of the most eminent magical members of this country were labeled blood traitors, simply because they opposed this maniac. This gave families they had been close to for generations the perfect excuse to stand back and do nothing, while their fellow purebloods were almost wiped out. Families like Bones, Longbottom, Potter, Abbott, and many more, all lost people to this maniac and his followers. There were some moist eyes now, as this was history that struck close to home, but Professor Hobson wasn't finished yet. "Miss Granger, sorry to keep picking on you, but I need someone with a pre-Hogwarts Muggle education like Tom's to answer this. Can you think of any Muggles who would dress in costumes with masks to victimize a specific group of people?" The image popped into Hermione's head instantly. The Ku Klux Klan. They promoted white supremacy. A flick of the professor's wand and a Klan figure was drawn on the board, alongside a Death Eater. Aryan supremacy, white supremacy, pure blood supremacy. Are we seeing a pattern here? Tom Riddle is an immensely powerful wizard, and also a very clever one. Taking what he had learned from both sides of the magical divide, he fabricated an entire persona. Here was a wizard who had nothing but almost ended up ruling Britain. No wealth, take someone else's, no old family name, make one up, no blood status. Who's to know? He set wizard upon wizard for his own gains, and almost wiped out a way of life. Pansy nervously raised her hand and spoke when asked to. "Professor, aren't you afraid what could happen to you for saying this?" "Miss Parkinson, when you're afraid of the truth, then you're living a lie. These facts are taught in most of Europe's magical schools. Should Tom or his followers attempt to return, I for one will be standing against them. I will do so of my own free will. Though it doesn't help that your ministry would have me reporting to the same department as Centurion Crow here. Now for homework. She stopped because a hand had shot into the air. Yes, Miss Brown. Professor, you said when we were finished, we could ask Harry about the Centurion ceremony. Are we finished? Henrika Hobson had thought the material she was covering today might have been a bit advanced for these students. She was very pleased to see she had reached most of them, though Miss Brown's attention was clearly focused elsewhere. The young professor glanced toward Harry. Centurion, I am not asking you to reveal any secrets, but could you tell us anything, even about the position of Centurion? This is merely a request. Please don't feel you have to. Professor, I would hate to trivialize one of the most important history lessons we've ever had. It's quite all right, Centurion. I think the class would appreciate ending a lesson with some lighter material. Harry glanced around the classroom, seeing some tearful and frightened faces. The professor invited him to the front of the class, and he went. The position of centurion is an ancient one. They existed long before the Roman armies used the term for a squad commander. It's not really a fair comparison since I don't have a squad of warriors. Professor Flitwick mentioned Order of Merlin and Muggle knighthoods, neither of which is really close. The medieval knights of old are probably the nearest things I can think of to compare a centurion with. We live our lives by a strict code of honor, and our blades are always ready to defend the nation. Tracy wanted to confirm what she was hearing. Are we talking about Knights of the Round Table here, Harry, King Arthur, that kind of knights? Well, Merlin was a friend of the Goblin Nation, as is Hermione, so I don't think that should be too surprising. This had his best friend blushing as all eyes were now on her. In magical Britain, any comparison to Merlin was a great honor. Lavender, though, had another question. Do you wear a suit of armor too? I carry my armor with me at all times. Goblin armor is different from the suits you'll see dotted around the castle. Harry suddenly realized everyone would now want to see it. He shook his head before making his way back to his desk and kicking off his shoes. When the robe came off and landed on the desk, Professor Hobson interrupted. Centurion, just what are you doing? I assumed the class would want to see my armor. I like these shoes and this shirt. I destroyed a few before getting the hang of this. My practice tunic is dragon hide and can cope with the transfiguration. As he unbuttoned his shirt, the witches were now ogling Harry's exposed torso, but not for long. His armbands suddenly started to expand. A metallic lattice began to spread over Harry's body like a second skin. In a matter of seconds, golden chainmail armor covered every square inch of his body, with only his face still exposed. A Hogwarts uniform wasn't designed to let armor grow under it. Shirts tend to rip unless loosened, and shoes burst at the seams. Terry was looking at Harry in awe. Can you still fight in that? It looks dead heavy and cumbersome. He glanced toward Hermione. Should we give them a demonstration? I've never fought in a skirt before. You might have to one day. An enemy won't allow you time to change clothes. Henrika established control of the situation immediately, wanting to know exactly what was being proposed before it went any further. Just what are you suggesting, Centurion? Sorry, Professor. I should have asked your permission first. I'm teaching Hermione how to use a sword. I was suggesting a quick practice to show how my armor performs as I fight. With wooden practice swords, of course. Hermione took her goblin shield out her pocket, expanded and slipped it onto her arm, just as the bell rang for the end of class. This drew groans of disappointment from the class, though Harry did supply an answer to Terry's question. The armor isn't really heavy, though it is taking a bit of getting used to. It feels a bit like moving in water at the moment. I use it in our sword practice, and am building up to wearing it while running. I hope to have it mastered by the Christmas holidays. Speaking of holiday, Centurion, I'm hearing you might have just changed my summer plans? Sorry, Professor, that was not my intention. I know you'll be busy at the start, but you would be more than welcome to join us near the end of it. Why, thank you, Centurion. that is a very generous offer I might just take you up on. I can just as easily write lying on a beach as stuck in an underground room." As Harry was putting on his robe, he once more received jealous stares, but this time from the boys. He could feel Hermione bristling with indignation on his arm as they left the class, though had no idea what he'd done to deserve it. Neville gave him his first clue. "Are you really going to spend part of the summer holidays with Professor Hobson on a beach?" Harry decided to go with his usual approach, the truth. As you've just seen, Professor Hobson is a brilliant teacher. To lure her to Hogwarts, my father had to offer something she couldn't get elsewhere. The professor will be spending her holidays with us in Gringotts. Hermione stopped walking at this, causing Harry to inquire what was wrong. Her reply of nothing clearly wasn't right. "I thought you'd be pleased. This is what you wanted." "Harry, if this is more goblin humor, I'm not seeing the funny side here. I thought we agreed it had to be an outsider, someone who could highlight the differences. I also thought she did a brilliant job of that just now." "Harry, you're not making any sense. My father got permission from the director to allow Professor Hobson to stay with us, while she studies our culture before writing a book on goblins. It was only this unique opportunity that convinced her to leave her last school and come to Hogwarts. She will spend the next few summers at Gringotts." It was like watching a light switch on for Hermione as she realized just what was happening. A broad smile spread across her face as she once more started walking with Harry. "Are we okay?" "Of course we are, Harry. I'm really sorry about that. I was just being silly, but we talked the problem out and got it sorted." I think it was watching the rest of the boys practically fall over themselves to please Professor Hobson, and then imagining her coming on holiday with us. I said I was being silly, didn't I? Here was the information Harry was missing, and he was soon smiling himself. "Hermione Granger being silly? I don't believe it. It's Professor Hobson's Vila heritage that has all the boys tipping over themselves. It doesn't affect goblins." This raised a number of questions for Hermione, but she chose to leave them for later. The young witch felt she'd made enough of a fool of herself already today. The jealousy had engulfed her without warning or any real cause, on either Harry or the professor's part. She was getting used to other students hitting on Harry, but Hermione thought it may have been triggered by the fact she could never hope to compare with a stunningly beautiful professor. The very idea of being on a beach with the blonde witch sent shivers of dread through her young body. A smiling Harry on her arm was quickly banishing those thoughts away and showing them for what they were: pure silliness. They reached the Great Hall and had hardly sat down when they discovered just how quick the Hogwarts rumor mill actually operated. Roger appeared to have been delegated to ask the question that every male Ravenclaw suddenly wanted to know the answer to. "Harry, did you really invite Professor Hobson on holiday with you?" Again, Harry went with the truth. "She's working on a project for my father over the holidays. Since we'll be on a beach, I didn't see anything wrong with inviting her along too." One of the sixth-year boys shouted down the table to Harry. "Is your father looking for anyone else to help with the project? I'll work for free?" This generated some laughter, though Roger summed it up perfectly. "Merlin, Harry, if you thought you were popular before, this is going to eclipse everything. What's getting out of Snape's potions class compared to time on a beach with Hottie Hobson?" There was no laughter this time, just a lot of wizards letting their imaginations run away with them, and a lot of witches scowling at them for doing so. That Harry sat unconcerned chatting with Hermione and Padma over lunch settled the last of his best friend's nerves and left Hermione wanting to hug the life out of him. There were no smiles in the private conversation Harry had later that night. Getting Goblin suspicions confirmed by Hogwarts meant that there was now a fair bit of planning to be done. The twins were rather upset when they discovered their eldest brother was in the castle, but would miss their game against Slytherin. "Sorry guys, but I am working. If the game's still going when our lesson finishes, I'll certainly be there to cheer Gryffindor on." They both looked to Harry for help, only to be disappointed. Sorry too, guys. Training comes first. Your brother is a brilliant teacher, and we need all the defense training we can get. Bill led the 4 friends out the hall just as the Quidditch captains were calling on their teams to make their way down to the pitch. The door of the classroom had hardly closed when Harry turned to his 3 friends. I'm sorry for deceiving you like this, but there is no lesson today. There's a mission I must carry out inside Hogwarts, and with the entire school out at the Quidditch pitch, this is the perfect time. Hermione was on him in a flash. This obviously has to be secret, but please tell me it's not dangerous? Cursebreaker Weasley and I are going to look for something. The only danger we can see is the possibility there may be some magical traps around the object, something that he deals with on a daily basis. Oh, good. That means we can come and help? Bill started laughing. And that is why I don't gamble with goblins. Harry here wanted to bet me that would be a response, but I wasn't buying into that. While this was greeted with a smile from Hermione, Padma wanted to know exactly what they were signing up for, and just what they were looking for. The item is the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. This drew gasps from the 2 female claws. Padma found her voice first. I'll say this for you, Harry. You don't do things by half. Spotting Neville's confused appearance, Padma helped their Gryffindor friend out. It's a tiara, Neville, something like the one Hermione wore to the Centurion ceremony. Our Harry here is conveniently ignoring the fact that it's been lost for centuries, and believe me, people have been looking for it. The Centurion here expects to get his hands on it while a school Quidditch match is taking place. Rather ambitious, don't you think? This drew a smile from Harry. Not if you know what room it's in. Apparently, though, the room is vast and full of junk. We can split into 2 teams of 3, but only Cursebreaker Weasley is to go anywhere near the item. This again drew Hermione's attention. Why? Is it dangerous? It could be. The last person to handle it was Tom Marvolo Riddle. We're taking no chances, and it will be sent straight to Gringotts to ensure it's safe. Neville had a couple of questions of his own. Is the castle okay with you removing it? And how do you make 2 teams of 3 when there's only 5 of us? Hogwarts told me where it was Neville. Harry didn't need to answer the next part as Professor Hobson entered. Hermione couldn't stop running her free hand up and down her new robe. Harry had been so sure they would want to accompany him that not only did he invite Professor Hobson along, he had protective dueling robes made for the 3 of them. Like Harry's tunic, they were all made from dragon skin. Her other hand was of course on Harry's arm. That they had stopped, and Harry was currently talking to a stone wall had Hermione slightly worried. She should have known better. Hogwarts, your champion needs access to the Room of Hidden Things. A large oak door appeared to melt out the stonework, and they entered a cavern full of everything. This was where Bill took charge. Padma, Neville, you're both with me. Everyone get your dragon skin gloves on, and be very careful. If you see a tiara, do not approach, and under no condition is anyone to touch it. Henrika, send up red sparks if any of your team spot it, and we'll come running. Let's do this search in an orderly fashion so that, should we run out of time today, the search can continue when the next Quidditch match is scheduled. Hermione's eyes were scanning the vast cavern, and not just for a tiara. There is hundreds of years' worth of stuff in here. Some of this could be valuable. Harry noticed her eyes were fixed on an old bookcase as she said this. Yes, and some of it could be dangerous. This is a mission, Hermione. You need to focus. She nodded in understanding as they began to search the part of the room assigned to their team. Professor Hobson playfully nudged her before asking in a conspiratorial whisper, "Is he always this intense?" "Oh no, Professor. This isn't Harry being intense. Wait until we meet a troll. Then you'll see intense." Henrika was laughing at the young witch's comment. That was until she discovered Hermione wasn't joking. Perhaps she should have studied her job description more closely before accepting this post. Bill was beginning to think they would have to wait until the Ravenclaw/Hufflepuff match at the end of the month before resuming their search, when a spray of red sparks lit the roof of the chamber. The trio quickly headed in the direction the spell had been cast from. The other team were standing well back, heeding Bill's warning, but Padma headed straight for it. Harry and Hermione were physically holding her back while Bill scanned the area. "It's emitting a powerful compulsion charm. I want everyone further back." The three friends and Professor Hobson soon had Padma out of range, earning an embarrassed apology. "I'm sorry. I just don't know what came over me. How come I was the only one affected?" Harry answered while watching the curse breaker work. "Hermione's bracelet would protect her, as would my armor." Neville's got his mind on other things. Neville was standing beside Professor Hobson with a goofy grin on his face, enticing giggles from both girls. Those stopped as Cursebreaker Weasley appeared to have disarmed any traps. He reached out and grasped the legendary item. As he put it into the container he'd brought with him specifically for this purpose, it was then slipped into his bag. As they were leaving the room, they found the Grey Lady and the Bloody Baron waiting on them. Harry immediately bowed to both. "My lady, your mother's diadem has been found. It will be taken to Gringotts, where the disgusting taint will be removed from it. Once restored to its former glory, it can make a triumphant return home." The ghost smiled for the first time in living memory. Hogwarts is very pleased with the actions and deeds of her champion. "A burden I have carried for centuries will soon be lifted. The House of Ravenclaw is in your debt. There can never be a debt between us, my lady. That I am considered worthy for the house your mother founded is all the payment I will ever need." Bill was glancing around anxiously. "Harry, I think I should get this out the castle at once, before a meddling old headmaster pokes his crooked nose in." Henrika agreed. "Go, Bill. I will escort them back to the Great Hall, and cover should anyone inquire why we're up on the 7th floor." Bill left, but Helena had one more surprise for them. "Young champion, the room you have just left has the ability to become whatever you request. It's getting rather cold and dark to be running outside at the hour you both do. The room can provide you with somewhere light, dry, and sheltered to run." "You mean the room can change to whatever I want?" "It's the room of requirements, so called because it can change to meet the user's requirements. You just need to tell the room what those requirements are." Harry bowed deeply once more. "That truly is a gift beyond measure. I offer you my thanks, Lady Helena." The Quidditch match was over, and the Great Hall was full by the time they made it down. From the celebrations coming from the Gryffindor table, it was easy to see how the result of the game had gone. Neville was in no danger of being teased about missing the match. Walking into the hall in his new dueling robes was not the reason, though. It was the blonde professor at his side that halted any inclination to tease. Even the Quidditch-obsessed Oliver would admit spending the morning with Professor Hobson was preferable to watching a mere school game. Minerva was sitting in her school apartment, drinking a cup of tea while reflecting on the busiest and most revolutionary term she could remember at Hogwarts. That this revolution could be laid at the feet of a green-eyed Ravenclaw was beyond doubt. Revolutionary was really the only word to describe the effect he'd had on Transfiguration. It was still a week to the Christmas holidays, yet her first years were already well into second-year Transfiguration tasks. That they didn't use any of the prescribed spells, or the specified wand movements, left her unsure of what the future held. Here's a class who would ace the practical tests but all fail the written papers, simply because they didn't use any of the prescribed coursework. They spent their time studying and practicing the actual magic involved, rather than writing essays on procedures they didn't use. Since even the slowest in the class were now well ahead of where they would normally be on her usual teaching schedule, what possible grounds did she have for objecting? Not that Minerva had any intention of doing so. The new history course was also having a big impact on the school, as was the professor teaching it. Henrika had earned Minerva's respect by standing toe-to-toe with Dumbledore and not backing down an inch. He'd quickly demanded she stop teaching the students about Voldemort, only to be refused in no uncertain terms. "I'm here to teach a curriculum pre-approved by my employer before I started. I will not have my students failing exams because the headmaster decides I should not pass on the relevant information to them. I would also like to point out that neither you nor Hogwarts are my employer. I work for the Lily Potter Foundation. Should you wish to change anything, you would need to contact them. I believe the foundation is currently administered by Gringotts' senior accounts manager, Barchoke." Minerva couldn't help but smile at that memory, or the effect that name had on the old wizard. Albus had stormed away after that. "Thwarted again," was the phrase that came to Minerva's mind. She had also noticed the young witch keeping the company of William Weasley when he was in the castle, much to the chagrin of the students. Phileas was also walking just that little bit taller with the prominence his house was currently enjoying. The head of Ravenclaw was also crossing swords with a young centurion in an effort to teach him how to fight with blade and magic at the same time. He proclaimed Harry's control of both was growing at an exceptional rate. Even Severus was less dour than usual. With Severus, that was probably as good as it was going to get. His acceptance of Harry as Lily's son seemed to have done wonders to his demeanor. The Weasley twins, leaving his potions class, would also go down as a red-letter day for the head of Slytherin. Even Albus appeared to have temporarily curbed his attempts to manipulate the lad. Perhaps his continual rebuffs were finally beginning to take their toll? Minerva doubted it, though, and thought next week's presentation to Centurion Crow at the Leaving Feast would at least be entertaining. That white owl of Harry's was always delivering mail, so his father would be well aware of what was happening. The Gringotts' presence now in Hogwarts was also considerable. Albus appeared to think he was dealing with a young boy who could be easily swayed. He didn't seem to take into account the support team Harry had around him. Minerva would also consider that support team now contained 3 Hogwarts heads of houses. A knock at her door was just about to prove her wrong. She found a rather nervous Severus standing there. "Can I come in a moment, Minerva? I have a rather delicate matter I would like to discuss with you." Minerva invited him in. Rather than try and guess, she waited on Severus bringing the matter up. Just as well, they would have been Dumbledore's age, and she still wouldn't have guessed correctly. "I have something I would like you to pass on to Centurion Crow for me." Seeing that picture of him taking those flowers to his mother's grave, and then setting up a foundation in her name, set me thinking. As you know, Lily and I were as close as he and Miss Granger before I ruined it. What I do have are years of memories that I feel her son should have. I arranged a lot of photographs I had of Lily into a small album. I would really appreciate it if you could pass them on to her only child. Minerva had to sit down at that revelation. "Of course I will, Severus. That is very thoughtful of you. I perfectly understand why you wouldn't have any pictures of Harry's father. Would you mind terribly if I added some to your gift?" Severus took a moment to think about Minerva's offer before nodding. As long as he didn't have to see them, that was something he could live with. He handed over the leather-bound album that had an embossed lily on the front before bidding Minerva a good evening. Rita Skeeter wasn't having a good evening. She wasn't having a good anything anymore. She had stood firm at her questioning by the DMLE, claiming a journalist had to protect their sources and methods. Her lawyer had charged a fortune to point out that Rita hadn't broken any laws, or at least they couldn't prove that she had. Those bastards at the Prophet had dropped her quicker than the presses could print extra copies announcing that very fact to the world. With no one else now willing to employ her, Rita was sitting in the corner of the leaky cauldron, all alone, and nursing a drink at her own pity party. Her party was gate-crashed by a wizened old goblin with an exceedingly gruff voice. "You can sit there for the rest of your life feeling sorry for yourself, or you can pick your skinny arse up and get back at the bastards who did this to you." Rita sharply snapped back at the old goblin. "I don't recall asking for your opinion." A smile with many missing teeth now greeted Rita. "I wasn't offering my opinion. I was offering you a job." This instantly focused her attention, as did the small sack of money White Fong dropped onto the table. "You possess an ability to obtain information no one else can get. The person I'm working for would like to see you use that ability on certain targets. He even has a project that involves writing. You interested?" The money rapidly disappeared into Rita's robes, and she was soon following White Fong out of the pub. Chapter 19. Harry entered the Great Hall for the leaving feast, and walked right into a storm of protest. The reason for this storm wasn't hard to ascertain. Harry was in his dress tunic and carried his helmet under his arm. A blue cloak/cape, trimmed in bronze, completed his ensemble. Hermione was of course on his free arm. The source of this tropical depression of protest wasn't too difficult to spot either. The robes the headmaster was wearing would probably be deemed as too outlandish by Elton John. "Mr. Crow, that is not proper Hogwarts uniform. It's Centurion Crow, and this is proper attire for someone of my station to receive an award. To dress otherwise would be to demean both the award and the occasion." Dumbledore wasn't so easily swayed. He tried a different tactic. "This award is being presented to you as a Hogwarts student. Surely school uniform would be more appropriate for this occasion? When I was offered this award, it was presented to me as being a school occasion. On arrival, though, I can't help but notice the Minister of Magic is here, along with the press. Your inclusion of these outsiders alters this event to a formal occasion, which requires formal dress. Your alternative is to ask the outsiders to leave, and then I would gladly change. You can't have it both ways, headmaster." Harry gave a rather wry smile at the dilemma he'd just dropped on Dumbledore. "In anticipation of you changing the conditions of the award presentation, I dressed appropriately." Albus decided to put his foot down. After all, this boy was a mere student, and he was the headmaster. "I'm sorry, but I must insist you go and change. We will hold the beginning of the feast until you return." From previous experience, he should have realized how well this tactic worked on Harry. Albus discovered his mistake pretty quickly. "I am also sorry because if my dress uniform is unacceptable, I will of course leave, though I won't be returning tonight." For a centurion to receive an award in the presence of a national leader and not be in the proper uniform could be construed as an insult. "Therefore, it is with regret I must decline your award." The first flash of the photographer's camera captured forever Dumbledore's expression as he was once more publicly told no in his own school. He also had no idea things were about to become much worse, as his planned positive publicity perished right in front of his twinkling eyes. Harry had plans for a ceremony of his own design. "Hogwarts, your champion begs an audience." The four house ghosts made their way to the front of the hall as Harry donned his helmet. He then reached into his bag that Hermione was carrying. "Master Flitwick, could I have a moment of your time, please?" The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw was sitting on a blue and bronze velvet cushion that Harry held in his outstretched arms. The tiara captured light from the hall and reflected it back in a kaleidoscope of colors as Rowena's fabled diadem majestically sparkled on its journey to the front of the now hushed hall. He knelt before the ghosts and offered the diadem up like a royal crown. "What was lost has been found. What was tainted has been cleansed. Your champion returns this precious artifact to its rightful home." The great bell of Hogwarts rang out once more. This, though, was no dong of doom. Here was the sweet chimes of celebration that spread throughout the entire castle. The Grey Lady made no attempt to hide her delight. "Hogwarts is jubilant at your achievements, young champion, as am I, Professor Flitwick. Can I ask you to accept my mother's diadem on behalf of her house? We will make arrangements for it to be publicly displayed so everyone can have a chance to see it before it returns to its rightful place in Ravenclaw Tower." Albus stood there, still as any statue, as the press practically fell over themselves in their desire to ensure they missed no detail of this unbelievably historic event. That this story was not the one they originally thought they would be covering mattered not a jot to them. It was glaringly obvious, though, that this wasn't a view shared by the minister. Cornelius' complexion almost matched his famous bowler hat as he sat there experiencing the worst thing in the world for a politician, being totally overlooked and ignored. What was really concerning Albus was the bold and reckless move of broadcasting this event to the country. He knew exactly what Harry meant by tainted. Here was the Horcrux that must have been hidden inside the castle, hidden right under his nose for all those years. He considered this a reckless move, very publicly providing the Dark Lord with proof at least one of his Horcruxes had been discovered and destroyed. That this had all happened in his school, again without his knowledge, worried Albus a lot more than the bad press they would get for Harry refusing his Hogwarts award. Dumbledore was actually hoping that, in the furor over the diadem's return, this little fact may be overlooked. Albus almost overlooked Harry's next move. Even as he watched it, though, the headmaster wasn't sure if he actually believed what he was seeing. Harry approached the staff table and bowed deeply. "Potion Master Snape, it is our custom that a precious gift should be reciprocated in kind. I could never dream of matching the gift you gave me, and can only hope you'll consider this worthy." A slim, but obviously ancient book passed between the two. The normally sneering persona of Severus Snape vanished like a wisp of smoke. This version wore a look of wondrous astonishment, currently matching the one displayed by Harry's still speechless head of house. Severus was also struggling for words. Where? How? This was thought lost forever. How in Merlin's name did you find a copy of this? A smiling Harry was reminding himself to thank Master Pitsley the next time they met. Like the diadem, sir, it's all a matter of knowing where to look. This had given Severus the time needed to regain his composure. He respectfully stood and performed the Centurion salute before replying. "Centurion, to the both of us, the subject in question is precious and irreplaceable, but this is still a priceless gift. I thank you, and think she would be very proud of the young man her son is becoming." Harry took no insult at being described as a young man, instead accepting the compliment in the spirit it was offered. He sincerely returned the salute. "That is more than enough for me, sir. I wish you a Merry Christmas." He strode past Dumbledore once more, not even acknowledging the headmaster before offering his arm to Hermione and leaving the feast supposedly being held in his honor. Padma and Neville were hot on their heels, with the vast majority of their classmates deciding to show their support and follow on behind. Harry was heading for the room they now used when training in the morning. Harry, asking a corridor wall for a room in which to hold their Christmas feast, saw some funny looks heading in his direction. These were followed by gasps of astonishment as a door simply appeared. This was nothing, though, to their reaction upon entering the room. It sparkled and shone like some fairy tale ice palace, thankfully without the expected severe drop in temperature. The massive table constructed of this warm ice was rapidly filling with food from the Hogwarts kitchens. The barrel of ale immediately caught Hermione's attention. "Is that what I think it is? My father sent it with Cursebreaker Weasley. He figured that since you loved it so much, our friends probably would too. It's been hidden in the kitchens since last weekend. You knew what the headmaster was going to attempt today." Hermione offered this more as a statement than a question. "I have my sources, Hermione, and those sources warned me what he was up to." He didn't want it known that the Sorting Hat was passing what went on in Dumbledore's office to Lady Helena, keeping Harry one step ahead of the headmaster's plans. Padma was standing there with her mouth open. "This looks nothing like the room we were in the last time. You should see it for our training in the morning. It's brilliant." "Hermione, I don't care if the room was dripping with diamonds and gold. Nothing will get me up at that time to do exercises." Harry was busy inviting everyone else into the room. "Grab a seat and help yourself to some food." Neville, Terry, Michael, and Anthony, can you guys give me a hand dishing out some goblin ale for everyone? Terry just about summed the rest of the first year's thoughts up. Merlin Harry, you certainly know how to throw a party. I was sure you would have something up your sleeve, but all this, and ale too? Really impressed, mate. Hermione didn't want Harry getting a bad reputation. She decided to set everyone straight before rumors started to spread. Goblin ale is non-alcoholic. It's also the best thing I've ever tasted. Soon everyone was sitting and the goblin ale was passed around. They were all waiting to start and looking at Harry for permission. Hey, I'm not Dumbledore. No speeches here, just tuck in. So they did. McGonagall couldn't find the rest of the first years anywhere. All the ghosts would say was that they were still inside Hogwarts, perfectly safe and eating dinner. She walked with her Gryffindors from the Great Hall back to their tower. Curfew was approaching, and she wanted to see her missing first years in their dorm before retiring for the night. She heard her 5 lost cubs long before laying eyes on them. They were laughing, joking, and apparently saying goodnight to some people. They entered through the portrait hole and weren't perturbed in the slightest by her presence. In fact, the 2 girls couldn't wait to tell her what they'd been up to. Oh, Professor, you should have seen it. Harry spoke to a wall, and then this wonderful room just appeared. It was gorgeous. We had a fantastic party. Harry even brought goblin ale into the castle. It's a bit like butterbeer, only much better. Neville was quick to defend his friend. There's also no alcohol in it, Professor. Did you have a good evening? Only years of practice stopped Minerva from smiling. She did have a stern reputation to maintain after all. Apparently, not as good as yours. Now I want to see all of you heading for bed. The express leaves directly after breakfast. With a chorus of, "Yes, Professor," a group of happy children headed up the stairs. Minerva was sure Albus would see this as evidence that Harry was gathering followers around him, just like a certain Tom Riddle had done all those years ago. Everyone else could see the situation for what it really was, an enigmatic young man making friends with his peers, but the headmaster could not accept the obvious explanation. Albus was worse than any pit bull sinking its teeth into something. When he got an idea in his head, there was just no letting go. The only first years not at the alternative feast were Malfoy and his diminishing band of cronies, and of course Ronald Weasley. This meant there was a mixture of all houses at the party, and every blood persuasion she could think of. Minerva couldn't get over that every single one of them had all voluntarily walked out of the Great Hall, trusting that Harry would have made alternative arrangements. Add to that the lad was spending Christmas in his best friend's Muggle home, and Harry seemed to be going for inclusion, rather than exclusivity, based on any form of blood status. They were all heading for their respective dorms when Harry leant into Hermione and spoke softly enough so that only she could hear. "I need to speak to Susan Bones and pass on a gift from my father. Can you stick close and not ask any questions?" Hermione agreed at once, but had a suggestion. "Would you prefer me to ask her for a quick word?" Harry's smile was all the answer she needed. Susan wasn't sure how she ended up staring into those intense green eyes from close range, but Harry mentioning her Aunt Amelia soon had her focusing on the matter at hand. "Could you pass a message on to your aunt? This is very important and can't go anywhere near official channels. My father would like to speak with her at her earliest convenience." Harry handed over a small inlaid lacquered box. "If your aunt enters Gringotts wearing this brooch, she will immediately be taken to see my father. This will save her having to draw attention to herself by asking for him by name. Please accept this brooch as a gift to the House of Bones, without obligation and irrespective of whatever your aunt decides to do." Susan recognized the language being spoken here and also replied formally, "On behalf of the House of Bones, I'm honored to accept this gift in the spirit it was offered." It was only then Susan's control slipped. "Can I open it and take a look, Harry?" "Of course you can." Hermione thought that's how she must have appeared when she first opened the box containing her bracelet. Susan's eyes nearly popped out her head before she quickly shut the box again. "Oh, Harry, it's simply beautiful. I'll speak with Aunt Amelia the instant I get her alone. I assume this is something to do with her being head of the Ors. I'm pretty sure that's the case. All I know is my father wants to urgently speak with her. When he uses words like urgent, it must be important. We better get a move on too. Otherwise, we'll be out after curfew. Thanks again, Susan." They were walking quickly to Ravenclaw Tower. Hermione thought it would be all right to ask a question now, since it was just the two of them. "Do you really not know what's going on?" "No," which has me slightly worried. "You must have noticed, letters from my father are not written in English. Even with that security, though, he wouldn't take the chance of writing it down. That brooch will tell Madame Bones this is serious. A gift like that to House Bones is not to be sniffed at. Her wearing it into Gringotts will alert every goblin Madame Bones is under our family's protection and see her service improve 100%. My father will probably fill us both in later." The journey home on the express couldn't have been more different from the one that delivered them to Hogwarts. Gone were the two lonely children reaching out to one another. In their place sat a young witch and goblin who were sharing the compartment with their friends. This time, there was no searching up and down the train looking for the boy who lived. Everyone on the train knew who Harry Crow was, and Hermione Granger too. Now, when someone popped their head into the compartment, it was to wish them a good holiday and Merry Christmas. When it was once more just the four of them, Harry broached a subject he'd been struggling with. "Padma, I know that, like me, you don't celebrate Christmas. I wanted to experience the full thing though, so I asked Cursebreaker Weasley to explain it to me. I love the idea of getting small gifts for your friends." This met a wave of protests that Harry only stopped by holding his hands up for silence. Hey, this matched the only written reference we could find to these customs. We could understand the gold bit. It was the frankincense and myrrh that had us really confused. Harry was once more interrupted, but this time by Hermione almost choking with laughter. Every time she looked at Harry, it would start again. Only him offering his handkerchief allowed the witch to get control. Thinking she must look a sight was enough to do it. Anyway, before being so rudely interrupted, Hermione showed her maturity by sticking her tongue out at him. "I was about to ask for your help with a problem. It wasn't the gifts as such that caused the problem, rather who to get them for. You three were of course top of my list, then I hit problems. I got our Ravenclaw yearmate sweets, but it was Parvati that gave me the biggest headache." He now had two young witches staring intently at him, which left Harry wondering if he'd gotten it wrong again. "She's not just Padma's sister, but her twin. I feel quite bad that we seem to have monopolized all Padma's time, and now she's spending the holiday with us too. I've gotten Parvati a gift, yet I'm trying to avoid there being any misunderstandings why I did it. I'm still not 100% sure what I got wrong that morning after the troll, but Parvati's tears were real enough. I need help in avoiding a problem like that again." Padma glanced toward Hermione, and her smile gave the unnecessary permission. She leaned over, hugging and then kissing Harry on the cheek. "Harry, that is so thoughtful. Thank you. If you want, I could give it to her and avoid any problems." It was a relieved Harry who reached into his bag and handed a wrapped present to Padma. She left to find her twin sister. Harry pulled another package out his bag and handed it to Neville. "We won't see you until after Christmas, so I think it's best to give you this now." Neville opened the package to find a small goblin-made sheath knife. It had an ivory handle and a 3-inch razor-sharp blade, all enclosed in a reddish dragon hide sheath. It can be used to take plant cuttings or preparing potions ingredients. "It's brilliant, Harry. Thanks a lot." Hermione was smiling and shaking her head at the same time. "Harry, you continually surprise me." He smiled back at her. "That's a good thing, right?" Ginny was waiting with Bill on the platform. Her new dress, not quite long enough to hide the fact her knees were shaking with nerves. As the bright red engine pulled the carriages into the station, it took almost the same amount of Herculean effort for Ginny to remain standing by her brother's side. The desire to hide behind Bill was practically overwhelming the young witch. The students soon began pouring out from the carriages as hundreds of witches and wizards in high spirits erupted onto the platform. Ginny was focusing all her attention on spotting one particular student. Being the youngest of 7 children meant Ginny already had a well-honed ability for watching everything that was going on around her. Being the smallest and female, saw her continually ignored and overlooked, thus providing even more opportunities for her to develop this skill. Living in the same house as Fred and George, this could also be considered a necessary survival technique. She soon spotted the smartly dressed boy with long black hair, the witch on his arm helping Ginny confirm his identity. She also noticed the Indian witch and another wizard who were remaining close. A stunningly beautiful Chinese witch practically ambushed the group as she attempted to claim Harry's attention. Even from this distance, Ginny could see her ploy was doomed to failure. Harry's body language had instantly shifted from relaxed to stiff formality, and both witches in his company clearly resented this intrusion. The little scene was soon shattered by the speedy arrival of another witch. This one had an entirely different interpretation of how an ambush should be carried out. She raced up to a clearly unsuspecting Harry and threw her arms around his neck. A quick greeting was followed by a kiss on the cheek. She rapidly disentangled herself before cheerfully greeting the rest of his friends and then dragging the Indian girl, who could only be her twin sister, away. Whatever the Chinese girl had planned, this clearly unscheduled intrusion destroyed her play as effectively as a brace of well-hit bludgers. She quickly mumbled something before departing, a distinctly unhappy witch. Saying a much more heartfelt goodbye to their other friend saw the pair start to make their way toward them. Even now, though, the number of people who warmly greeted the pair as they passed was impressive. A redhead witch, who was clearly more developed than little Ginny Weasley, waving and smiling as they passed each other also had the effect of allowing Ginny to finally say goodbye to her fantasy. Ginny wasn't sure if she even had the right to claim it as her fantasy anymore. It was painfully obvious most of the witches who got off the train harbored strikingly similar fantasies of their own toward Harry. She wondered how the girl on his arm coped with all the clearly unwanted attention. Ginny knew her Weasley temper would see her wanting to curse anyone who so blatantly flirted with someone she considered as hers. It was too late to hide now, they were here. A greeting to her brother was followed by the most gorgeous pair of eyes focusing on her, and Ginny finally understood Harry's popularity. When this boy focused his attention on her like that, Ginny's insides totally melted. She forgot all about the fame, wealth, and deeds. Here was someone you just had to get to know. Hello, Cursebreaker Weasley. This must be the sister you were telling me about? Hi, Harry, Hermione. Yes, this is Ginny, and she'll be going to Hogwarts in September. Ginny was suddenly faced with a hand held out in front of her. Not necessarily the one she wanted, though. Ginny was learning firsthand, no pun intended, how Hermione coped with all the witches chasing Harry, and also that here was a witch who she didn't want to cross. Hi, Ginny, I'm Hermione. Bet you're desperate to get to Hogwarts? We'll look forward to seeing you there. Don't worry too much if you're not in Ravenclaw. We have friends in all 4 houses. Even in the short time she'd been watching them, Ginny had already noticed that the only way to get near the real Harry was through this witch. Even with the Indian twins, you could easily see which one Hermione approved of. She quickly held her hand out and shook Hermione's. I would like that a lot. My brothers tend to forget I'm there sometimes. Her hand was soon in Harry's, and Ginny's battle now was not to hyperventilate. Well, you're welcome to join us anytime. We've always room for more friends. Ginny's blush might have been bright enough to stop every train in King's Cross, but her wide smile warmed Bill's heart. He'd known all along this was a gamble, but this time he was betting on a goblin. Harry had said exactly the right thing. Ron's arrival threatened to ruin the moment, but Bill managed to convey with a glare just how much trouble Ronnie would be in if he opened his big mouth, and the moment passed. Padma's arrival saw her introduced to Ginny too, before she apologized to her friends. "Sorry, Harry, I thought I had it covered. Parvati must have opened her present the moment I left, and decided she really had to thank you personally. It is a beautiful scarf, and she'll probably never take it off. She does understand why you gave her it, though. My parents were pleased too, and rather keen to meet you. Could we arrange that for some time later?" "No problem, Padma. I'm glad she liked my gift." Bill took the opportunity this presented to offer some thanks of his own. "Speaking of gifts, please thank your father for me, Harry. He provided a portkey so our brother Charlie could travel from Romania to spend Christmas with us. You can't imagine how happy my mother is that the entire family will be together over the holidays. It certainly made her Christmas." The arrival of the twins instantly introduced some of the chaos they were rapidly gaining a reputation for. This time, though, all present thought the chaos was unintentional. "Hey everyone, hi little snitch. What brings you here? That dress tells me you're not here to greet your handsome twin brothers." Ouch. Ginny's shoe had connected with Fred's shin. Horrible twin brothers, more like. Hermione's laughter stopped the assault becoming more serious. "Oh, Ginny, you're going to fit right in. We'll look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. Let's go, guys. Mom and Dad will be waiting, and the car's probably on the meter." As the trio was leaving, the Weasleys all heard Padma address Harry. "Please tell me you had no idea what that last bit meant either?" His shake of the head surprisingly appeared to reassure the young witch. A pair of eyes with a lot more experience at observing people than Ginny's had also carefully watched events on the platform unfold, but with far more sinister motives and intentions. Lucius was looking for potential victims to pass the diary on to, and had quickly discovered he was spoilt for choice. His plan called for the chosen victim to be one of two things, either a person close to the boy or someone holding a grudge. He preferred the first option, imagining Crow's distress as someone close to him became enveloped in darkness, but wasn't prepared to cross anything out at the moment. The Chinese girl fawning over the boy and being spurned put her on the list of possibles, as did the youngest Weasley practically passing out when meeting the boy. Lucius well remembered her brother threatening to blow his head off, and her father was also near the top of his shit list. The young bones bitch was also clearly on friendly terms, and simultaneously getting back at her aunt would be a really sweet revenge. That particular choice of victim would certainly have to be classed as a high-risk strategy, though, one that could easily come back to bite him on the arse. Amelia Bones was no fool, something that would have to be considered before making his final decision. His three closest friends would clearly be Lucius' best bet, though each came with their own particular problems. The mudblood would surely cause Crow the most distress, but Lucius was loath to admit he wouldn't have a clue how to even find her, never mind slip the diary into her possession. She wasn't being discarded just yet, but that particular outcome would require a great deal more luck rather than his careful planning. Longbottom would practically fit into the same category. Augusta was renowned for never letting her grandson out of her sight. The Indian witch was one he would need to garner more information on, and his source just walked up to him. "Come, Draco, time to go home." The young Indian witch in question was currently congratulating her friend on how she'd handled the Weasley situation. Now that it was just them, Hermione was free to rant. "It's bad enough having older witches hanging over Harry. Now I'm going to have to put up with younger ones making doe eyes at him too. It could be worse, Hermione. At least it's only witches hanging over me." Harry's face as he made that remark had both his friends laughing. It was a happy trio, who made their way through the portal to what was another world for two of them. Bill wanted to know how his sister was feeling. "I'm fine, Bill, though no thanks to these jokers. I can't wait to get my wand, and then a few people are going to see some payback." This started Bill laughing, or rather the fear in his twin brother's eyes did. "I know some good curses, Ginny, and promise to teach you before you head to Hogwarts. At least it seems as if you've made some friends before you get there." Ginny's blush was back in full force. "I thought he looked good in that picture on the front page of today's Prophet. He's far more handsome in real life." "Oh, I think I'm going to be sick." Bill was in like a shot. He'd worked too hard to get Ginny to this stage to let anyone's jealousy ruin it now. "That's probably because you've been eating like a pig again, Ronnie. Harry's on the front page of the Prophet for returning a priceless Founder's artifact to Hogwarts, and you're still on probation for another 6 months. If your sister wants to make friends with them, that is her business. Any Weasley who has a problem with that will have to take it up with me. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on her at Hogwarts." Fred was trying to atone for his earlier screw-up with his sister. "Hey, Harry's a friend of ours. Why would we have a problem with that?" "Yeah, we heard he held a great party last night for all the first years, except Ron here. Why would we have any problems with the boy who got us out of Snape's class?" Sorry about earlier, Ginny." Her smile let them know they were off the hook. When Percy had finally said goodbye to his girlfriend, the Weasleys portkeyed to the burrow. Padma was lying in bed trying to get her head around the things she'd seen, things the Grangers took for granted. Harry had never tasted Indian food, so they all decided that's what they would have tonight. Out came a menu and choices were made. It was the next bit that blew her mind. Simply by picking up something called a telephone, their order was soon delivered to the house. Here were dishes her mother would work all day to prepare, sealed in containers and delivered right to your table. As if that wasn't enough of a jolt, discovering that the same service was available for most of the world's cuisines by simply punching different numbers into the telephone almost put her into shock. A light knock at the door saw Hermione enter. "Everything okay, Padma?" Hermione was sitting on the bed beside her before Padma had sorted out her reply. "I'm beginning to appreciate just how big a shock it must have been for you, and even Harry, entering the magical world. Thank goodness staying in Crawley comes without the drama that you two provide in Hogwarts. I think we could all do with a break from that. Your mom and dad are great too. Harry fairly gets on well with them." Her friend's slight blush was still there, even behind the wide smile. "Mum simply adores Harry. The fact that he has me exercising and learning defense put him straight into Dad's good books too. I'm glad you like it here. Apart from that surprise weekend with Harry, this is the first time I've actually had friends staying. Well, snap, this is also the first time I've ever stayed with friends." Both girls hugged at that before Hermione headed out the room. Padma couldn't resist a parting shot before her friend left. "Are you now going to tuck Harry in?" Hermione, though, was getting used to her friend's teasing and decided to tease right back at her. "I don't think that's a good idea. Last time I did that, we ended up spending the night together." "Good night, Padma." She went to bed with a satisfied grin on her face. Hermione, though Padma's look of utter shock was worth the grilling that would surely follow tomorrow. Padma was desperate to ask Hermione for details, but the girl was long gone before she got her brain back in gear. Apart from experiencing a whole new world, she was finding her friend was this whole different girl away from Hogwarts. Padma wanted this holiday to be an experience, and so far she was anything but disappointed. Amelia Bones was also having a new experience. Walking into Gringotts wearing her new brooch saw her approached at once and led straight to Harry's father's office. No queuing, no surly teller, just courteously accompanied where she needed to go. After the introductions, Barchoke immediately got down to business. "Let me start by apologizing for involving our children in this. Unfortunately, I didn't really have any other options. Circumstances have provided me with proof of major corruption at the very highest levels of the Ministry of Magic. I really had nowhere else to turn." Amelia was instantly on guard, wondering just what game was being played here. "Can I see this proof and ask how you came to have it?" "We were carrying out an investigation about an entirely different matter, And this just fell into our laps. Barchok had removed a folder from his desk and now slid it across to a wary head of the DMLE. She cautiously opened the folder and felt as if she had been physically struck by the photographs displayed there. Barty Crouch was sitting having dinner with his son, a son who supposedly died over a decade ago. Barty Jr. had clearly aged from the young man she remembered, but his identity was undeniable. The picture of him laying on a bed before being covered by an invisibility cloak was particularly telling, and somewhat explained how he could be kept hidden for so long. I must ask how you obtained these pictures and why. Barchok had expected nothing less. We employed Miss Skeeter to investigate the trial of Sirius Black. Mr. Crouch was instrumental in this process. In her own inimitable style, she practically fell over this deceit. He deliberately didn't mention Sirius' innocence, or even lack of a trial. If Amelia Bones was half the witch he thought she was, discovering Sirius never received the due process of law should see her heading back to Gringotts, if only to find out just what the hell they were up to. There was also a danger of pushing too hard too soon. One terrifying revelation at a time would do for now. We were as shocked as you clearly are by this development, but left unsure who to approach. Whether Mr. Crouch was working alone and getting his son out of Askaban was our main concern. That this feat has never been achieved before suggested there were others involved, and left us second-guessing what our next move should be. Had we contacted the wrong person, his son could simply disappear and relations between our nations could disintegrate to an all-time low. Amelia understood that would be her main problem, how to catch Barty in the act without tipping her hand. One sniff of an investigation and Barty Jr. would never be found. How the hell was she then supposed to organize a search for a dead man? These pictures alone wouldn't be enough to bring Crouch down. All he would have to do was claim they were faked and ask for further proof. Without that further proof, they were screwed. This led Amelia to ask the obvious question: what is your interest in Sirius Black? This Barchok was able to answer with total honesty. We recently discovered he is Harry's godfather. Amelia's "oh shit" was in recognition that her task just got even more complicated. Apart from the Goblin involvement, throwing in the names of Sirius Black, James and Lily Potter, and of course the boy who lived just dictated she was going to have a very busy Christmas. Chapter 20. Christmas Eve with the Grangers had been planned to the last detail. After breakfast, they were all heading into London to spend the day sightseeing, with definitely some shopping along the way. Harry slipping Padma some spending cash would have gone unnoticed if the girl hadn't threw her arms around him in thanks. Dan and Emma were intending to pick up the tab for everything today though, having saved a small fortune by switching their banking to Gringotts. They began at the Marble Arch end of Oxford Street, admiring the Christmas lights and the stores. By the time they were having their lunch in a fast food outlet at Oxford Circus, Padma and Harry had been supplied with multiple items of Muggle clothing from the many stores they had stopped in. Padma was a bit like a kid in a sweet shop. Her eyes never stopped moving as she attempted to take everything in, while Emma was still struggling with the concept that all their shopping was currently stored in the book bag Harry wore. Hermione and Harry were delighted to be eating burgers. It meant that they could still hold hands while having their lunch. The crowds on Oxford Street made their usual activity of walking arm in arm really difficult. Hermione solved the problem by grabbing his hand. Both had enjoyed the contact, and the only time they had been separated since was when one of them went into a changing room to try on clothes. The sightseeing/shopping continued down Regent Street to Piccadilly Circus. From there it was a short hop to Trafalgar Square and the biggest Christmas tree in London. The antique nativity scene in the glassed-in display also took some explaining before they headed off down the Strand. Somerset House is a magnificent building, seeing many uses in its 450-year history. It could be argued that one of the worst uses was as an inland revenue office. Nobody likes to pay taxes. There could be no argument, though, that the group were seeing it at one of its best today. An ice rink filled the lower courtyard, with sparkling lights, hanging decorations, and a beautiful Christmas tree, all adding to the strikingly festive sight. There were small decorated huts selling wares and a large cafe spread along one entire side of the rink. It was to here Dan and Emma gravitated while Hermione dragged her two now reluctant friends toward the skate-hire kiosk. Both parents sipped their hot chocolate while watching the trio take to the ice. Hermione had skated since she was about 7, so had no trouble on the slippery surface. Harry's grace and athleticism seemed to help as he soon mastered the basics of staying upright. Poor Padma, though, appeared to spend more time on her bum than actually skating. Now that Harry was mobile, he and Hermione each took one of Padma's arms, and the trio were soon making their wobbly way around the rink. The three friends who later ran up to Dan and Emma all wore that look only achievable by kids having fun in the cold, red cheeks, sparkling eyes, and wide smiles. After more hot chocolate all round, they then made their way over to Covent Garden, where Dan had already reservations booked at a lovely Italian restaurant. It was a happy and certainly full bunch who caught the train back to Crawley. It was on the train home Hermione asked a question that had just occurred to her. "Mom, Dad, are we going to church tonight?" Emma and Dan had talked this over and decided to give it a miss. "No, honey. With Harry and Padma not celebrating Christmas, we were..." Dan never got to say any more as Harry interrupted. "Excuse me, Dan. Please don't change your normal celebrations because of us. We would both be delighted to come along. That's if we're allowed." Hermione squeezed his hand, since it was still held in hers. "Everyone's allowed in church, Harry. We usually go to the midnight service on Christmas Eve. Do you really want to come?" It was actually Padma who answered. "I certainly want to go. I hope to experience as much of this way of life as possible." Plans were quickly made to go home and just chill for a few hours before getting ready for church. Hermione was soon advising both her friends what clothes they had bought today would be suitable for the occasion. An occasion they were now all looking forward to. Amelia wasn't looking forward to telling Susan she was going to be working over Christmas. She had really missed her niece since the young witch left for Hogwarts, and was not happy about missing Christmas with her only family. That had also been her dilemma when arranging her response to those photographs. Amelia needed people she could trust at her side, but also required the entire situation to be kept ultra quiet. If someone had a spouse and kids, keeping it quiet that they had a mission on Christmas Day would be so much harder to do. Gossip like that would be all over the ministry in no time. This led her to take the potentially dangerous decision of keeping her team small. She was banking heavily on the element of surprise. Amelia had no intention of telling her team of just 4 Aurors what they were going to be doing, not until they were ready to leave on the actual mission. The head of the DMLE understood she was putting her career on the line here. Barty would demand, and certainly get, her head on a silver salver if she didn't pull this off properly. They needed to catch Barty Jr. or she was ruined. That the same convicted and supposedly deceased Death Eater assisted in placing 2 Aurors in the permanent spell damage ward of St. Mungo's was all the motivation Amelia needed to undertake this high-risk plan. Frank and Alice Longbottom never got the chance to sit and have dinner with their boy. She fully intended that the Crouch father and son would both pay for their crimes. She had also taken Barchoke's answer to heart and did some quiet digging herself into the trial of Sirius Black. Amelia was astonished to find absolutely nothing. She didn't want to alert anyone until they had both young and old Barty wrapped up, but Amelia certainly intended looking into the matter further once that was achieved. A quiet word with Minerva regarding Barchoke's character had produced a surprisingly positive result. The Hogwarts deputy headmistress' answer of a devoted father who would do anything to help and protect his son was rather unexpected. She needed to know just how Sirius Black fitted into this picture, and exactly what the goblins were actually after. They were making their way home from church, an occasion Harry and Padma had thoroughly enjoyed. I really liked the nativity play. It helped explain things I was struggling with. The children seemed to have such fun doing it too. The mischief was twinkling in Dan's eyes as he couldn't resist a gentle jibe. Didn't Hermione tell you, Harry? She made her acting debut in the church nativity play a few years ago.
Dad, I was 6.
This memory had Emma smiling. Yes, but even then Hermione knew what she wanted. She was cast as one of the 3 wise men, but insisted it should be a wise woman. Any teasing to be done, and Padma wanted to be part of it. She did decide to cut Hermione a break, though. It could have been worse, Hermione. That wee boy who was supposed to be a sheep spent the entire time waving to his mum and dad. I had to bite my lip to save from laughing. Harry also came to his best friend's rescue. Well, I would love to have seen Hermione in the play, and think she was right about the wise woman bit too. Emma thought this was really cute, but Dan liked his mischief. Oh, don't worry, Harry. We have plenty of pictures of Hermione in the play, along with hundreds of others you should see. Dad was soon followed by the sound of laughter. This looked like being a very Merry Christmas in the Granger household. Harry was wakened by a hyper-excited Hermione bouncing on his bed. I know we weren't going to exercise today, but I woke at our usual time and am far too excited to go back to sleep. Merry Christmas, Harry. She bent and kissed his cheek at that, causing both of them to blush. Unsure of what to say, Harry fell back on routine. You want to practice swords in the back garden? By way of an answer, Hermione gave him a hug before shooting out the room to change into appropriate clothing. Dan was dragged from his slumber by the unusual sound of thwack. Thwack noises emanating from the back garden. He hauled himself from his nice warm bed to look out the window. He was still standing there 10 minutes later when his wife's arms snaked around his waist from behind. Her Merry Christmas went unanswered. He couldn't take his eyes off their daughter. I can't believe that's the same girl we sent off to school in September. She seems to have grown so much. Probably because she has, mainly in confidence. I think she's going to grow into an outstanding young woman, with friends who will be there for her throughout the journey. They watched fascinated as the pair swapped between defense and offense, probing for weaknesses in their opponents. Hermione had always been a willing pupil at anything she put her mind to, watching the concentration on her face as she parried and shielded Harry's attacks was something to behold. It was compulsive viewing and kept both Grangers at the window until they were finished exercising. Now it was time to get breakfast ready before they settled down for presents. Susan was also up early. She wanted to have some time with her aunt before they both had to leave. She was heading over to spend Christmas Day with her best friend. Hannah's parents knew from long experience not to ask too many questions as to why her Aunt Amelia had to go into the ministry today. Harry had told Susan his father wouldn't have used the word urgent if it hadn't been very important. A sense of urgency would be the best way to describe Auntie since her return from Gringotts. The young Hufflepuff had watched with the rest of the class that day Harry had taken down Lucius Malfoy. She had no doubt both Harry and her aunt were on the same side. Susan knew she was being selfish, but she just wished the good guys could at least get Christmas Day off. Surely that wasn't too much to ask? The friends were taking turns passing out the gifts they'd gotten for each other. Padma started the proceedings, and Hermione now found herself the proud owner of an ultra-brightly colored Indian silk wrap skirt. Harry received a toy armored knight figure, resplendent on a toy horse. This saw him laugh with pleasure before telling Padma he loved it. Hermione was incredibly nervous over her gift to Harry. What do you get for your best friend, who's the goblin who has everything with such a strange request? She was practically unique in facing a problem like this. Harry had unwrapped her present and was now staring at it with an expression she didn't recognize. Hermione couldn't take the suspense anymore and started to babble. I didn't know what to get you. The clothes seemed too impersonal. Then Professor Snape. went and stole my thunder. Do you hate it, Harry? Hermione had gotten him a lovely shirt and a nice pair of black jeans. It was the book on top, though, that held all his attention. She'd christened it the Book of Hermione, because that's basically what it was. Here was his best friend in all her glory, from an infant right up until they had their picture taken on the steps of Gringotts. Each picture had at least a paragraph explaining the where, when, and what was going on in the picture, all in Hermione's beautiful handwriting. The amount of thought and effort she had clearly lavished on this gift just blew Harry away. He raised his eyes from his gift to see Hermione almost hyperventilating with anxiety. His wide smile soon put a stop to her fretting. It's fantastic, Hermione, I love it. Padma also really liked her jeans and t-shirt from Hermione before they moved on to Harry's presents. A silver Ravenclaw eagle charm on a chain of the same material was much admired and appreciated by Padma. Emma was OING and ING over the pyramid Harry had given her and Dan, without having the slightest clue what it was. Oh, Mum, that's wonderful. Did you include that memory crystal Professor Hobson showed us, Harry? That and a few others. I thought your mum and dad might like to see inside Hogwarts. This earned him a hug from Emma as he nervously waited on Hermione opening her gift. The witch in question was also nervous. The parcel was long and quite heavy. Her hands were shaking as she stripped back the wrapping to reveal a sword. It was a bejeweled work of art that was certainly shorter than Harry's, and Hermione didn't know quite what to say. Padma gave her time to recover. I'll say this for you, Harry, you have definitely got your own sense of style. Most boys giving jewels would have them mounted in a necklace or at least earrings, not embedded into the hilt of a sword. Practical and beautiful at the same time, it fits our Hermione perfectly. She's a friend of our nation and is entitled to wear her own blade. The last non-goblin to own a blade like that was Godric Gryffindor. Hermione had unsheathed her sword and was twirling the weapon around, looking to see if her name was on the blade. It was an embarrassed Harry who answered her unasked question. They wouldn't put an unmarried female's name on the blade, rather wait until her name changed after her wedding. Harry, it's beautiful and feels amazingly balanced in my hand. Spotting the concerned looks her parents were wearing, Hermione tried to put their minds at rest. Dad, goblin females learn to use weapons purely so they can defend themselves. They aren't allowed to become warriors or fight in a war. I am so glad to hear that, Hermione. It's a beautiful gift, but also deadly. I hope you'll be careful with it. As usual, it was Padma who tried to lighten the mood. I'm now going to have to walk around Hogwarts with two of them carrying swords. I suppose that beats being woken up by listening to them practice first thing in the morning. Can neither of you two give normal a try? Both her friends smiled at her gentle teasing, knowing that she was deliberately making light of a situation that could have become awkward. Hermione thanked Harry for her gift, before showing her parents how to operate the Goblin Viewer. They were bowled over by the scene from the steps of Gringotts. Barty Crouch was on his knees in front of the fire, talking to Amelia Bones on the floor. Apparently, some Bulgarians had been partying and almost started a riot in the leaky cauldron by offering celebratory toasts after one of them cast the dark mark. The problem was they spoke very little English, though one of them managed to communicate enough to claim to be the son of the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. They really needed to interview them before the situation escalated into an international incident. Barty could clearly see Amelia was at home, and her Christmas was being ruined too. He had just agreed to go into the ministry when the windows suddenly imploded. Barty whirled around and froze in surprise as Amelia Bones jumped through the shattered frames before firing a stunner at him. Shaq, go. Your team upstairs while we sweep down here. Or Tonks, keep that flow connection open and monitor the situation. Amelia and Mad-Eye were in full Auror garb as they rushed through the downstairs portion of the house. For Amelia, Arriving in the kitchen and seeing the table set for two was a big boost. The head of the Aurors swiped her hand over each of the chairs and felt elated when it smacked into something solid. She closed her hand over the invisibility cloak and dragged it off, much to the distress of a now sobbing house elf. Barty Crouch Jr., you are under arrest. Amelia then stunned the unresponsive wizard for good measure before producing magic-inhibiting cuffs. Mad-Eye, get Shaq and Gawain back down here, and make sure Barty Sr. is going nowhere without us. Tell Tonks to head for the ministry and wait for us there. I want these two questioned today before anyone can interfere. Amelia could feel the adrenaline coursing through her veins. She was getting too old for this shit. Jumping through blasted-out windows was a game for younger Aurors, but it had worked perfectly. Seeing two Amelia bones had frozen Barty for the second they needed to take him out. She'd noticed Mad-Eye hit him with a stun or two as they passed. All her team now knew what was at stake here today, and were determined there would be no slip-ups. Phase 1 had been a resounding success. Now all they needed to do was discover just how far the corruption had spread in the ministry. They weren't out of the woods yet. They could all still find themselves without jobs before the new year if enough of the wrong people were implicated in this. Dan and Emma were sitting enthralled as they watched the kids' potions class. Both had done their fair share of chemistry labs as they went through university, but this was something else. Yes, they were using cauldrons, but the precision needed for the ingredient preparation and brewing was a million miles away from making a pot of soup. Here was a branch of magic they could understand, sort of. They were interrupted by a couple of Gringotts owls delivering a rather large book that contained details of the Potter properties. This had Hermione really excited. Oh, wonderful. Now we can look through your houses and start planning where we want to go this summer. Padma couldn't help but notice the Potter crest on the front of the book. She was also a pureblood, and the hat didn't sort her into Ravenclaw for nothing. Harry, how can you access these? Don't you need to be head of your family first? The hush that descended with that question worried Padma. Guys, you know I can keep my mouth shut. This is obviously something you don't want made public. Padma, you know we trust you, but this just brought up something I hadn't thought of. How to invite you and Neville on holiday with us, without alerting the world that I've taken on my head of house. Does this mean you've made your choice, Harry? No, Padma. It just means that I'm the only one who can make that choice. My father didn't want anyone attempting to gain control of me. With the Potter family ring on my finger, that can't happen now. I won't say a word, Harry. This drew a smile. I know, Padma, I have no worries about that. Now that you do know, can I have a word with you in private? Emma watched as Harry led Padma out into the back garden. Here was her first chance since this morning to talk to her daughter alone. You okay, love? To say the least, a rather unusual present Harry got you. Her daughter smiled back at her. Not for a goblin mum. I know it's easy to forget, but that's who Harry is. His most prized possession is his knife. It never leaves him. Its sheath is charmed to be invisible, so you can't see it even when he has his sleeveless tunic on. She glanced over to where Moonlight was lying on his back, amusing himself by swiping at one of the lower baubles on the Christmas tree. He got my birthday absolutely perfect, and my sword is practically a work of art. Would you like to bet it's worth a small fortune too? Both had stopped as Dan now joined them in staring out the window. Whatever Harry had said to Padma, she was clearly upset. Harry opening his arms, and the now sobbing witch throwing herself into them was puzzling too. It finally hit Hermione just what was happening here. Damn. Hermione, care to enlighten your poor, ignorant parents just what the hell is going on out there? I'm only guessing, Dad, but Harry told Padma he was head of House Potter, then asked for a quiet word. Whatever that word was, Padma is clearly distraught, though not upset with Harry. Since the girl was currently clinging to him as if her life depended on it, Their daughter's analysis was hard to refute. It still didn't tell them anything, though. Please tell us something we don't know. Hermione. I'm only guessing, Mum, but I think Harry's just told Padma he's turning down the marriage contract her father offered.
What?
They're both only 11. I know, Mum. Pureblood customs means Harry has to deal with the situation as soon as possible, once Padma knew he was head of House Potter. She obviously didn't know her father had offered her hand in marriage. That's barbaric. It's different from what we believe, Dad, but it's their custom. Don't some Muggle cultures still have arranged marriages today? We come across differences like this all the time between us. Using words like barbaric doesn't help us understand our friend's point of view. I certainly don't want you arranging a husband for me. It doesn't mean I'm going to lose my friends because their parents might do that for them. Hermione felt her mother's arms wrap around her. When did you get so wise? When I was 6 and had to wear that stupid costume. All three smiled at that and watched the young man comfort his friend in their garden. When he finally led Padma back into the house, she flew right into Hermione's arms and the two girls held each other tightly. I didn't know, Hermione. I swear I didn't know. It's okay, Padma. It was easy to see, didn't? Hermione could feel the tension leave her friend at that. Harry was brilliant with me, Hermione. That could have been really terrible, but he made everything okay. He really is something. Hold on to him. We'll all hold on to each other. Padma, we're all friends. Harry approached both girls, unsure of how his actions would be received. Are we okay? He suddenly found himself with two witches holding on to him. Of course we are, Harry. Now we can have our Christmas dinner and then figure out where we're all going on holiday this summer. Also, how to get Padma and Neville there too. Oh, Harry, I just remembered something. My father really wanted to meet you. It makes more sense now, though I can't figure out why he offered me instead of Parvati. The blush on Harry's face told its own story. He offered betrothal contracts for both of us? Harry didn't answer that particular question, but wasn't fooling anyone. Providing he doesn't know I'm now head of House Potter, I can refer all matters like that to my father. Emma had a question she was dying to ask. Well, actually a few questions. Is it customary for the girl not to know that her father had offered a betrothal contract on her? Padma answered as best she could.
I don't really know, Emma.
Pureblood society is very male-dominated, and even more so where I come from. My father's word is law in our household. To disobey him would bring shame to our family. At least I now know why he so readily agreed to me coming here. The mother tried not to let her shock show at that. Thankfully, Dan appeared as horrified as she was with this news. The Granger household was most certainly a partnership, not a dictatorship. I was just wondering if some of these girls who kept approaching Harry knew they were offered as betrothals by their fathers. That would certainly explain some of the more persistent ones. Do you know if they are Harry's? Sorry, Hermione. I only glanced down the list once last summer, and the names meant nothing to me at the time. I only remembered Padma's because they were twins. My Goblin upbringing dismissed that option immediately. This sounded something that Dan wanted to hear. Why would your upbringing automatically rule that out? Glares from his wife and daughter soon had him explaining further. I'm not attempting to be judgmental here, just gather information on different cultures. Goblins only have one mate, Dan, and that mate is for life. My father's wife died in childbirth, with his baby son passing soon after. He wouldn't even consider taking another wife. No goblin would. This drew a smile from the dentist. Those views are pretty close to the ones we hold, Harry. That was the only reason I asked. Hermione has entered this whole other world where everything appears different. Like you, we're trying to understand as much as we can about those differences. Emma thought the entire day needed rescuing to get back to the fun they were having. One of those differences is Christmas dinner. I'm pleased and also terrified that I'm cooking the first Christmas dinner for both of you. She was laughing at this, but still rather nervous. She'd asked Hermione if her friends had any special dietary requirements, only to be told they ate whatever was in front of them. It would soon be time to see if that was true. Cornelius was not a happy minister. Only Amelia telling him that if he didn't come to the ministry immediately, he may not be the minister much longer, got him up from his Christmas dinner. There was no Christmas cheer as he greeted his head of DMLE in her office. Amelia, this better be good, or you could find yourself back on an Auror patrol. Cornelius, if we don't get this right, both of us could be out on our ear by the new year. She handed him one of the pictures Barchok had supplied and watched the color drain out his face. Is this genuine? Since I have both of them currently in our cells, the answer would have to be yes. Watching the minister for magic panicking was not a pretty sight. We have to contain this, Amelia. It could bring down the ministry. I totally disagree, Minister. Containing it could cause us a lot more problems. I was given that picture by a goblin. The goblins have no bearing on this. Who cares what they say? The boy who lived, especially since he calls the goblin who gave me this father. After Cornelius had taken a much-needed seat, Amelia explained what they had already discovered. We immediately questioned the prisoners using truth serum. I needed to know who else in the ministry was involved in this. Thankfully, the answer was absolutely no one. Barty's dying wife extracted a promise that he would get their son out of Askaban. It was her who took her son's place and died in a cell, still under the influence of polyjuice potion. Barty has since kept his son in line by repeated use of the imperious curse. The minister let out a huge sigh of relief. Crouch's guilt was undeniable, and the ministry were mostly in the clear. That was until the obvious question hit him. How and why did this photograph end up in goblin hands? Barchok told me they were carrying out an investigation into the trial of Sirius Black. I did some quiet digging myself and couldn't discover anything. Questioning Barty gave me the answer. I couldn't find anything because there was nothing to find. Sirius Black was sent to Askaban without a trial. That wasn't what worried Cornelius, rather the reasons behind the goblin investigation. Did you ask why they were inquiring about Black? I did, and you won't like it any more than I did. Amelia went over to a sideboard in her office and poured a couple of brandies from the decanter she had there. She handed one to Cornelius before giving him the bad news. Sirius Black is Harry Potter's godfather. The minister was grateful for the brandy. It fought off some of the icy chill that had just crept up his spine. Please tell me you have some good news for me, Amelia, or at least some idea how we get ourselves out of this one. My Susan told me what happened at the leaving feast. I'm surprised you let Dumbledore con you into that, Cornelius. This change of tack through the minister. What do you mean? Harry may attend Hogwarts, Cornelius, but we heard from Dumbledore's own lips that the boy will have nothing to do with him. He was trying to use your presence to ingratiate himself with the boy. Harry's answer was predictable to anyone who even slightly knows the lad. It also was no surprise to me that the rest of his yearmates followed him out of the hall, or that he had made provisions for them doing so. Are you saying Albus was using me? Albus Dumbledore uses everyone for his own ends. That the famous boy who lived won't even be in the same room as him must be driving the old coot crazy. The goblins declared Dumbledore persona non grata over a decade ago. Harry may consider himself a goblin, but he also has his own personal reasons for doing the same. I don't want to see the ministry pulled into Dumbledore's mess, and think I know how to avoid it. Amelia laid out the basis of her proposal. We play everything in public, and strictly by the book. This would also include a public trial for Sirius Black. She held up her hand to stop the minister's expected protest at that course of action. On Halloween, Black had 2 goblin visitors. The security guard ensured they signed in and out. Their names were Barchok and Old Crow. It would appear Harry not only visited his parents' graves on Halloween, he also slipped off to visit his godfather in Askaban. This information was hard for Cornelius to believe. The boy who lived was in Askaban, and we weren't informed. He kept his hood up and spoke gobbledygook. He wasn't recognized as anything other than another goblin. What we have to recognize, though, is that they have been at least one step ahead of everyone, no matter what some people have tried. The logs show they spent over an hour with Black. It can be no coincidence that they then started an investigation into how Black ended up in Askaban. We're dealing with the results of that investigation today. Amelia, surely you're not suggesting Black is anything other than guilty? I really can't imagine them expending all this effort just to get Black's Askaban sentence legally confirmed. Neither of us had anything to do with him ending up in Askaban, but we've just been given the perfect opportunity to align your ministry firmly on the boy who lived's good side. You call an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot for tomorrow. I'll get Black and the boy here. Let Harry and his father see justice being done, and whether Black is innocent or guilty doesn't really matter in terms of the ministry's relationship with the boy. It's win/win for us. Cornelius was finally getting it. If Black is innocent, we get to set him free, and share no blame in him being sent there. If he's guilty, then we can ask the boy's opinion on an appropriate punishment. Both Crouches should really face a Dementor for their crimes, and the ministry can claim its tough new stance on law and order is paying dividends. Are you sure you can get the boy here? That shouldn't be a problem. What I need you to do is avoid telling anyone, especially Dumbledore, just what we're up to. Let's keep to an official statement that an emergency has arisen that needs to be dealt with immediately. Dragging out the two Crouches should satisfy them on that count. After their trial, we can announce the irregularity that's now been thrown up and try Sirius Black directly after the Crouches. It was a pensive minister of magic who agreed to Amelia's proposals. The minimum amount of notice that can be given for an emergency meeting is 2 hours. I'll send out notification first thing in the morning and set the meeting for 10:30. Will you be able to accomplish everything you need to do in that time? Amelia was thinking of sending Shaq and Tonks to Askaban to collect Black. Mad Eye and Gawain could take it in shifts to sit on the prisoners while she headed for Gringotts. We should manage. I'll leave you to enjoy the rest of your Christmas, Cornelius. It should be quite the Boxing Day. After a lovely dinner, they had all sat around the table and studied the Potter properties. Dan had liberated a giant children's map of the world out the loft and temporarily had it hanging in the dining room. It had once adorned Hermione's bedroom wall in their daughter's younger years. That same which currently had a handful of color stickers and was placing them on the map at Potter property locations the group really wanted to visit. The problem was, even being really choosy, they already had 6 stickers on the map, with about half the book still to go. Harry, I now understand why my father offered both my sister and I as brides. The Patils would be classed as quite well off, but Merlin, this is something else. The extent of the Potter wealth has never been made public, always only hinted at. Seeing proof of it here is kinda overwhelming. No wonder there's a lot more betrothal contracts with your name on them out there. This was confusing to Emma. Is it really all about wealth, Padma? Well, to my father, he values breeding, power, and wealth. The Potters are an ancient, respected family. That gives them a lot of power, without even taking into account their incredible wealth. People like Malfoy want you to lick their boots and acknowledge them as your betters, yet they couldn't muster even a tenth of what Harry would seem to have available. The boy in question was actually getting embarrassed at the way the conversation was turning, and attempted to change it back to happier subjects. Let's leave pure-blood politics out of it tonight. Padma, I'm having too much fun looking through things my family own. My mum and dad might even have visited some of these. Now who wants to vote on a private island in Maldives? Emma's hand was actually shaking as she pulled the book over toward her to see this one better. Hermione was already putting a sticker over the islands on the map. Everyone halted what they were doing as there was a knock at the kitchen door. Dan left, but was soon back with Barchoke. It was greetings all round before the Goblin got down to business. Harry, we're going to see your godfather tomorrow morning. Hermione was soon at Harry's side with her arm around him and her head resting on his shoulder. "Even the thought of you visiting Askaban scares the life out me, Harry." Barchoke gave a deep, throaty chuckle. "Don't worry, Hermione. We're not going anywhere near Askaban. Harry and I are heading for the Ministry of Magic. Sirius has a trial in front of the Wisengamot tomorrow." A loud whoop from Harry saw Hermione hoisted into the air and also earned a comment from Padma. "Okay, forget all about giving normal a try. How about letting me in on what's going on?" Christmas Day was just like all the other days of the year for the inmates of Askaban. Festive was not a word that could ever be used to describe the atmosphere on the island. There was also a distinct lack of cheer. All that was about to change for one inmate. The cell door opened, and Senior Or Shacklebolt performed his duty. "Sirius Black, you're coming with us. You will be tried for your crimes in front of the entire Wisengamot and under the influence of Truth Serum tomorrow morning." The haggard figure's reply was somewhat unexpected. "About bloody time." Thank you for journeying through Part 2, Chapters 11 to 20 of Harry Crow by RobST. The blend of wit, wisdom, and courage keeps us on the edge of our seats, and there's so much more to come. Did you know? In Goblin mythology, gold isn't just wealth. It symbolizes power and knowledge, themes beautifully woven into Harry's character in this fanfiction. Your support means the world to us. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to Grimoire Audiobooks. What's your favorite moment from this section? Let us know below, and stay tuned for Part 3. As Harry bridges the gap between Goblin and Wizard cultures, let's take inspiration to embrace our own unique perspectives and challenge the ordinary. Until next time, keep the magic alive, and we'll see you for the next magical adventure.